Thanks, Thanks, Roz. Got ahead of myself. Put the cart before the horse. That's why that's why we have this training today. So we don't put the cart before the horse.
Listen, honey, we all listen. What you don't have, I got you. It's called I got your back. So go for it.
Wonderful. So for today's agenda, after our welcome, we're going to hear from an amazing speaker, King Jermaine Jones, on Paths to Prosperity. He'll be talking about growth from prison to business success. So that's going to be exciting and enticing. And then at 10 o'clock, we're going to start our icebreaker for our attendee introductions for our suppliers on the call. At 10:30 to 10:45, we're going to be hearing from our director, CJ Carter, on the history of supplier diversity. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, what does supplier diversity mean? And is it at risk? At 10:45, we're going to have another speaker. This is going to be a fireside chat with Rise and Dashida Dawson on policy to practice and how to enhance supplier diversity in the cannabis industry, state by state. At 11:30 to 12, we're going to engage in advocacy for policy change with Eric Foster, M4MM's National Policy Director. At 12 p.m., we're going to do a break. So get some lunch or grab some tea, water, and have a quick break there. At 12:15, we're going to get back on and hear about strategies for minority businesses to enter and thrive in the cannabis market. This will be another panel. And on that panel, we'll have Danielle Drummond and Mr. Lyons from Rise, with Roz moderating. At 12:45, we're going to be hearing from our very cherished John Calloway on mastering the lingo and some strategies to communicate effectively with cannabis buyers to secure profitable contracts. At 1:30, we're going to be hearing some really neat case studies. There's two case studies that Gia Moran, our board chair, will be presenting. So that's going to be really interesting. At 2:15, we're going to be hearing from 40 Tons Brands owner and founder, Anthony, on how to build a cannabis brand and successful pathways there. At 2:30, we're going to be hearing another panel, and this is going to be on creating space for minority-owned businesses. And at 3 p.m., we'll be doing an interactive workshop, building your business model. And then at 4 p.m., we'll start our closing session. So there was a lot there, but there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you to engage with one another and introduce yourself, as well as share some of your business goals. In that, we invite you to use the reaction buttons on your Zoom call. We invite you to raise your hand, put your questions in the chat, because this is supposed to be really interactive for you all. So you can gauge and gain information on how to properly set up your business. Towards the end of the call, we're going to be asking if you all are already members and invite you to an additional part of Procure's program where you can be part of a virtual matchmaking session. You do have to be a small business member registered with Minorities for Medical Marijuana. I'll redrop the link in the chat for everyone. That is a $500 business member, and there's so many advances there. And when you are a small business member, you get to place ads in our newsletter month. You get to interact with other members through our membership portal, gain some additional contacts from our organization, and get some one-on-one consulting. So more to come there. I'll definitely be dropping that link, but it's so important. We do offer other membership levels, and from what I understand right now, we are the only organization that offers a free membership, and we've become the nation's largest organization in the industry when it comes to Black and Brown voices. So there's lots to gain from being a small business member. So more to come there. Before also we get started, I want to just thank our community partners, Scene Empowerment, 40 Tons Brands, and GMV Communications for really helping us create a pathway for you all today. So that is all from me for right now. I'll tune in to you in a little bit. If you have any questions, I'll be dropping my email in the chat. And I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining. All right, CJ, take the mic, my friend.
Wow, what a great day it is to be alive. I'm so excited that everyone is here. But before we start, I just have to give Roz another shout out, place her on a pedestal, give her her flowers. Not only is she the founder and CEO of Minorities for Medical Marijuana, I like to call Roz Mama Roz. The day before Mother's Day, I think we have to give kudos to all the mothers of cannabis. This is a great day. I know what my mom means to me. I'm sure everyone has a outstanding relationship with their mother. First off, give flowers to all the mothers here in the cannabis space. And my name is CJ Carter. I'm the director for Minorities for Medical Marijuana, the Procure platform. And I just have to first off start by saying that I am deeply honored to be here before you guys as we embark on a journey to really explore the transformative power of purpose, the strength of passion, and a profound impact for embracing our true calling. Just a little bit about myself. My journey in the cannabis industry began at a pivotal moment in my life. In 2018, I was diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy. And that diagnosis, it reshaped my world, and it actually challenged me to redefine my path in life. 2019, I went through a divorce, which really, really was hard for me, being that I was diagnosed with epilepsy, was on my own. And in 2021, the divorce was actually finalized. And that put me in a point where, to wake up every day with my back against the wall and to live a life with no security, it pretty much highlights the story of the Black man in America. But more specifically, in my case, I can't get any more life insurance because I have a pre-existing condition. I'm a single dad of two amazing young men who are now 9 and 4. But amidst all of this uncertainty and the struggle that continues actually today, I've actually found solace in the cannabis industry, which has provided me a means of making a way out of no way. And that way begins with being an entrepreneur here in the cannabis space, which actually possesses the life-changing power. We are in the age of the entrepreneur. We see how the economy is going right now. And when you typically work for someone, you have a ceiling over your head. But when you become an entrepreneur, you are now offered an opportunity for endless possibilities. So, as I said, we are all entrepreneurs on this call. And being that we consider ourselves, I think it's of the utmost importance that not only that we be entrepreneurs, but that we also become the voice of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the cannabis space, because as an entrepreneur, it's a testament to being an entrepreneur is a testament to the resilience of human spirit. It also highlights the power of community. And as I said earlier, the actual boundless possibilities that await us when we actually embrace our true purpose. So as we gather here today, I would like us through this summit for us to actually harness our collective energy, for the summit as we forge pathways forward. It's our goal to actually break down the barriers, but then also champion supplier diversity in ways that resonate beyond this actual Zoom call. Our overall goal today is that we actually have the chance and the ability to cultivate a future where everyone's voice on this call is actually heard, where every entrepreneur is empowered, and where we're able to find dreams, in a rightful place, in this dynamic cannabis industry. So I just want to thank you guys for being a part of this incredible journey. And it's my hope that we make today and every day a testament to the purpose, the power, and the passion of defining our collective pursuit in this inclusive industry. So with that being said, let the summit begin.
Yeah. And I guess I'm next on board. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Jodeci. Just being able to thank everybody that's on. I'm Roz McCarthy, founder, CEO of Minorities for Medical Marijuana. Excited about our anniversary, excited about the fact that I'm alive, that I got the energy and the desire and the drive to make to create a dream and create opportunity for myself, but also for everybody else. And I want you guys to remember that everything that we do is all about passing it forward. And if you don't do anything else with the time that you're on with us, however you are lined up or what have you, when you have an opportunity to pass it forward to help the next person, we must do it. And that's what M4MM is about. We're going to always be about that. We're about our people. We're about our community. We ain't playing around with it. And so I want to make sure that we understand what is our purpose, not only a purpose, but what to expect and how to stay engaged. And what to expect today is if you don't, you may be on here and feel free. If you got to go somewhere for 30 minutes, or if you got put us on your ear, whatever you got to do, move around, you're fine. But what I will tell you this is you got to stay plugged in, because if you get one aha moment, one opportunity to hear something, learn something that you did not know, that's going to help you be able to stretch yourself, to build yourself, to be able to drive what you're trying to get done, your time with us is not in vain. So I want to encourage you to stay plugged in. No matter what, we're going to be here all day. Second thing is how to stay engaged. Engagement begins with communicating. My mom used to always tell me, Roz, closed mouth don't get fed, right? That means open your mouth. That means talk to the next person. That means when there's opportunity to engage on here, engage, but also even after the point. And I would encourage you, M4MM, our membership, we have, yes, the business membership level, but we got a freemium one that every month we have a membership call, and we have members that are getting on, talking to one another, sharing and learning, picking up advice, picking up connection. Folks on here will tell you how they've been able to build and create connection through this community. So M4MM is the gift that keeps on giving. It ain't Roz. It don't belong to me. The Lord just put it in my spirit. He put it in my belly. He said, I'm going to charge you with an assignment. You ain't going to mess it up. And so listen, anytime anybody get in my way and try to mess up my assignment, he block them out the way. He be like, this is her assignment and she has to deliver on this. And so this organization, after I'm long and gone, will be here. And it is for all of us to be able to thrive and survive in this cutthroat industry. But there's no industry that you will see in this lifetime that you're able to get in at the ground floor. And that's why we're here. That's why we want you to stay engaged. That's why we got to talk to one another. We got to share and make this happen. All right? We good? If you could give me a thumbs up with your thing, give me a thumbs up. Tell me we good. Clap me up. Give me a little energy. Clap me up. Let me know we good. Yes, I see you. I love 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 you. So listen, we're gonna roll into our first keynote speaker. I see you. I see you, D. I see you, Wendy Baker. I see you, Chanel. Thank you, girl. Give me that love. Give me that energy. So this morning we got this gentleman. So let me tell you, listen, we family. So I'm gonna tell you the tea. So my ex-husband and I, we friendly co-parent. We co-parent. He has his business, he does his thing, but he definitely loves and supports on me and want me to grow. He my baby daddy. And so I always tell him about things that I'm doing. We talk a little bit. And I said, I need a strong keynote speaker that can really get people energized to understand about this is your opportunity and don't squander it. And being able to talk, especially when we talk about social justice of this plant, how many Black and brown people in jail right now for cannabis? How many Black folks have been terrorized, arrested, incarcerated, being behind prison bars, not being able to flourish and to thrive? And so long story short, I said, I need a speaker that's going to be able to get people energized, to be able to tell their story, to talk about how they've been able to focus and be intentional and to create opportunity for themselves. And so I have a gentleman this morning, Mr. King Jermaine Jones, who is going to tell you a story of resilience, of empowerment, of being able to, I need you to listen. I need you to sit back, get your coffee, relax yourself. I'm setting you up, King. I'm setting you up, baby. I'm setting you up. Listen, I need you to plug into this brother, because this brother is going to set the tone while we have to stay charged up, focused, and make sure that we keep our eye on the prize. So without further ado, please let me introduce you to King Jermaine Jones. King, take it away.
I'm humbled. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the
Welcome.
introduction. I'm humbled by it. This really meant a lot to me. And the reason why is because of a lot of times people talk about the good side. A lot of times people don't talk about the bad side. And when you don't talk about the bad side, a lot of times when people going through the bad side, they feel like they're doing something wrong, or they're not good enough, or they're not going to make it. You know, every time you go through the hurdles or the obstacles. But I'm here to tell you, I believe when you going into the entrepreneurial world, you're really becoming a problem solver. And I feel like you're supposed to embrace, when the problems come, because it's up to you to solve those problems. This is what, makes you who you are. This is what helps you. This is what separates you from the average or the normal, the everyday person. When they look at obstacles or problems, they stop from them, or they complain about them, or they blame somebody else. They become the victim. As an entrepreneur, I believe that this is what validates you. This is how you know that, I'm different and it's okay. So when you see those problems, you're like, okay, I'm ready for this. I know what to do. And even if you don't know what to do, the tenacity, the passion, the drive, this is what helps you overcome it. My story starts a little different. I'm going to go a little ways back, but I'm gonna expedite it as fast as possible, and we'll get to the juicy part, right? At 2 years old, I was placed in a foster care. And going in foster care, you're faced with a lot of obstacles because you're kind of lost. And I'm kind of went into the world lost almost. So from 2 to about 10 or so, I was bounced around from foster care homes to boys' homes to detention centers, all kind of stuff. Because kids usually act out when they are confused, So after 10 or so, I was adopted. But when I was adopted into a family that I was kind of like the black sheep of the family, right? So I made a lot of bad decisions along the way. I remember distinctively, and I'm saying this for a reason, but I remember a time when somebody dropped a phone and I knew who phone it was. And when I picked up the phone, I had a thought, and my thought was, damn, if I turn this in, I'll be a good kid. But they tell me I'm a bad kid so much, I think I'm gonna be a bad kid. I'm gonna do what bad kids do. So I put the phone in my pocket instead of giving it to the person who I knew it was. That started a domino effect. But I brought that up to say, like, the words that we use is so powerful, especially what we're giving to the children, but also to each other. So one of the key points is surrounding yourself with positive people that's going to pour positivity into you, because it resonates, and it resonates at a subconscious level that you don't even realize it when it's coming out. I was grown before I was able to reflect back on that moment and that thought and realize, like, dang, I was told I was bad so much. I chose to be bad, even when I didn't have to be bad. I could have did something good, or what some people would consider good. Um, when I got into that family, like I said, I was the black sheep. I made it through high school after I developed a love for sports and different things. So, playing sports, I can't keep getting kicked out of school. So that's what helped me make it through high school and even into college. But my mindset was still the same. So when I came home on summer vacation, I, went back to the same crowd, and the same crowd was doing things in which, that actually caused me to get incarcerated for a little over 5 years. So now I'm incarcerated. Um, I'm thinking, how did I get here? Like I'm not supposed to be here in my thought process. So, and more importantly, this is not what I want for my future, right? So, being as this is not what I want for my future, I need to do something different. So that was a time that I needed to be able to reflect on the trajectory of my life, not only where it has gotten me to this point, but more importantly, how do I shift it, after this point, what to get to where I want to be, what I got to do different. And in order to do that, I had to first recognize that it was something wrong with my thought process. A lot of times we think that we are good, we think we are right, we don't think nothing's wrong. And in the Bible, it says you could tell the type of tree by the fruit that it bears, right? So I only challenge you guys to look at your current circumstances, and whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, that will identify is if you are where you want to be, so to speak. And if you're not there, then that means you have to do something different. And that's how I realized that I was where I did not want to be. So I needed to do something different. So the only way that I knew how to do it was to read from people who was there. So I read a lot of self-help books. I read a lot of business books. I really self-educated myself during the time that I was there. And when I came home, it was it was really kind of game on, so to speak. And what I mean by that is now it's time for me to apply the information and the knowledge that I obtained. And it wasn't easy. So when I came home, it was very difficult, very challenging. I had so many obstacles that it got cloudy. I started a few businesses, open and close, and went through the turmoils of that. It got to the point to where I'm like, man, I got to get a job. So, well, first I tried to get a job and couldn't get a job because of the felony. Excuse me. Then I went back. So what I did, I looked to make myself a necessity. So I went back to school. So I went back to school to become an engineer, a robotics engineer. In the midst of going back to school, I obtained my degree and I got a job. What I did after I got that job, it changed my life because my perspective changed. When I was able to see how the difference of making myself a commodity versus asking somebody for something, that really helped shift that paradigm as well too. They had things at the school where I can go take classes and they would pay for the classes, but nobody was taking these classes. So I signed up for every single class. And what I realized after 5 classes, I became an expert. And so at this point, now I'm a robotics expert. And that was like, it made me in high demand in the robotics industry. So the robots that I worked on was called Fennec robots. And I was a expert in the Fennec robots. Now, every company, not every company, but the big name companies had Fennec robots. So I worked for GM, for Ford, for Chrysler, Mercedes Benz. Even the highest one would be Tesla. And these people paid me really top dollar and paid for all of my expenses for traveling, so on and so forth, to build robots, not only build them, but also programming them to do whatever it is that they needed them to do at the time. Now, amidst of that, I traveled a lot as well too. And I'm gonna tie this into how I made my first 7 digits. Through traveling, I highly encourage traveling. And the reason why is because when you travel, it expands your mind. You see what's going on in other countries. And when I say traveling, I mean getting out of the States, getting into other countries, other demographics, and realizing that it's a whole world going on out here. And as this world is going, they have concepts, they have things that we haven't thought about. Some of the things we have thought about, and they're just doing it better than what we're doing. This in particular venture, we was walking past a fish spa in the mall, and it's where you put your feet in with the fishes, and the fish kind of kiss or eat on your feet. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that, but we was in Cancun the first time we seen that. And as we're in Cancun, we're walking past the place, and the young lady, she's like, let's do that. I'm like, man, I'm not about to put my feet in there with the fish. You can do it if you want to do it. So she ended up not doing it. I didn't do it, but it stuck with me. That moment stuck with me because a couple months later, we're in Cabo. We see the exact same thing. Then we in Belize, see the exact same thing. In Greece, I don't know if y'all realize, but in Greece, they actually have full body tanks where you put your whole body in, and the fish is just literally everywhere. So as I kept seeing this concept, I'm like, man, this is wild. The one thing that stuck out about it is it was lines wrapped around a corner to get this done. So what I realized at that moment was, regardless if I like it or not, it's a demand for it. People is liking this. And when I realized that, I'm like, oh man, this is meant for me. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. So when I came back the second time, or I think it was the third time that I synced it, I started inquiring about it. Now, what I want y'all to take away too is finding the demand is only part of it. The next part is to supply that demand, or to acknowledge where that demand is at. Now, what I did, I'm from Detroit, Michigan, born and raised, and I'm from the real Detroit. So I'm from Linwood and Dexter. That's like in the heart of Detroit. I'm not from like the suburbs or the good side and act like I'm from the bad side. I'm really from that side. And I say that to say, I said that to say that when you supply that demand, I knew that I didn't want to bring the fishes back to where I'm from, because I didn't get a lot of tourism in Detroit, right? It wasn't the biggest, let me say that, the biggest touristy place. So what I did was I looked up and I'm like, what are some of the biggest touristy places in my country? I ended up with, I had a lot of ideas, but it kind of boiled down to Las Vegas and Miami. Now, at this point, I don't know if y'all know this, but you can Google what people are Googling, right? So you can look up what other people are looking up. That's how I was able to find the demand. I literally did that. And did you know over 10,000 people a month was Googling fish spas in Las Vegas? In comparisons to Miami, I think it was like 4,000. And I'm saying that to say that helped me identify my demand. That's a real takeaway, y'all, because if getting into business, you have to understand the demands and understand what people are looking for. When I seen that, my decision was made. Everything from that point was to supply that demand. And this is where it gets easy, but it's also hard too, right? And what I mean by that is going through in the industry that I was in with the robotics, I experienced a lot of obstacles, a lot of racism. I feel like I experienced a lot of hurdles. I feel like I experienced a lot of working for people who didn't deserve, like they didn't understand, I know more to them, or I shouldn't be here. And you go through a lot of mental challenges. But when I developed my purpose, or what I realized that this is what I'm about to do, or this is what I'm supposed to do, it changed the trajectory. It changed my perspective of what I was going through. So it went from times where I would debate or go back and forth, or I'd be mad, to now they can say anything they want to say, because I know this ain't where it's about to end for me. I know I'm preparing for another step. So it allowed me to experience that in a different light, and not allow the people to affect me the way that they were affecting me. I used that money to I start saving that money, and that became my finance for my new venture. I had a conversation with my girl, so we had a good understanding and went to budgeting. We went to saving. It's no more trips. It's no more bags. It's no more red bottoms. It's no more jewelry. It was no more any of that. Everything that we're doing is going towards the goal. And if you don't understand that, then I'm going to have to part ways. That was a big adjustment. And I'm saying this because that was very difficult. When you're accustomed to a certain way or a certain school of thought or a certain way where we're traveling every other month, we going shopping, we doing certain things. It started with a sacrifice. We had to start to sacrifice. We had to change that paradigm. I hear so much. I've been working all month. I deserve this new bag. I deserve this new car. Or I deserve these new shoes and so on and so forth. Yeah, you do. But you have to allow your assets to pay for what you deserve, not take your hard-earned money and go and buy and spend it on liabilities. That's something that's not going to give you nothing in return. So I always encourage people, like, yes, it's okay to get the Louis bags or the purses or the shoes and so on and so forth. Some of those things I have now, but I allowed my assets to pay for them versus me taking my initial hard-earned money and going and paying for those things. And then now I have to go back again. The reason why I brought that up is because a lot of times that we don't realize that. I saved every dollar that I had, and I spent every single dollar of it when I went to Las Vegas. And I had a phallus in my mind. I ain't gonna say a phallus because it did happen, but it took a little longer than than I expected it to. In my head, I'm like, I'm gonna be in Vegas. I'm at the mall. I'm at the only mall, the biggest mall on the strip. As soon as I open up, I'm about to just be a millionaire like that. No, yeah, unfortunately, it didn't work like that. It was some of the tumultuous time of my life. When I got to Vegas, I didn't have a place to stay. I was moving from hotel to hotel. So imagine working 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, and then coming back and grabbing my bags and going to another hotel. This was the life. I spent all of my money. Listen, right? When I say all of my money, I mean every single dollar that I had. I was living off of credit cards, right? I started acquiring debt because I didn't have no cash whatsoever. So I want y'all to understand it's a real process. After about a month or two, I end up finding a place, but I didn't have no furniture. I didn't have absolutely none. I remember a time that I helped one of my employees move a couch into his house, and I didn't even have a couch in my house. And I'm the owner of the business. So I really want y'all to understand the sacrifice. Now, did I have some money or could I have taken some money out the business? Yes, I could have did that. But it was important to pour back into the business. So I didn't have a TV at home, but I had two TVs at the business. I didn't have a couch at home, but I had two couches at my business because I knew if I made my customers more comfortable, they'd keep coming back. If I make their experience better, they're going to tell more people that will bring in more money, and then I'll be able to get my couches or my TVs or my comfort level or whatever makes me comfortable at home. These is things that nobody talks about, y'all. I think it's so important that people talk about the vulnerability of the experience of not having the bad sides of business. I could have got on here and told y'all about the $1 million and the trips and the trips to Dubai and to Africa and Paris and the pools. I'm actually in my room now, and I got a pool in my backyard, and I can just show y'all all of those things easily. you know, but I want y'all to understand the process. It doesn't start off like this. I promise it does not, nowhere near. It's a lot of sacrifice. It's a lot of hard work. I went weeks without seeing the sun, and I mean that literally. I would go into work, it was dark. By the time I left that mall, it was dark again. So y'all really have to embrace that side of the business before you get to the good side of the business, because there's no shortcuts. It's literally no shortcuts. And I'm saying that so you can understand the fact that now when something happens, I know everything about my business. I know every aspect of my business because I was in there from sun up to sundown, open to close. I know everything. So when I get a call now that says, hey, the tank is a little cloudy, I know that my carbon filter is what clarifies the tank. Oh, the water's not pumping. I know the type of pump. I know what you have to do. I know when the UV is not working. I know when this is needs to be changed. I really want y'all to understand that the gift was in the hard work, that journey. That's what prepared me. So when I start opening up new locations, so I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of the good side. And what I mean by that is after my first year, we grossed $225,000. Some people may think that that was a lot. We grossed $225,000 and I didn't have $1 out of that. I was broke. That was all expenses. And I'm saying that to say I had to survive still that year. You know, I kept it going. The next year, we went from $225,000 to $550,000. We doubled what we did the first year. The third year, we went from 500,000 to 1.75, and I opened up 5 locations on the strip. And I'm saying this to say, oh, I got to put this part, and I know I got a couple of minutes left.
Oh, go ahead. Listen, go, brother, go. Just go.
I want y'all to understand this part too, because this was traumatizing for me, right? And it's not talked about enough. It was my relationship. When I was fighting all day, and when I came home, my girl at the time, you didn't respond to my text message. Why I ain't talk to you today? Why I sent you a picture and you didn't like my picture, or I was going through to me, it was what are you talking about? Like, I have no energy for that. I'm tired. I didn't believe in superhero movies, right? I didn't want to watch the Marvels, I didn't want to watch none of that. But now I look at some of those things like it's real. So when they go out and they fight these aliens and dragons and these larger than life entities, when I come home, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight at all. I don't want no problems. And I was still kind of going through that. But I'm going to take responsibility because I didn't understand the work-life balance, the personal and business balance. I put all in. So I encourage you guys to understand that balance if you have a significant other, and make sure y'all on the same page. And if you're not, 2021 is when we broke up. I had 2 locations, January 2021. By August of 2021, I had 5 locations. And that was the year that I made my first $1 million. I'm not saying that to say that a significant other, not having a significant other allowed me to amass those accomplishments. But I will say I didn't have the same struggles when I went home. And by me not arguing and fighting, once I went home, I was able to relax and think and allow myself to focus on how I can expand and grow. And because of that, the proof is in the pudding. They say you could tell a type of tree by the fruit that it bears. My fruits start to amass immensely. And I'm saying that to say y'all really have to look at the people that y'all surrounding yourself with. And a lot of times it's not always your significant other. It may just be your friends. I speak now with I have an organization called Millionaire Mindset Movement. When y'all get some time, look it up. We're going to be in Detroit in June 8th. And one of the things that we talk about is when you have $1 million ideas, you don't share it with thousandaires. And the reason why is because
Oh
a
God.
thousandaire, and
Oh, that's
that's so important, right? I really want y'all to grasp that, because a thousandaire can love you and can have your best interests at heart, and they can be giving you the best that they know how to do, but that can really be hurting your dreams. That can really hurt you or stop you from amassing your $1 million, because they don't understand what it takes. A lot of people looked at me like I was crazy when I'm talking about that I'm about to quit the engineering industry, the robots programming, and go and play with fishes over in Vegas. At the time, the first rent was $13,000 a month. When I told somebody that, they say, "What in the hell? You about to go pay $13,000 a month to be out there?" And it's no way I get to where I'm at now if I didn't go through that, if I wasn't paying that 13,000. I had to change my mentality, and more importantly, I had to change the people that I chose to surround myself with, because if I didn't, then I'd start thinking like them. Yeah, that's too much. I don't need to do that. All right, that's crazy. And I would still be in the position that some of them are still in. So I really want to challenge y'all to really take a honest look at the people that you're surrounding yourself with, see where they're at. And it's not to say that you're different or that you're, too good to be around them or nothing like that. It's just that you're on a different course. If you want to be a millionaire, you got to embrace that course. And sometimes it's a lonely path. And I'm here to tell you that it is. But in the end, it does pay off. It does, because I've reached those points. I've reached some of those levels, and now I have aspirations to reach even higher levels. And one of those higher levels to me at this point is to do what I'm doing now, and then motivating you guys. And when I looked up for air and came up for air, I looked around, it wasn't nobody there. So now I want to come back and get more people, and so y'all can reach these same heights, that I've been able to reach, and even surpass me. That's the goal. I really want y'all to be able to realize that y'all can do these things, and y'all have other people that look like you guys that has been through these kind of things, that y'all not making, you're not failing. You only fail when you stop getting up and you stop making that effort and you stop moving in that direction. Yes, it is millionaire mindset movement. But that's the only time you fail. When you're going through these obstacles and these tribulations, this is a part of the game. Problem solving is a part of entrepreneurship. So the next problem that y'all see, I really want y'all to look at it like 10% of the problem, 90% of the solution. And this is what is going to identify you. This is what's going to qualify you to be different, to qualify you for that $1 million, because everybody they're going to start complaining about those problems. They're going to make woe is me. But now when I see problems, that's just a Tuesday. This is what comes with this, and you don't allow it to mess up your whole day. You don't allow it to spill over into, all kind of other stuff. You embrace it, because this is a part of the process. When you see problems, that's an opportunity for you to grow. It's an opportunity for growth and expansion. I don't know. That's pretty much it. I can talk about this
Listen,
all day.
hey,
This is my
listen,
life.
King, I got a list of just gems right here.
Look.
Listen. And as you guys see, the reason why, and thank you, Dr. Lance, my ex-husband, my baby daddy, for making the connection. But this young man has a story, and some of the gems that he dropped, some of the things that really, the one that resonates with me, because it's having actually gone through a relationship breakup, is that everybody's not going to be with you on that journey. And I think, King, that's something that you identified.
Yes,
Not trying to break up nobody's happy home, so they ain't trying to
No, no,
but
no.
it could be friends. Speak on that a little bit. It could be just a circle of people that you have with you, right?
Oh my goodness, yes. You got to think. So when I came down here, I had a friend. I had my god sister. She came with me, and my significant other. It was those two. Now I had friends that I grew up with. We was like brothers. It was a bunch of them. Like I'm talking about on our block alone, it was like 8 of us. So when this opportunity came up, I'm like, look, man, come on, man, I need some help, man. Y'all should come on out here. Nobody came. Absolutely none of them. And what that did for me, it hurt my feelings first, but all it did was allow me to see things clearly. Like this ain't, that ain't what I thought it was. And after my god sister left, because I told y'all we wasn't making no money. We was eating one meal a day. I was eating noodles. I was eating, like it was really that bad. Everybody not built for that struggle. It was no traveling, it was no shopping, it was no none of that. Not even going out. My little nephew came and stayed with me. I didn't go. I've been in Vegas at the time for 3 years, 2.5, almost 3 years. I've been to one club. So it was no partying, no clubbing, no none of that. It was straight focus in order to get to the place where I'm in now. Now I can go out to club every night if I want to go out. And a lot of times people don't realize that I had to genuinely separate myself from those people, not only because they wasn't willing to help me in the beginning, it was their mindsets. They really believe that, like where I'm from in Detroit, you work at the plants, you got a good job. The post office, you got a good job. I can work there for 20 years and then I can retire and I will be good. That wasn't my trajectory. And there's no judgment. If anybody on here, I promise it's not. Because what I've learned too is positions. Everybody have a perspective, everybody have a position. And we got to allow people to be in the position that they choose to be in. And it's okay. Everybody got their own lane and nobody's going to do their lane better than I can't do nobody else's lane better than them, and they can't do my lane better than me, So I definitely encourage y'all to understand that you gotta Maya Angelou, she said, when somebody tell you who they are, believe them. We got to start believing them people and not feeling. And I know I'm guilty of it because I feel like I can change everybody. I'm like, look, it's easy. It's right there. Come on, let's go get it. Let's jump in. And people like, what? Is you crazy? Like, no. So I had to realize that they just different. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same. And it's okay. I just got to find the people that's ready to jump in with me, they're ready to move. And that's what really helped me once I realized that. Because going through the path, I didn't realize it. I was mad at them, then I was mad at myself. Am I crazy? Or something wrong with me? So I really want y'all to understand. No, nothing is wrong with y'all. Y'all just gotta keep going. It's not, you're not on the wrong path. You're not making the wrong mistakes. If you're making a mistake, that was a lesson that you needed to learn. That's preparing you for something down the road that you just don't see yet. And we get those type of battles, whether it's personal, business. A lot of times that had nothing to do with business, but you got to be prepared for that. You got to be prepared for the people that's in your life for a season. And you got to be prepared for the people that's in your life for a reason, just for a particular moment.
Absolutely.
We have to learn those lessons, and I'm still learning them.
Absolutely. So as we wrap up, I think there's so many gems that you dropped. And guys, if you weren't taking notes, I'm going to make sure that we get all these gems. But I really want the one last thing that resonated with me, besides the tenacity, the perseverance, having a perspective, making yourself a commodity. The gift was in the hard work. Oh my gosh, that's so powerful. Like, the gift is the hard work, like, right? And so, but I got to go back to Google what people are Googling. Just explain that again, because that right there, I call myself being like sometimes the sharpest iron in the toolbox. I wasn't even thinking about that in regards to even right now with my brand, right? So think about companies. We have people on here today that they are business owners that are wanting to be in the supply chain of cannabis, right? We have an industry just like any other industry. You need plumbers, you need marketing, you need promotional items, you need general contractors, you need education specialists, the whole 9 yards, right? So they're trying to, again, the purpose of this is creating the foundation, creating the pathway to connect with our industry so that they can look at us as suppliers. Again, explain about the Googling what people are Googling so that people understand how to integrate that into their plan of growth for their business.
All right. The first thing I'm gonna jump to the left and then I'm gonna come right back to the right. And the
All right,
reason why I'm gonna do that
do what you do. Do what you do.
is I want y'all to understand that it's a lot of other countries out there, right? It's a lot of things that's working in other places. A lot of times we've been programmed to think that we're the best and nothing else is better than what we're doing and we can do it the best and all of that, right? When you humble yourself and realize that there's more going on out here, you can start to learn. And when you realize that these things is doing better, you know, and they have so much potential and they're really doing good in other countries and other places. Now you can go to these countries and places, if not physically, you can do it virtually now because you can Google these things. So what I did and what I don't even know where did I get reading. That's where I got it from. I got it out of a book. Understanding the demands, and with understanding the demands, this is how you're able to do it. You can research what people are looking for, and that's how you are able to identify what the demand is. And you can do that on any level. What I encourage you guys is what she was there was just gems that she was just dropping right now. I don't even know if she realized that is that when you do a product or something large, a lot of times it take a lot of little things to make that large thing. So if you can identify one of those little things and then really hone in on that and secure that and learn everything about it, you become the demand. Like you can supply that demand. That's what I was able to do with the robots. I was able to see that nobody is taking these classes. I got a welding certification. I got a laser eye. They got robots that's doing surgery on people now. I got a laser eye certification. I mean, a laser certification. I got a camera certifications with the robots. I got all of the things that I knew that was going to be necessary moving forward. And that's what made me a commodity. That made me a demand. And it's the same thing in any industry. You look at the things that supports whatever it is that's working. And if you can identify those things, you can go crazy. You can literally become the demand, literally. And it doesn't matter the industry. I did it with fishes of all things. Like at the time, like I want y'all to really understand the hurdles that I was facing with the fishes. It was some kind of articles that said a lady lost her whole toenail because of the fishes. It was another article that said that a lady got HIV or AIDS from the fishes. It was an article out that said oh my goodness, it was so many different things about this that I had to go into them. I read the articles, I Googled the articles. And when you go through them, instead of being afraid of them and denying them and acting like they don't exist, I went into them and read them thoroughly and did the research of the people who was writing them and the people who was involved in them. The lady who lost her toenails, she did the fish spy almost a year before she lost her toenail. So do you know how many things that can happen in a year? Like I've lost my toenail before too, but I banged it and then it turned black and it came off. Like I dropped something on it and it hurt it. You know what I'm saying? It turned the blood or whatever, and then it came off and then it grew back. I'm saying that to say that it's so many things that can contribute to that outside of the fishes. The thing with the AIDS or the HIV was it wasn't the fishes that gave it to the person. Nobody even had the HIV. It was a theory that you can possibly get AIDS or HIV from the fishes. Nobody has it. I've been in business now for over 5 years and not one incident. Not one person get no AIDS, not no toenails, no fungus, no any incidences. I got a 5.9 star rating on Google. And that's only because it wasn't what it was. And it came from me actually researching that industry and looking what was really going on in that industry. And once I realized that, then I was able to supply that and really help that industry evolve. That industry has made me multiple millions of dollars year in and year out. ever since 2021. And I encourage you guys, whatever industry y'all in, whether it be the cannabis, whether it be some coffee, whether it be jewelry, anything, you know, it's going to be obstacles. But when you're able to identify what people are looking for, what people are searching, and you can
Yeah.
do it in pockets too. You know, you can do an area, a city, a zip code, a state, a country. And I want to expand your minds. It's not just America, it's a whole world going on out there. Y'all can search up what's going on in Trinidad. Y'all can search up what's going on in Israel, Dubai, anywhere. Like y'all can
Germany.
really look at that and supply them now. Like through the internet, y'all can supply those demands, drop shipping, whatever. You know, don't feel like you have to be at a certain place before you can start supplying those demands. But I definitely feel like you got to recognize those demands first before you can supply them.
Yeah,
Well,
real quick, Roz, we have time for one more question.
yeah. Go ahead.
This question is from the chat from James Brady.
Yes.
He asked, how did you cover your passion legally as you grow? And then on top of that, can you speak about uncovering the balance as well? Because we know that the key to life is actually balance. Can you talk about balance and then how you covered that passion legally as you grew?
How I covered the passion or uncovered the passion?
Well, yeah, uncovered or covered. Yeah, either or.
Covered the passion. I want to make sure I got a good understanding of that question.
Where's James? Where's James? James is on here. Ask your question, James Brady. You there? Go ahead.
He's on mute. You on mute, James.
You on mute, James.
Okay. Good morning,
right.
everyone.
Good morning.
I was more interested in, with your background, how did you cover your business, your assets legally? Did you hire an attorney as you grew? Or you just straight up fall out all the way without legal?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to answer that for you. And what was the second question?
No, just on the legal side. That's a big killer for Black businesses. Is not having legal protection. So I was just curious about that.
Contracts legally, having that type of those resources to support all the things that you need to do to grow and thrive. You got it.
Yeah. And there was one more question, CJ. What was the other part to the question?
About the gift of hard work and then also identifying the balance in being.
The balance, that's what it was. Okay, so man, if y'all don't take nothing else, please listen to this. I didn't file taxes for the first 2 years, 2.5 years, almost 3 years. I was not organized whatsoever. I'm not telling y'all not to be organized. All I'm telling y'all is that I didn't know how to do it. I knew how to work, and I did what I knew how to do. I did what I knew how to do long enough until I could find the people that can help me do the part that I didn't know how to do. I didn't have everything going in. I didn't know. I didn't have it organized properly. I literally just started. Like, I just created a trust. I just did that last year. I'm 5 years in. And now I'm learning. I didn't know what a trust was. I didn't know how to structure my business into a parent company, then put my parent company in a trust, and then put myself on there as an employee. So now that's my only income and the trust is protected. I didn't know how to protect these things. I didn't know how to do all of these things. What I want to challenge y'all with is understanding, start moving. Don't worry about all of it's so many things in business and taxes and lawyers. Now I got 2 lawyers on my payroll. Like that's what I let them do what they supposed to do. Let them do their job. I couldn't be a lawyer and work in there 16 hours a day and be a aquarian, learn the fishes and then have a balance at home. And I couldn't I didn't know how to do all of that. Somebody else may know more, may be able to be a scientist, a salesman, an accountant, a lawyer. Somebody else may know how to do all of those things. I didn't know how to do all of them. I knew what I knew how to do. I knew how to work. I knew how to bust my butt, and I did the best that I knew how to do. And I believed that God would surround me with the people at the time when I needed the people. Maybe if I would have got audited in my first year or something, maybe things could have went left, but I didn't have the time to focus on what could have, would have, and all of that. I knew if I put my head down and I work, I'm going to get to where I need to be, and God's going to make me and surround myself with the people, or surround me with the people that I need to be surrounded with to help me, continue to overcome those hurdles. So now, yes, I have a great legal structures. The biggest way, and you gave reference to being with my felony, when you organize a business, excuse me, when you develop a company or corporation, that's a separate entity. So I didn't get a lot of the hurdles or the when I was trying to get a job, then they was running my background. When I started a business, they're not running the background of the business. These is two important things too that I learned, and I can kind of cheat the process for you guys a little bit. Wyoming and Delaware. Wyoming and Delaware is two states that have the corporate veil. And what that is where if you open a company, and you can do it from any state, you can just choose that company, that state as the founding state or the foundation. And in those two states that have the corporate veil, so you are not allowed by law to pierce that corporate veil and find out who's the owners, and to find out anything about the owners and stuff like that as well too. It's a total individual entity. Your company is just that entity, and that's those are some of the tricks and things I've learned along the way. But when I was starting out, bro, I didn't have none of that. I just worked, man. I just bust my butt and I just worked. And with that work-home balance, I didn't have it, man. I didn't. Everything was about working. Everything was about getting that bag. And I believed in my mind that once I make $1 million, then I'll be all right. Then everything else is going to work out. And I'm also here to tell you that that's not true. So I promise I crossed that path, and it ain't what it's cracked up to be. I didn't have not one gray hair in my beard when I came down here before I had $1 million. I got a beard full of them now, man. So be careful what you ask for, man, because you go get it. You just got to be prepared when it comes, man, because sometimes it ain't what you think it is, man. For real. I hope that answered your question, though.
King, you have been fantastic. We want to go on, but we gotta keep this pony moving. You're welcome to be a part of the M4MM family anytime. You don't have to be in cannabis. Maybe we figure out how to do a little bit of cannabis and do some fish at the same time. So
I'm always open. Always
listen,
open.
consumption lounge owners in Nevada, if you're in Las Vegas and you got a consumption lounge certificate, a license, you might want to get with King and y'all bring that thing together. Come smoke you a little bit, get your feet done, right?
Okay.
Listen, I want to thank you, brother, for getting on so early in the morning. Go back and get you a little nap or go get you some breakfast. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your story and dropping these gems. And everybody, let's clap it up for King. If you could just clap or do a thumbs up or just high five, we really appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank y'all for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother. Thank you. All right. So we moving on to the next. It's a party here, right, y'all? So we got folks coming up and geared up. So I want to make sure that I am on point in my schedule. Right now, for the next about 10-15 minutes, we just kind of open it up. And I want to first, when I open up, take me off. Oh, you're doing it. Okay. So we're gonna do a little introductions, and then we're gonna have CJ Carter. You guys got to understand the history of supplier diversity and understanding that what we're asking for ain't nothing new. And all we're doing is making it applicable to our industry. So if you don't mind, Jodeci, remove that screen for 1 second. I want to open it up. And if you got less than 30 seconds, introduce yourself, tell us your name, what type of business you have, and where you located. And we just go round robin. Release that screen. All right, here we go. All right.
My computer is running slow. Excuse the delay.
That's all right. I got it. I got you. So we're gonna go ahead, and if you wanna let's just be nice to one another. 30 seconds. What's your name? What type of business you have, and where you're from? and then we're just gonna go and we're gonna know who's in the room. So, all right, who's going first? Come on, come off a mic. We got Lena up there. Go ahead, Lena. Go for it.
Hey, everybody. So my name is Lena Trinidad. I am the owner of Trini HC, and we do promotional products. I can get your logo on anything. I'm your promo girl.
All right. Put your website and number in chat. Who else? Hey, Lena girl, and she'll be coming back to talk to y'all later on this afternoon. So incredible. All right. Who else we got? Jump on.
Hey, I'm Sunflower from West Philly. Sunflower Space Cakes. Check us out. 420 vegan treats and everything. And events. Check out Puff and Pose.
Sunflower in the house. So happy to have you, Queen. Make sure you put your information in chat so people can find you.
Hi, everyone. I am Crystal. I'm the founder of Free My Weed Man. I do advocacy work here in Pennsylvania. I'm organizing a rally. We have an expungement that's coming up. And also I have Stay Lifted, which is an ancillary brand, and we host Puff and Pose. So Sunflower is one of the partners with Puff and Pose. But, you know, we do a lot of events and advocacy work here in PA.
All right. Thank you, Crystal, for being on. Who else we got?
Hi, good morning. I'm James Brady. I'm in Palm Springs, and we provide armed and unarmed security and on-site monitoring for dispensaries, also transport for product and cash, located in California.
Awesome. James Brady, all the way out in Palm Springs, California. Welcome, James. Make sure you put your information in chat so folks can find you. Who else we got?
Hello, my name is Brandon Lawson. I am located in Louisville, Kentucky, opening up a dispensary called Pleasant Journeys. So thank you.
What's up? Louisville.
Hey, Brandon. Buzz,
What's
buzz.
happening?
What's happening, family? So happy to have you, Louisville in the house. And let me just pause for a second and tell you why the M4MM energy is so damn just like you can't even match it. Because these are people everywhere in our country, in every nook and cranny that look like us, that's here together, sharing, learning, connecting, engagement. So, man, shout out to everybody. All right, who we got next?
Real quick, Roz, Brandon and I got to meet in Indianapolis when I was out there at the beginning of the year, I believe in January. And it was everything he's doing is just incredible. And Brandon, you're in IT as well, right?
Yes, I'm a account executive at IBM.
So really cool. I'm so glad to see you. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, who we have next?
Hello, I'm Jalen Moore. I'm the owner, well, about to be. I'm creating a business for coding and cannabis, combining the tech industry with the cannabis industry.
Ooh, what's your name again?
Louisville, Kentucky. Got another one.
Yeah, Louisville. Bill.
Louisville, what's your name, brother? I got another brother.
Moore.
I got another brother in Atlanta that's on the IT side that's trying to figure out that cannabis thing. Jalen Moore. All right. Welcome, honey. I'm gonna get you his name is Sean. I'm gonna get y'all connected. Sean Paisley. Boom. There you go. All right. Who's next?
Hello.
Go ahead. Ladies first.
Hi, my name is Candace. I am a pharmacist, and I'm in business with two other pharmacists, and we're hoping to open a dispensary here in Louisville, Kentucky. Our business name is Green Dose.
Nice. White. Nice. Welcome. All right. Who else we got?
Martez Knox, founder and CEO of BakeBot AI here in Chicago, Illinois. I'm building multi-channel autonomous AI agents for the cannabis industry. They'll allow, brands and dispensaries to send out SMS, email, and to create content using AI. So yeah, that's what we do.
Let me tell you something. I just want to pause for a second. If we do not figure out, learn, or get connected to people like Martez Knox and understand AI and how to integrate in our business, how to be able to prognosticate about our business or to stay ahead of the curve, we are going to be missing out. hear me, Black and brown folks. If we do not do this, and do not be scared of technology and of advancement. And because some people are like, oh, like, if you don't know, Google it, find out, educate it, but get yourself connected to people like Martez Knox, because I'm telling you, it's a game changer. Chat GPT has changed my life. It's a game changer. And I just want to kudos to you, brother, for really driving this and being very intentional about this play, right?
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Who else we got?
Hello, hello everyone. I'm Deron Hudson from Brooklyn, New York. I'm a licensed retail owner, presently being built out in this moment. Michelle Santos from Canada Coverage invited me on, so I'm just here to absorb and to meet some new people in this space from across the country. So thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Awesome. And so tell me what's going to be the name of your retail?
Oh, the name of my retail, the name of my company is Divine Connection, but the name of the retail place is going to be Brooklyn Legends in Prospect Heights. So look out for that. I'll definitely send out some information, most likely in a couple of months, but I'm pretty sure that you're hearing what this New York market is doing. So there's no telling what how, you know, when I'm going to open, but I'm presently doing construction on the site right now.
Well, first and foremost, and put yourself on mute while I tell you this. So first and foremost, we encourage you, brother, to stay focused. Don't give up. New York market is so crazy right now. Our next keynote is actually Dashida Dawson, the New York City czar, cannabis czar, and we're going to be hitting on some of that stuff. But we just want to encourage you. Just keep your eye on the prize, and not if you open, when you open in a short time frame, and you have your grand opening, you invite us so we can all come and love on you. All right. All right. Thank you, King. All right. Who else we have?
Greetings. My name is Janelle Hillman. I am located in Georgia. We are a local farmer out here. So I create all natural products. One of my top selling products is actually with cannabis, and I help people with different types of ailments with pain, inflammation. And so looking to get more information on how to get my product out to the public a lot more, and offer a space to actually produce and grow cannabis, medical cannabis. We have 3 commercial buildings, and one I would love to do an indoor grow. So just here to get more knowledge, and finally tuned in. I actually have been signed up for this for a while now, and so I'm actually able. I took time out, and I was like, you know what, I'm getting on here today. It's happening today.
That's
and
right.
So I'm here. So I appreciate the platform that you've given for this knowledge. And I am definitely an advocate. It is something that I use in my life to help me along the way. And that's how I came into this path of herbalism, through actually cannabis films that helped me.
Awesome.
So gratitude
Awesome.
and appreciation.
Listen, we're so happy to have you, and everybody that's on. You don't have to be on camera. You could just be listening. I'm telling you, just off of King alone, there's gems dropping. We need this. We need to be connected. Cannabis means community. Hear me again. Cannabis means community. We have to be and stay connected. And sometimes just even being in this forum that we're in our own, you know, I'm in my Zoom room in my office, you where you are, but being connected to one another helps us to sustain and to stay focused and keep and stay engaged and keep on the path. So I got time for about 3 or 4 more. Who else we have?
Hello. Hey, good morning. Good morning.
We got.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Hey, just quickly, founder of Iris Salon and Spa, and my product is Sisters Roots and Herbs, and pretty much I make products for a menopausal woman. I infuse CBD with herbs for a menopausal woman, and I'm all about women's health. So,
oh man,
that's what I do in this space.
And Sandra, as always, we're so happy to have you with us, and just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, because there's a demographic that demographic that you're serving.
Yeah.
So key and so critical. Women's health is so critical, and I won't go into the politics of it, but Thank you so
Yeah.
much for what you're doing.
And
Jeff,
cannabis helps a lot.
absolutely. Jeff Booker, you got the floor.
Thank you, Ross, and congratulations on 8 years. M4MM. Jeff Booker from Jersey Jeff. I'm the insurance guy in the cannabis space, founder and COO of insurance organization Canada Coverage Insurance Services, headquartered in Newark, New Jersey, but doing business coast to coast. We make sure that your business is appropriately covered and you have risk management in place for your business to protect your investment, protect your employees, protect your business to make sure a bad day didn't put you out of business. So happy to be of assistance. We're licensed all over the country and do business all over the country. And my co-founder and CEO, Nichelle Santos, is the co-director of the state chapter for M4MM here in New Jersey with Gaetano Larderi, who I also see one line as well. So thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. And Nichelle is going to be on later on this afternoon. We're just so happy to have Jeff with us, a part of the M4MM family, and doing incredible work out there. I got my brother in New Jersey, my other brother, Gaetano. You got the floor.
Hey, Roz, happy 8th, and welcome everyone. Gaetano Larderi from Newark, New Jersey. My company is Future and Theogenic Medicines. I don't want to leave out the equation psychedelics. I am in the psychedelic space, and if you need speakers, I put together quite a number of panels, everything from retail to research. And also don't leave out functional mushrooms. That's another big part of the industry. So if you need speakers for anything on functional mushrooms or psychedelics, I'm your guy. Reach out to me. And congratulations again, Roz. I will be speaking at the CW Expo in New York and have a psychedelics panel there. And I'm also sit on the board of Canada Coverage. And Jeff, I think mentioned there is cannabis as an employee benefit. Maybe he could speak more on that, or Nichelle might speak on it later on, but there's some things.
Man, Gaetano, just keep doing what you're doing on the psychedelic side. We, especially in our community, in the Black and Brown community, we need to understand more about what that means. If we don't, now's not the time. I think we're going to do a whole summit on psychedelics from that perspective, have Gaetano really set that up for us and to teach us and educate us and talk about plant medicine, cannabis, and psychedelics. So get ready for that. I think we're going to have that going on. So we got Emirette Mason. Hey, my love, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Roz. Good morning, everyone. I'm a little under the weather, so I'm off camera, but it's so wonderful to see all of your beautiful faces. But my name is Emirette. I'm the owner of Innovative Capital Management. I've been doing taxes and bookkeeping and accounting for 10 years. And about 2 years ago is when I got into the cannabis space because I'm a firm believer in all of the benefits that the plant has. And so it was just a natural transition. It's hard for me to talk, but if you have any questions about what your tax obligations are, compliance, financial reporting, anything like that, please feel free to hit me up. I'd love to, just give you guys some insight. Not everyone is ready to hire an accountant, but you might have questions. So if you need any support, I'd be so happy to talk to you. Reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I'll put my email address in the chat again. So
Please.
Great to talk to all of you.
Well, first and foremost, feel better soon.
Thank you.
Summer colds are the worst. And please put your information in chat, and thank you for being with us today so much. Jodeci, we are going to have the ability to copy that chat and make sure everybody gets a chance to get all of that goodness that's going to go in chat, right?
Absolutely, we do.
Okay. All right, good. So everybody that's on, if you're registered with us, you will get a copy of it so that you can go through, and if you miss something, be able to find that information. All right, let's keep going. I got time for 2 more, and then we're gonna do this some more, but because I want to keep us on task. So we have
once we finish our 2, I just have a quick announcement.
Okay, great. So Beatrice, hi, honey. Introduce yourself.
Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hola, good morning.
Hi, hola.
Hola. My name is Beatriz Carranza. I am the founder of Bachas. Bachas is a social equity brand that we just started 2 years ago. And we're bringing our first product here in Colorado next month, which would be the Mexican flavors of gummy. Also bringing the first bilingual packaging into the cannabis industry in Colorado. I think it's also the first one across states. But if you want to hear a little bit about us, my journey, you could go into bachas.com, Sorry, my voice, just getting familiar with speaking. Like I said, I'm new to these 2 years, and I'm so grateful for Mr. Michael Diaz Rivera to actually invite me to be part of you. Got this invitation last minute last night, but being with you guys since 7 in the morning, listening to all this awesome information to make us grow, hearing from Mr. King, all the struggles. I'm just grateful to be in this space and surrounded by all you guys. And I just want to be that little sponge still today and just get the information from everybody today. Hope cross paths in the future. Thank you.
Oh man. So shout out to Michael Diaz, our state director in Colorado. Beatrice, you are home. Welcome to M4MM, honey. You are part of our family. Whatever we can do to love on you, to support you, to help you grow, we are here to do it. Get with Jodeci. We get you a membership with the organization so you can stay connected. And this is what this is all about. So happy to have you with us. Thank you, my love. And then last right now, and then everybody got your hand up. Don't keep your hand up. Let me get through a couple of more things, and then we'll have you come and introduce yourself. I want to keep us on task. But Amy, you go, girlfriend. You got it.
Hi, my name is Ami Ekpaji.
Ami, I'm sorry, Ami. Sorry, my love.
Good. My name is Ami Ekpaji. My company is High Maintenance Society. High with a Y is for the bougie cannabis lover. I originally started in 2017 with edibles, and it's now skincare, accessories, and I'm the yoga instructor for Puff and Pose. And I also host High Flow yoga and meditation every Monday to ease people into their weeks. Just a busy week of them Mondays, case of the Mondays. So it's my self-care and my overall lifestyle that I brought to the cannabis industry.
Good for you. Where you based? Where you based
I'm
out
from
of?
Philly.
You're Philly? Philly in the house. Philly, Crystal. We all Philly. Listen, Philly, I'll be in Philly the end of June for the Cannabis New York conference. So, but man,
Will
thank
you
you.
be here until the beginning of July?
Yes.
The first day. Well,
Okay.
I've had come to the Puff and Pose.
Okay, I'll puff and pose.
Yes.
All right, you guys have me. So listen, I got Nathan, Chanel, Casey. If you just kind of just relax for a little bit, let me get CJ has the floor right now, and then you guys will come up next to be able to introduce yourself, and we'll keep this going. I just want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Terrell Newton, True Leave Medical Director, friend, advocate, supporter of M4MM for years and years and years. This brother loved on me last night, brought me some flowers, took me out to dinner, just took a moment out of his day to say, Roz, I love you. I appreciate you. And man, I don't want to have to cry, but thank you, Dr. Newton. Thank you so much for what you do for patients. Thank you so much for how you just loved on me yesterday. I appreciate it so much. And it was an early Mother's Day gift that, man, it made my heart so big. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Yeah, I'm excited. I love this event. I'm taking notes. I see everybody. I'm trying to see where I can make some connections. And as Roz mentioned, I'm the state medical director here in Florida. I live in Orlando area. We're the largest state-owned dispensary in the country. We have 135 locations here. But I also speak at different events. This month, I'll be speaking at several research conferences and events. I hear people mentioning different things, so that's great. Some things I'm trying to mark out maybe on my calendar, maybe I can attend next year. But this is an amazing event, and I love how you literally are the mother of cannabis here. Ross has literally written some of the statutes in our Florida laws here, and also in some other states. So, Mother's Day is the perfect time to, celebrate the anniversary of Minorities for Medical Marijuana. And I'm sure at some point we'll be celebrating more anniversaries of, some of the businesses that are represented here today. So I'm just excited to, see where I can make connections and, support the different organizations. And I appreciate you all for having this event. It's amazing.
Thank you, Dr. Newton. Dr. Newton is the prolific pain management doctor, cannabis doctor. He will not tell you how awesome he is, but he is the guru, and he knows just so much about this plant and about how it can make us feel better. And so we'll have to do a separate summit just on the clinical side and just have you come on and just educate us. So I'll put you on the spot. So, all right, CJ, I'm passing it off to you. You got the floor.
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna try and get through the history of supplier diversity, so we can kind of get back on schedule a little bit. We're running a little behind, but that's a great thing because we've got a lot of information.
Yeah,
Getting
just
the air.
you got it.
So when you study history, we understand that past performance is an indicator for future behavior. So as it comes to supplier diversity, we have to go back to 1953 when President Eisenhower, he Small Business Administration in order to provide support to entrepreneurs and small businesses. 5 years after him establishing the SBA was the Small Business Act, which required all government subcontractors to place a quote unquote fair portion of their business to place that with small business enterprises. And then Friday, April 5th of 1968 happened. That was the unfortunate day when Martin Luther King was assassinated in Memphis. The next day, April 6th, over 100 cities across the country were set ablaze. And it was an unfortunate event, back in 1968. But prior to Dr. King's death, he stated, his words were exactly that. He feels as if he had integrated us into a burning house. And he said that because he had pivoted from speaking on voting and civil rights, and he concentrate on economic rights. So 8 months after Dr. King's assassination, President Nixon was elected. And his election, it was stated that he owes his election to the large white reaction to that volatile urban riots and the anti-war student movement that was going on around that time. So what Nixon did when he got into office, he saw an opportunity for Black capitalism. He saw that opportunity to connect with African Americans because he believed that it aligned with his conservative economic ideals. And also with Black capitalism, conservatives actually saw Black capitalism as a countermeasure to the emerging Black Power movement, which was seen as an existential threat to the United States. We know in the 60s and 70s, we were banding together. We had a real sense of community back in that time. So what President Nixon actually did was in 1968 as well, he actually established the Office of Minority and Business Enterprises, and also the Advisory Council for Minority Business Enterprise within the Department of Commerce, which was set up to actually support minority-owned businesses. And President Nixon did that by passing 2 executive orders, Executive Order 11458 and then 11625. And these 2 executive orders, along with public law, ushered in an era of minority business development within the federal government by contracting, was based on compliance within the federal government. And a lot of that was led by the Department of Defense, which is the largest federal department, where they used its collective buying power to use these executive orders in combination with the public law, where they use in the Department of Defense, they use that as a means to find eligible minority businesses. In 1971, Nixon, he then expanded the scope of the Office of Minority Business Enterprise by authorizing grants to organizations that were able to provide technical and management assistance to minority business enterprises. The following year, in 1972, the National Minority Purchasing Council, which was an actual precursor to what's known today as the National Minority Supplier Development Council, it was founded to advance the business opportunities for minority-owned businesses by connecting them with corporate membership. 3 years after that, that same office had actually decentralized itself, where it established 6 regional offices as well as 13 districts to actually improve and enhance the outreach of the actual office. And then a year later, that office, it was renamed to the MBDA, the Minority Development Agency, the Business Development Agency. And that agency was there to establish minority-owned businesses where they were able to increase and enhance the financing and the contract opportunities that would lead them to create and retain jobs. Of course, we moved to the 80s then in 1983 with President Reagan. He actually granted the Department and the SBA, the Small Business Administration, the authority to actually oversee the establishment and the preservation as well as the strengthening of the MBE programs within the federal government. And this, when President Reagan, he actually declared that the first week of October was actually the Minority Business Enterprise Week. The MBDA, you know, it held its first Minority Enterprise Development Week during that time where it performed its first. And this is when things actually hit one of the first barriers when it comes to supplier diversity, which was in where the Supreme Court heard the case Richmond versus Crossan. And the Supreme Court, they actually determined that the city of Richmond, they actually had a set aside for 10% of minority-owned businesses would receive contracts. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court, they deemed that to be unconstitutional. 6 years later, there was another Supreme Court case that they heard in 1995, which it was the Aberrant Constructors versus Pena, where the Supreme Court actually on a federal level, where they had set aside laws as well, they determined that race was unconstitutional and was actually a violation of the amendment. So the combination of the Supreme Court case with the city of Richmond versus Crossan, these rulings all but ended the public sector leadership when it came to minority business development. So that was in 1995. So we moved to the early 2000s with the public sector not really being involved in supplier diversity. In the early 2000s, corporations began hiring supplier diversity professionals who were actually responsible for being the gatekeepers for minority businesses who are attempting to find those corporate opportunities. You know, the role of the supplier diversity professional was to internally was to actually search out those opportunities for what's known as certified minority businesses. So where we are today, it's an interesting time for supplier diversity because as I'm sure everyone knows on the call that supplier diversity is indeed under attack. With the Supreme Court actually ruling against affirmative action. And then on top of that, as we see DEI being pushed out of the corporate setting, a lot of companies are shifting away from diversity, equity, and inclusion. So with that being told, it's clear that supplier diversity is under attack because supplier diversity, I mean, it goes without saying that we're at a crossroads as we face challenges, particularly here in the cannabis space, because right now here in the United States, there are 15 states that have social equity programs as well as social equity partners. And it's estimated that minorities own less than 5% of cannabis businesses. There's around 42,000 active cannabis business licenses in the US. And it's estimated that there are around 2,300 social equity licenses and permits. So as you can see, there is a gross measurement where we hardly are active with only 5%, which falls pretty low in terms of the overall operation of the cannabis business, cannabis businesses, which leads us to minority procurement, which is what we are actually facilitating here today, where in its broadest essence, minority procurement is simply establishing initiatives and programs that are aimed at promoting and supporting participation of minority businesses in the cannabis space. So within Procure, we have a couple of tenets that we abide by. And of course, the first and most prevailing tenet is addressing the barriers for minority entrepreneurs in entering this cannabis space. We're actually here to help minorities develop the necessary skills for them to be successful. We all start businesses in the hopes of being successful in changing where we are currently in life. You know, my goal, with my company is to transition myself to be an actual business owner. Because we know that when it comes to taxes, actually being a business owner is how you are able to establish that financial success. So with that, with Procure, what we're actually doing is we're actually opportunities for minorities, for us, which is something that we have to do. And it's a great thing that we have 58 individuals and actually businesses talk about, and we can see what is needed for us to, be what we are. So it is 10:53. So now we can actually do it. And let's see what it is, why we are not. So let's do it. Let's see what we are. Here we go. Let's see where you are. Let's see what it is. Where is the commie? Let's see.
What you looking for?
Yeah, it's kind of like this is crazy. If you could see what it is, this is kind of washy.
It's okay.
Do you want to send it to me?
Yeah, so let's do this just for our keynote, because we can always circle back around after our keynote and be able to wrap that around as well. I know that we have Ms. Sheeta Dawson on, and she's our second keynote for today. And I want to make sure that we get that time in. So are you okay with that, CJ, just working behind the scenes to tee it up? And then as soon as we're done with Sheeta, we'll play whatever you have for us?
Sure thing. Yep, absolutely.
All right. Love it, love it, love it. So before we have our next keynote, I want to, again, be able to give for the next 2 to 5 minutes. So you got 30 seconds. Start off where we left off. Introduce yourself. Tell us your name, your business, and where you're located. So we're going to go with Nathan. You got the floor.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Ibidapo. I'm the CEO of Herblo Co. We're growing to be a multi-state operator. Currently, right now, we're operating in Edmond, Oklahoma. Looking to expand into New Jersey and New Mexico this year as well. Glad to be here with everyone. Also, will be speaking at Lucky later this year as well. So hopefully, I can see some of you guys in person as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. It's good seeing your face, brother. Chanel, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Chanel Hopkins. I'm an accountant. I've been an accountant for over 20 years. I'm now transitioning into the cannabis space. To me, I'm looking at it more as like the tech boom, and I'm trying to get in on it at the ground floor. I've been a college professor. I've worked in the construction industry. I've worked for the government. So this is just my new thing as an accountant to get into it.
And let
And
me
I'm
tell
in the
you,
Baltimore area. I'm in Baltimore.
And listen, Chanel, I was at NECAM, Maryland last weekend. I met so many equity operators who are excited that need your services. They need an accountant. There's certain pieces to the business that you need offhand. And you guys heard King, you don't know what you know until you figure it out that you got to know it. And the accountant is so important. And that is one of the ancillary businesses that we want to see us be able to thrive in this industry. So, pardon me. So welcome so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. And I was actually at NECAN last week as well.
Okay, good. So yes, I'm glad that you made it today. So Nathan and Chanel, make sure you put your information in chat. And then our last introduction before we bring our keynote up, Casey, introduce yourself.
Hello, happy Saturday, everyone. My name is Casey Montgomery. I serve as a member on the advisory board for Canna Coverage, as Jeff talked about a little bit earlier here before. I'm also a life and health insurance broker for that team. Aside from that, I am the co-founder of The CES. We are a holistic wellness collective that focuses our work on cannabis education, and we marry wellness and cannabis. We really empower individuals to take advantage of alternative wellness practices. So we do host pop-up wellness events, workshops. You can also find us as a wellness resource on the Tetragram app, where you can book consultations with us for all of your cannabis education questions and things like that. So I am based right now in Jersey City, New Jersey, and the CES is based out of Rhode Island.
Nice, nice,
So
nice.
thank
Well,
you for
thank you
having me.
for being here. You keep real good company. That Nichelle and Jeff, they gonna keep you all the way together. They about their
Yes,
business.
they've been great.
They're awesome. So thank you so much for being here. Make
Thank
sure you
you.
put your information in chat. So if you guys will just give me again, if you haven't introduced yourself, we're gonna have plenty of time. Stay here. People got to know who you are, where you are, what you're doing, how to find you, how to stay connected. So when we after the break, after we have our keynote, we'll have Andrew up Henderson, Jessica Austin, and then if you or somebody else that wants to introduce yourself, you can go once we're done with our keynote. And with that being said, let me just put my pen down, right? So I'm gonna just tell you, honey,
Yes,
this
Gina.
young lady I met over 7 years ago in the state of Florida, and I was at an event to speak, and I see these group of ladies walking in, young ladies walking in, and they was walking in like, we here and we trying to see what y'all talking about, and we trying to absorb all this information. And it was Dashita and her sisters, and they was like a pack of she-wolves, strong and beautiful with the beautiful coat, the fly, just da 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 da. And we just made a connection. And I have been connected to this young lady. I am proud of her. She is my friend. She is my colleague in this industry. She is my daughter. I'm one of her sisters because I always tell her, like, put me in. I'm one of the Dawson sisters. And it was my pleasure to be able to create a space for this conversation from with one of the smartest individuals that I know that can give us insight, especially because she's a state regulator. She went from being a business owner, entrepreneur, advocate to saying, let me get in the trenches, policymaker, state regulator, czar for Portland, Oregon, and now for the biggest city in worldwide, New York City, where she puts it down every single day to create opportunity for the industry, but also for people that look like us. So without further ado, if we could just all clap it up and say welcome to Miss Dashita Dawson.
Hey, thank you so much. Oh my goodness.
Did I do you justice, Dashita?
Of course you did. Of course you did. No, I was
It's
jokingly
never enough.
saying to my sisters that I gotta get on my keynote. And they said, what you talking about? I said, oh, I'm gonna do a fireside chat with Ron. And I said, oh, it's gonna be a Kiki. And I said,
it's gonna be a Kiki.
Be a Kiki with some gems dropped, of course. So
Absolutely. We've had such a great morning already, and so you're just going to add to it. So for those people that do not know you, Dashita, can you just give them a nice overview about who you are, what you've done, and the impact that you've had in this industry, please?
Yes, well, like Roz said, actually, that was in November of 2016 that I walked into an event where you were speaking. I came because you were speaking, and I wanted to, again, see the Black people that were in the industry. We were on a family vacation. I got into the industry as a patient, looking for an opportunity to be a patient with dignity. After my mom passed away unexpectedly, and I transitioned from the East Coast to the West Coast to do that. But it did take me going all across all of the country to really find my tribe. I spent some time with M4MM and really cut my teeth, so to speak, on advocacy and legislation, policy development and reform through the work that we did with M4MM, while at the same time being a business consultant. Most people will have already heard this line, but I jokingly say I went from Target to THC because my world before was very corporate, and I was a strategist, a business strategist for them, developing categories like the natural hair space and plus size market, and making money for big companies, but not seeing even 1% in my own bank. And cannabis gave me an opportunity to, again, fight for my own rights, but also take advantage of the generational wealth. I'm now an award-winning strategist and podcast producer and host and best-selling author, to which Roz is the forward for that workbook. And eventually, during COVID, Portland tapped me to come become the cannabis czar for the city. I had already done some government contracting, and it always felt like there was this hump that I could not see beyond. And I know I talked about it with you, Roz, where things would be going well, and then all of a sudden we'd get a shift left to the left. We're like, how did we get here? And I wanted to see behind the wall. I felt like if we can get community and business on the same page, but government still fumble it, we've got a problem, especially in pertaining to equity. And so today I am the first quote unquote cannabis czar for New York City. I'm happy to be back home. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, East New York. And yeah, I got into this industry with my sisters, with my family, with my tribe, but it's been extended fast. And I appreciate that time we spent together, Roz, in the trenches. I know we still are. Sometimes we see each other in pass and you just know, right? But we definitely spent a lot of
It
years
doesn't
really traveling the country to do this work.
absolutely. And it doesn't matter how far, how long it's been since we've seen each other, how far apart that we are. There is something to be said about those early days when we were all trying to figure it out. Because trust me, where I am now and where I am now versus where I was then, I was still fumbling trying to figure it out. I'm a little bit better now, but it was just the figuring out part. And that brings us to the purpose of today and why your this chat about and being able to get your perspective, because I value your perspective, your lived perspective, your everyday perspective, and also challenging us to figure out how do we connect this conversation of supplier diversity with the cannabis industry. And it's not social equity, right? This is supplier diversity, and we need to differentiate that. So before I get started, can you, from your vantage point, give us the highs and lows of social equity as it pertains, right, from your vantage point of how you look at it? And then we'll talk about how do we figure out if the industry can pivot towards having intention about supply diversity.
Yeah, no, my definition of social equity has been pretty broad and based in something that I co-created with Dr. Rachel Knox and the Cannabis Health Equity Movement. This idea of health equity being total equity and, it being sort of a makeup of social equity, economic equity, environmental equity, and human equity, whereby social equity is the vehicle, but health equity is the destination of where we're trying to go. Social equity is, for us as a definition, the fairness in regulations and policy to ensure that all people have equitable outcomes, particularly as it pertains to economics and environment, et cetera. And I really have to continue to state that I don't think we really know what that looks like because we've never seen fairness and policy and regulation in America from our inception. If you are not a white man, so anything other than that, then you have experienced inequities of unimaginable levels that it will take a long time for government and policy to really fix. But that's why I became the government, so to speak, is because I wanted to be able to impact that a bit more. So to me, it's not a program, although we will have programs that are resultant of it, but it starts with the framework, the policy. If it's inequitable from the beginning, we're going to be struggling to do it from the, no matter what. We'll just be creating these little ride along programs to try to help people get through an inequitable process or an inequitable policy or framework. And largely with the cannabis space, we have until 2020, we were starting with inequitable frameworks, limited licensing, only people with money having access, or even worse, if you have a previous cannabis conviction, you're not allowed to even work in the industry. That was Colorado pre-2020. And then George Floyd happened, the leadership of people like Roz McCarthy. Across the country, we were already talking about this. And then we had that watershed moment that allowed us to start to implement some of the things we needed to see. In my opinion, supplier diversity is an element of, or the lack thereof of supplier diversity is an element of poor social equity policies that have been in place for hundreds of years. It is sort of a rigged system, and we've had to create this supplier diversity sector just to find a way for us to be involved in many industries, not just this one. But I'm so thrilled that we're finally starting to talk about it in cannabis. It's something that I witnessed firsthand in government that we can impact, starting with who administers our programs, who is government giving their procurement money to. And I definitely want to, make sure we jump into that today, because that to me feels like the intersection, the immediate intersection right now.
Well, I mean, you must be reading my mind, because my first question was, how do state policies regarding supplier diversity in the cannabis industry currently impact the opportunities available to marginalized communities? And if you can, from like kind of dig a little bit deeper into currently, I mean, what does that look like in general for the state of Portland, I mean, state of Oregon, or for the city of New York, and how that translates over to cannabis as well?
Well, again, I think CJ did a great job busting down the ballistics of the history of supply diversity, how we've gotten here. And what I'm learning through government is that the same way there are sometimes a mandatory minimums, like, so the judge got to do what the judge got to do, you have to serve that time. On the procurement side, there are mandatory vendor volume numbers, which make it very difficult to actually implement supplier diversity even in the government's procurement. For example, there is a big company here in the New York City. Well, actually, they're worldwide, but for a New York City, we must use this company first for things that even they're not an expert in, because they've contracted in a way, or an established or grandfathered themselves into a contract with the government that is usually decades long. I like to always joke about the fact that folks giving me an iPhone 4 and we have the slowest Microsoft, and it's because government got into a procurement contract where their supplier for technology are these same companies, and there's no reason for the companies to give the innovation or to move it past. And it's almost impossible for me as a government official to change it, because the procurement officer, hands are tied by the contract. And so cannabis is so new and it's so unique in its knowledge set, right? We've been able to carve out, at least in the city of Portland and New York City and in other jurisdictions, an opportunity to start afresh and not go with some of the same old suppliers to our procurement. And really, I think then it's on us to look at, if I have multiple millions of dollars that I need to do various things with, and I can't do it myself. Most times government can't, right? They don't give us enough staff to do it. We procure everything. How am I setting an example as a leader to create a supplier diversity plan for my multiple millions of dollars? I guarantee most regulatory offices are not thinking that way. And that ranges from marketing to education specific to cannabis, to even, the things that we are doing for event planning, the elements of an event. I've done a lot of work to make sure that, yes, I'm not giving big old contracts to one supplier. I'm looking at it as, who is going to bring the expertise, and how diversely owned are my suppliers as I do my procurement strategy.
Absolutely. So let's breaking that is at the inside what you touch and what you have the ability to nuance and to direct or what have you. But let's go a little bit deeper, going straight into our industry.
Yeah.
What's the opportunity, or have we thought about the opportunity of from a licensing perspective of the policy? Like, how do we create policy that incorporates, if you get a license, big MSO, right? Right. Okay. So we know corporate cannabis coming in. What does that look like? Have you thought about that? Have you seen that done in any state where they've been able to tie, your license is now tied to your commitment to supplier diversity?
We've definitely, well, Roswan, I love that idea. We've talked about it before. We definitely have advocated for it. Have we seen it fully in implementation? I would say not yet. While in New York, the registered organizations or the MSOs, the larger companies, certainly have to now have a community impact plan. There isn't a very clear specification that as part of that plan, right? Because our community, we're all part of the same, community in that regard. Your supplier diversity plan for all your procurement and your spending should be inclusive of it. And we've called that out as well. But to your point, I absolutely believe that when you're dealing with creating a licensing framework, one of the things that you can examine to determine not just they have these rules around, oh, X% of your workforce must come from this, like in New Jersey, and that can, designate you under the social equity program as some priority. But I also think that should be added to where we're looking at percentage of the procurement and or service contracts that a licensed business works with to determine if there's enough diversity there and have some requirements if you want priority. That to me hasn't yet been fully rolled out. We've been only focused on the workforce, which if you know, there's a reason.
So listen, so maybe we onto something right now, because I think if we could, because the economic indicators of Black, brown, women-owned businesses, and I'm really more concerned about Black and brown businesses. God bless the women, white women, love y'all, but I'm looking at these faces right here. We are the engine that ends up hiring the people that are not hireable, right? We're the people that, and so talk about being able to measure this, not from this contract, but from the dollars that they're spending, because they could have us in the queue, and we're going to talk about this later on about suppliers that are in the queue, but they're not spending dollars with us.
Yeah, so you can become, registered with the state, MWBE certified, but never pick up a contract. I know I've been on the receiving end of it, and you have to literally go in and box out. And I thank God I'm from Brooklyn sometimes, because you're elbowing just to get your space. But I think, again, having reporting where every year there is a specific report that outlines how your money was spent. I will give props to the New York State Office of Cannabis Management. They, in their annual report, listed out. But then you get to now, what do we do when we analyze and we recognize there's an imbalance? To your point, minority-owned and women-owned businesses typically will be the ones to also hire a workforce that looks like them. And so we don't have as much work to do when it's all the requirements for the workforce. For New York City, we know that the majority of our small businesses that are getting started are immigrant-owned, and they're also the ones that typically will also hire other, again, non-desirables, historically excluded immigrants or immigrant first generation. And so I think it is truly the best kind of trickle-down effect, but it starts with their bucket being larger. This year, the governor miraculously changed the limit on MWBE special RFP from 500,000 to $1 million. And again, I'm saying, oh, wow, that's $1 million contract that an MWBE could get. That's part of the supplier diversity change, but that's also recognizing that there are companies, like I said, that are locked into multi-decade contracts of hundreds of millions of dollars. So we have to look at it on an order of the total, and not just, okay, that was $1 million. That sounds good, but was that really only 2% of the total state's spend? And that's the percentage that I'm looking for. I'd rather us look at it at a percentage of the total spend, so we know, to your point, what the bucket is that's starting that trickle down effect to our community level and the workforce.
I love it. So I want to transition a little bit in our conversation, because you have these eager folks that are on with us today, and we have individuals that are suppliers, contract service providers, and we have some individuals that actually have a brand. And I would love for you to talk about the genesis. And I know you was right there making this happen. You and Honorable Crystal People-Stokes, of the having brands have a requirement of that on the shelves in New York. And talk about the difference between the ancillary business that's a supplier, that's a service contractor, versus a brand, and that brand now, because of the historic nature of how you guys were able to weigh in on that regulatory, that you made it mandatory. If you're going to have these products in here, you're going to have X, Y, and Z brands on shelf. And did you put a measurement in there in regards to measuring the sales of those brands? And I'll stop right there and let you kind of share.
Yeah, no, part of the MRTA really gave us the scaffold for being able to focus on minority-owned, women-owned, service-disabled, veterans, and distressed farmers. And they redefined it from the USDA to not just be the USDA definition, but those who are also considered historically excluded. So by definition, Black farmers are distressed farmers, just so you understand. And those measurements are being checked throughout in the Social and Economic Equity Division of the Office of Cannabis Management, first state to have a chief equity officer. And the truth of the matter is creating programming, to your point, that allows us to force, in many ways, the hand of the bigger companies that already have an established footprint and a supply chain to not just have on the shelves the things that they made. And
Yeah.
so the licensing opportunity allows you to come in as a brand only if you want to, which is a pretty low hanging fruit. And it does require these larger companies to ensure they're leaving at least 40% of their shelves for diversely owned brands. And in some ways that's unheard of. At Target, we push for it, and it was one of the, I think, best things that happened out of the natural hair space. And that's why you see pictures of the owners and the things like that. Cannabis wasn't doing that. Cannabis was very much, if you control the vertical seed to sale, what you see on shelf is what people made. And so now they'll be required to actually show that they're leaving that shelf space. But to your point, are we figuring out if they're actually selling? Because you can be on the shelf and then the product not moving. And we saw that in Portland. And so I would say that John Kagia, who's the head of policy, he's been doing a monthly report where he breaks down sales by brand. This is the report that allows us in New York City, in my opinion, to start to decipher how well are the diversity owned brands doing.
Yeah.
And that to me is an indication of how well the big companies are pushing them, because you can have them again on the shelf, 40% space sounds good, but if you're only pushing your own brand or your particular supply chain or something, you have special contracts and maybe back end deals, then of course you still won't see the sales, and then you won't see the rebuys, but they can still say, oh, but 40% of our shelves are this. So we're a work in progress. We're happy to start with the history, but implementation is, as you know, Roz, a far cry from the legislation sometimes.
The legislation, well, the policy starts it, but it's the execution, it's the implementation of the policy. We did some policy in Florida that created language that you have to do a diversity plan. And if you ask the Office of Medical Marijuana in Florida, okay, so where are those plans? Who's executing to make sure that people are doing it? They go, I don't know. And that's where the disconnect is. And I take it personal because I actually helped to write that policy, but didn't think to say, okay, what's going to be the check and balance to make sure that folks are able to measure what was supposed to be reported. And that is the key. Like it is measurement of it. And so shout out to
and
John.
Optimization.
Yes.
Change something if it's bad, right?
Right. I do believe that if we don't do something that, as in your hand's going to get popped if you don't like from a measuring from a sales percentage, or maybe it has to be maybe if you have 40% shelf space, but at least 20% of your sales has to go to those brands. If we don't do something to incentivize or to disincentivize them from not allowing us to flourish economically, we're going to see just, I'm a brand, and I've seen it where you just sit on shelf. And by that, it means, so everybody, by sitting on shelf, or what Dashida and I mean is, when you go into a dispensary, like you have all this marketing and this merchandising or whatever, but they have a POS system, Dutchie and some other different ones that can measure how, how the sales is going through the dispensary. But also they put promotional stuff. They do, promotions, buybacks, not buybacks, but special incentives or what have you. And if you don't have the retailer being very intentional about, okay, I need to be promoting Black Buddha today, every Friday, Black Buddha, now if it's not good product and it's not, that's another conversation, but it's the marketing of. So with that being said, Dashida, how can we get other states to adopt similar policy like this? Because that's where it's going to start trickling down, where you really took the initiative in New York. Recommendations on the policy side, how can we get other states to look at a policy similar to this and see the viability of it?
Well, I definitely think presentations to legislators must include explaining to them the supply chain. I'll be honest, even in New York, all the work that we did, I can count on one hand how many legislators could really break down the supply chain and the inputs of services, and even the difference between a plant touching business or a licensed business versus an ancillary business. And so I think it starts with just educating them that this is a full ecosystem that is more than just buying and selling and smoking weed, because that's where I think we lose a lot of the early stage legislation efforts that could actually include supplier diversity and incentivize people to, from the beginning, start that way. And in the, US South, we are seeing, more and more states come on board. And that's where I'm most concerned that, this is the place where more Black and brown people are, and
Mississippi,
businesses.
Alabama, yes,
Yes.
Texas, yes.
And we are not in that conversation. We're literally just fighting for licensing. And I think, again, if you're an ancillary business, you're not just fighting for licensing, you're also fighting for whoever gets a license, which may well be just really large white male owned companies. Like, that might be your reality. Well, these are some of the other negotiation opportunities that, if we can't fight for social equity in the licensing process, there is supplier diversity requirements in those who get licensed. I want to ask for everything. Like, you lean in on it, but then sometimes you have to push and pull, and sometimes they're more likely okay with saying, okay, we'll do something on the supplier side. But yeah, I'm definitely concerned about this too, Roz. I will give a shout out to the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, because we come in and testify all the time, virtually and in person. We write memos to really just give real testimony and data around how it has been implementing, and what those hurdles have been, so that it can be determined, okay, is it in legislation or is it in policy? Some concern I have about including supplier diversity quotas in legislation is oftentimes that gets negotiated and will get sort of the lower end, and then you can't change it unless you do another legislation. And so I tend to say be vague and include that there needs to be something created by the regulatory body, so that the policy side, if it started at 5% and we had a George Floyd moment, we could actually move that to 20 or 30% just on the momentum, versus having to go through the rigmarole of a legislative session to get it changed.
Absolutely. And we got after the Sheeta guys, you guys have to realize that policy is critical. And so we have Eric Foster, our National Policy Director, that's going to really give you guys some insight in regards to why policy is critical, why being able to talk to your lawmaker is critical. You do have to wear your business hat, but you also have to wear your advocacy policy hat to be able to say, hey, why have you ever thought about having some supply diversity language included? And what Deshita is saying to you guys is the language for the policy is there. You don't put the specificity in there. You allow the regulators, who then actually have to then take the policy and create regulation around it, to be able to give you, even if they start small, at least it's not in policy where you have to go back and change the whole entire policy. You can grow from there, right? And that is really a smart way to look at it. Deshita, and I want to pause for 1 second and remind folks, if you have a question, CJ, if you can have them drop it in chat, so that in about the next 5 minutes or so, we'll have any questions. CJ will ask that as I transition. Deshita.
Real quick, Roz, I just think that now is the appropriate time. I know you haven't mentioned it, Deshita, but Deshita is an author. She has a book, How to Succeed in the Cannabis Industry, which is available on Amazon.com. It has been a tremendous book for me. It's actually a workbook that kind of shows you a step-by-step process of the actual opportunities in the actual industry. So How to Succeed in the Cannabis Space, author Deshita Dawson. She is really a trendsetter, and she is showing the way for us to succeed in the space, which leads to the question that I have. Here in Kentucky, we have 138 legislators, and 109 of them are Republicans. So we are facing an uphill battle here in Kentucky with the medical legislation recently being passed. And even though we fought for social equity here in Kentucky, it was not included. And we understand that nothing happens retroactively when it comes to legislation. If you don't have a seat at the table prior to the passing, they don't go back. and making changes. So looking ahead for us here in Kentucky, in the most restrictive cannabis legislation in the country, what recommendations do you have for us when the adult use language comes up, or when adult is going to happen? How do we enhance supplier diversity in terms of communicating that to policymakers in terms of the importance of supplier diversity?
Well, first of all, it's good seeing you, CJ. It's been a minute. And I definitely appreciate how much work you've done on the ground in Kentucky. Literally, every time I meet somebody from Kentucky, they know who you are. And that to me is a testimony for how much effort you've been putting in educating the community. And even legislators who don't want to listen to you. So, the biggest challenge I, of course, always have with the U.S. South is how restrictive it is to even get a foot in edgewise on the conversation. There's so many bigger issues sometimes. And that's why I even came up with sort of this strategy of leveraging supply diversity as sort of the consolation prize. But in no way do I think that it actually is a consolation. I think it's part of a comprehensive look at what needs to happen. But in those states, when they want to control the licensing and they're not going to, really include social equity as part of the licensing framework, that's when it's time to really shift a little bit and start putting pressure on, well, what does it look like for these licenses to be operational in this market? And I think that's on the hemp side. That's also, should be on the hemp side as well as on the high THC or the marijuana side. And I also think it's beyond the workforce, because oftentimes we stop the conversation with workforce. I definitely think what you're doing in terms of history here, you want to include that in some of your talking points, because I don't know that every single Republican is going to be swayed on it. But what I've found is when we talk about history and we show numbers of inequity, in some ways that at least still moves the needle on the thinking that maybe we should be trying to right that wrong. And I feel like no one's willing on the South to really have a conversation around the arrests and what that looked like. I mean, there's still states like Florida moving forward with real big medical marijuana programs, but still arresting people. But I do think there's been more and more conversation in places like Kentucky and Alabama around services, around contracts, around supplier diversity. This seems to be a little bit more of a palatable conversation for whatever reason. And I think it starts with showing the historical inequities that, Black people represent X amount of the state, but have not been able to, traverse more than 5% of supplier and services for all of the big companies and big industries in some of these southern states. So I would start there. But then also, as much as possible, CJ, like, engage with us, the CRCC, early. It is my pleasure, and I know it is for all of us, to come to the table and talk our talk, because at the end of the day, one thing we can do that other, organizations, despite a lot of information that they bring, is talk about the implementation component. And legislators do tend to, at the very least, respect that we are actively doing this right now. Here are the barriers, here are the things we've seen as benefits. And I think we definitely would lean in on the benefits of a supplier diversity. And when you don't have it, here's the potential outcomes. Largely, if I'm going to be honest, the market doesn't do as well as it could. The innovation isn't there, and it isn't, as a result, as stable of a framework for the long term, which I think all of the legislators, when they come to the table, they want that because they want the revenue for the state.
I will tell you this, and then CJ, if there's any other few questions we could take after I ask this last question to Dashida, that remember what King said is sometimes you have to look at the industry and see where there's a gap. There is a gap in regards to even tracking for cannabis companies, tracking how much they're spending. If you were to ask some of these companies, how do you track it? There is inefficiency, because remember, you have an industry that is ran state by state. So you end up, sometimes you don't have the systems to be able to organize and see how you're doing, in totality, because you have these different business models for every single state. And so there's some gaps in regards to understanding if they even know where they're spending dollars, what are the contracts, how much they're spending. Yes. And that could be a fix that ends up being implemented. Imagine if you become the supplier diversity contracting dollars company similar to Matrix. Matrix is, okay, so Matrix manages or oversees the services from seed to sale of a plant, right? Imagine if someone in this group created a technology, some type of system that measures contracting, and that it becomes a part of a RFP. That, you know, that's what happened with the policy was written in seed to sale tracking, and then Metrics would go and bid for it along with other companies, and now they have that contract. We don't have that yet, and that's where the opportunity is, and it takes smart people that are on here to say, oh, let me figure that out. So my question for you, not even a question, but I want to leave it here, Deshita, is words of advice or encouragement for the suppliers. And I'm not talking about the brands. How do they get the attention of buyers of cannabis companies that don't even track well? Like, they're kind of interested in this, but kind of don't know. There's some advice that you can give them, encouragement, a gem, a aha moment to help them be able to navigate those waters?
Well, you know, I have my seeds of success, and I think the first thing is, you know, first of all, if you are a supplier or service provider, you know, stay in the lane that you're currently in, because odds are what you're currently doing, you have the most expertise in, and you'll be able to talk that talk when you get the opportunity, whether it's a quick meeting in a conference or you actually start to, you know, see yourself on stage. I also think, you know, the other C is credibility. Oftentimes we don't realize that, you know, our very community may be the first places that you'll get your clients as they're trying to figure it out. But I used, for me, the M4MM network. You know, my co-branding strategy, I was very clear that I needed something that was going to allow me access and visibility to a larger groups of people. And then I came with, behind that, the foundation of my business sense and my consulting firm. And so I definitely think the network helps build your credibility. So tapping in on a regular basis, but then also consistently being curious, because at the end of the day, sometimes I'll be honest, you might have a particular skill you're good at. Like we were talking earlier to the accountant that was on, and as an accountant, that generally is needed. But the curiosity you may have about what's happening with rescheduling and how that might impact 280E may lead to an op-ed, may lead to you writing more about it in a way that demonstrates your expertise. I think the minute I started writing for Entrepreneur, writing for myself in a blog format and sharing it more publicly, it got to be like, oh, wait, she knows what she's talking about, because I was helping to solve problems that were happening right there. So being curious about the problems that are happening in the space. So not just doing your job that you currently do, but literally taking that information and looking to cover up, so not cover up, like cover some of the problems that the industry is actively happening. And if you are one of those people who can solve it, you usually get it's a magnet, to attract people who are like, I'm having that issue. I need all of this other stuff you do, but in particular, I'm having that issue, and I think you might be able to solve it for me.
Absolutely. Example of that is if you're in packaging or if you're in promotional items, one of the trends, find out what the trend is outside of cannabis, and then bring your expertise and write a blog about what that is and bring it into cannabis. And then you go and say, I'm the expert to help you to get so that you can be in line with the trend, like in being environmentally friendly, sustainability packaging, things of that nature. You do have to Deshita's point, whatever you're doing on a daily basis, if you want to expand your, if you're ready to expand your capacity, there is work that you have to do that's outside of just your 9 to 5. And that's why we had folks like King on. King told you he didn't sleep. He didn't have any money. He was just like, you just feel like you just like you're drowning. But the gift is the hustle. It really is. It's a gift, and it sustains you as you continue to grow. So, CJ, were any questions on your side that we have for this?
Here, the first one I see is from Martez. He asked, what are your thoughts on supplier quotas for social justice and the supply side incentives at the federal level, like tax breaks for dispensaries and brands?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That is a very good one, and it sounds like Montez, you've thought about this a bit. I don't love the word quota because we know now with what's happening with DEI that there's
Yes.
some potential risk there. So I just want to point out, like right now, anything that is doing supply diversity quotas, period, run risk of a lawsuit to and have, because of the Supreme Court's decision, has some backing, even if we don't agree with it. But I do like goals. And so that's the new word that we've been using. And we use it here in New York. We have the goal of, 50% of the licenses to be social and economic equity, of which right now, just so you know, tracking to our goal, we're at 60%. And I think also goals can move a little bit more than a quota. It is slightly different in just the mindset. But I do love this idea of giving incentives for people to help us reach a goal. And the tax break being a big one, particularly when we think about it at the state level. The federal government isn't going to necessarily provide tax breaks, and the challenges with 280E are already there, so they're not touching it. But at the state level, we've repealed 280E, for example, in New York State, so you don't have to worry about some of that. But additional tax breaks for helping us reach our goals certainly would be, I think, highly sought after by the dispensaries, as well as the seed to sale vertically integrated ROs or MSOs as well. And I think I want to point out again, it isn't just about the shelf space, but about true percent of spend.
Yes.
In order for us to justify such tax break or incentive. But then at the same time, Roz, you mentioned this, and so Martez, unfortunately, even though we have incentives, we gotta disincentivize as well. There's got to be a checks on it. There has to be compliance with. And that annual reporting, probably I would say more so semi-annual to make sure it doesn't get too far ahead, is where we do a checks and balance. And if there isn't a compliance, then maybe there's a fine, right? So it's like, if you're not doing what you need to do to help us reach our goals, now we're going to fine you in a way to disincentivize your completely disregarding what we want to do. This is where the banks and financial institutions, even though we have rules and laws in place, that's where they could do better. We could be disincentivizing and actually fining folks.
But I mean, it's funny because we have compliance for everything else in cannabis. You have compliance for your security. You have compliance for everything else. So why can't we measure the compliance? Because if your security is not up to par, and if you don't have a work progress or be able to show where you have improved or report back how you're going to fix it, you get your license taken away, right? And so how do we have just as much concern and care about contracting? And that is something that it's a Rubik's Cube we're trying to figure out. So, so I have CJ, last question, just to keep us.
Miss Nikki, she asked Ashita, is there any chance you become the head of the OCM in New York?
Absolutely not. Do not get me started, but we are among friends. But after the way the governor essentially fired the only Black man in the country to ever lead this effort publicly, no. And so more to come, y'all. If you want to tune in, for sure, there's a lot that we're going to have as a response to this, because it was unconscionable the way she did it. And it's because she doesn't really believe in social equity, and we're trying to hold the line. Chris is just a lot more stoic than I would, because I would have been calling it out earlier. So no.
Exactly.
Y'all be lucky if I stay in New York City at this point. Real talk. The aftermath of what happened yesterday is really, really big. And it is an example of why we struggle even to get supplier diversity conversations on the table, because they will not let the leaders implement the way the law allows it to, without lobbyist efforts, public, I would say big public companies, as well as the private equity ones, coming in and basically jacking the social equity conversation while propping up Black and brown people. Like, look here, y'all are doing it, but are we really? And
Are we
so
really doing? Yeah. There's a lot of work to be done, and I just want you to know how much we love you. We appreciate you. You take a position, and sometimes she and I, we may not agree on the position or whatever, but the respect that I have for her knowledge, and it's a real world, and it's from a different perspective. And that's the beautiful part about this, is that you have different perspectives that then you bring it together, and then we figure out solutions. And I just want you to know, for me, how much I appreciate you and I love you, and whatever, you always know I'm here to support you. But your M4MM family is here. Everybody here supports you, supports your position on how you are driving this conversation, and include supplier diversity. And if we can be of assistance, I mean, there's been a ton of ideas just in this one conversation.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to send me the recording, because
Right,
or a
help us, and
transcript.
we'll transcript it down, but help us to figure out how do we bring this to the forefront, because maybe this is where the next couple of millionaires come from outside of just operators, right? If we could figure that out and then create the opportunity to hire, to be more, visible, I think it could be a beautiful thing. So we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being on this morning. And I hope you're happy. Is it the parade today?
No, it was last week. That's why
last
I'm
week.
like, ooh, I mean, I'm
Okay.
recovering, but we did well.
Okay.
And I
Okay.
appreciate everything that you're doing as well, Roz,
Thank you.
to continue to educate CJ, keep the fight. And whenever you need us now in person in Kentucky, just let us know. We'll roll up.
We roll up, right? Well, listen, Sheila was right. The Southeast, we're gonna need you in Florida. So we got Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia is a hot mess, and there's a lot of education that needs to be done. But we definitely thank you so much for being on with us this morning. You guys, man, I told you it was gonna be fire. Listen, if you don't have your friends, if they're not connected, tell them they need to get connected, because it's just the little gems that give you the insight, and to have Dashida to share her insight, just to give you the perspective of how do we get this conversation elevated to the next level, is just fantastic. So I know as we wrap up the policy conversation, our next speaker is Eric Foster. CJ, before I bring Eric on, did you want to try to do your video, or are you set, or how we looking?
Yeah, I'm currently on my phone right now, so I don't think
Okay.
I'm.
Don't worry about it. But we'll figure out how to get it, because during the break, maybe I can get it and I can push it on my laptop. So, and this will keep us on time. So as we transition, our next area that's so critical and important is advocacy and policy change. And I had the pleasure of meeting this brother a few years ago through Simone Cason, who was our Michigan State Director. And when I first met him, I was like, "Ooh, he could talk." But then I start talking to him. I'm like, "Oh, he's so smart." And then I'm thinking, "Oh man, does he have it?" Like, he's the hardest working man in policy that I've ever met. And if I ain't never said it to you, Eric Foster, I'm gonna tell you right now, you are a hardworking man, and I appreciate the passion that you have on the policy side. And so, without further ado, and if we could take up his slides, we have Eric Foster, who's going to really break down some of the key things that Dashida talked about on the policy side, and how to position, and how do we need to be looking at policy change that's going to support supplier diversity. Eric Foster, where are you, brother?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Roz,
You're
for
welcome.
the positive introduction. And yes, my grandmother, maternal grandmother, Grandmother Foster, she always said, you can never use too many words, you can only use too few. Now, that was dangerous to tell a 5-year-old Eric Foster at that particular point in life, because I said, okay, hold my beer, I'm running with that. And I've been running with that ever since. So, you got to learn from the elders to be able to turn it into effective outcomes. And that actually, when you think about outcomes, is what we are hoping to accomplish with respect to improving the structure of the economic environment in the commercial cannabis industry. And I use an intentionality with certain terms regarding the industry. I call it the commercial cannabis industry. I talk about the MSOs, they are the corporate cannabis companies, because we need to blend in the real world examples of what other industries look like and how they operate, be it automotive, healthcare, hospital, telecom, IT, defense, etc. Because we're an industry just like them. Now, we're the newest industry in the corporate family, and we're still a child as opposed to the grown men and the old men that are in the other industries. But it's important for us to be practical as well as to be pragmatic in the work that we do, because there is a lot of work out here in these streets that we got to do. We're nowhere near the end, we're at the beginning. And so Roz put together some slides for me to talk about advocacy and business growth in this sector. And I'm going to do it, and I'm going to take you all on a journey, because in this journey, I want you to understand that the commercial cannabis industry, as I mentioned, being like the other industries, the whole goal of supplier diversity, economic opportunity, and social equity are really all the same. We have since JFK in the 1960s, when he was president, with, I believe it was executive order, I have to look up the executive order number, but I think it was 0156, where that was the first affirmative action related policy to set the federal government on a course to define what is economically minority and socially disadvantaged, and how do we remedy the historic disconnect and challenges that we have wrought upon these different communities. It's basically, we broke the house, now we got to actually pay to fix the house. Well, that's the same in this industry. We call it social equity, but it still is about minority business enterprises, women-owned business enterprises, veteran-owned business enterprises, disadvantaged business enterprises, disabled business enterprises, but it all ties in. And so you need to become, if you're going to be in this industry and you're not going to become a licensee, that's perfectly okay. The commercial cannabis industry is a $37 billion industry, and that's only with 29 of the 40 states and DC actually reporting sales data. That's something we've been tracking. The ones that report sales data, it's about 30 billion. And then the others that don't report sales data, then you're at about a 15, at the rest, you're at about a 7 billion. But that means that the supplier opportunities are roughly 15 to 17 billion of that, because any business has to buy goods and services, and it doesn't just buy goods and services from other licensed businesses. There is a supply chain within the licensing sector, but then there's also a supply chain outside of the licensee sector, and that's where you want to be in. And that is still roughly about another 8 to 10 billion inside of that 18 billion that's spent on suppliers across the spectrum, licensed, unlicensed. And so policy right now, we are in a unique position because a lot of people think that the cannabis industry, and because of the corporate dynamic, is a monopolistic or is leading towards a monopolistic, but we're still far away from that. And partly we're far away from that because of the fact that there isn't federal legalization, which allows for an ease of transfer of activity across state borders, as well as a leveraging of capital assets to be able to say, set up manufacturing in Oregon, but then focusing on product development and research in Arkansas, and then retail all around the country. You have to basically set up a mini corporate entity. And even if you're a small business, if you're one of the MBE, WBE, VBE, DBE, and DBE disabled, you're still a business. You know, it's good to think of yourself as a mini corporation, but you have to set up individual operations to structure and support your functionality in each state individually. And so to that particular point, it is a barrier that impacts minority businesses because you're not able to immediately and easily leverage the capital to be able to deploy state by state as the corporate cannabis companies. But also at the same time, that dynamic that impacts you also impacts them, which still creates lanes of opportunity for MBEs and social equity to be able to have a chance to prosper. But it's all about the structure of what the states do in terms of policy. How are they implementing their programs and their policy? And so we're going to get into that in terms of how they implement what they're trying to do in terms of licensing and how they apply existing statutes. And this is important, existing statutes that have already been through the battle. Think of it as you have a sports team. You don't want to just go with all draft picks to try to build a championship. You want to also get some veterans that are free agents that understand a winning culture. Those are some existing statutes that can be deployed. And so importance of advocacy ties into the critical dynamic of being informed, but also connecting to subject matter experts that can help you become informed with respect to how policy works and how you can take advantage of policy and how you need to be a part of advocacy movements, because you can't do this all by yourself. No one can do anything just by themselves. There are people that say, I alone can fix it. That's BS. Everybody will need help, and that's okay. That's humanity. We've needed help since the beginning. After Adam and Eve messed up in the Garden of Eden, they needed each other. If Adam and Eve had went off separately and say, I don't need nobody, that would have been the end of humanity right then and there. But fortunately, they realized they needed each other. And that's a principle that's important today. So advocacy in partnership with other like-minded individuals, building coalitions, being a part of a team is critical. You as a business owner, especially in the non-licensed sector, have a important role to play because, as I mentioned, there's $8 to $10 billion of supplier spending that is taking place in the commercial cannabis industry with non-licensed businesses. The company I work for, Banks and Company, we're an ancillary service, we're a service provider, we're a supplier. We've never been licensed and never gonna be licensed, but we've been providing services, intellectual services since 2016 to cannabis companies in Michigan and in other parts of the country, as well as to municipalities who are structuring cannabis-related ordinances and laws at a local level. So, and working with M4MM as their federal lobbyists. So there's a lot of ways that you can play in this universe, but you gotta do it and be a part of joining and uniting with different voices, but also understanding what are those free agent existing statutes that need to be advocated for to be tied into the structures of existing cannabis laws or new laws for states that are coming online. And so I'm gonna go back to the Fed level and then tie it back to how you do it at the state level. So since JFK, let's go back, education and awareness. So we're gonna stay on here for a little bit because I'm gonna give you all a little bit of a journey. So at the federal level, starting with JFK's affirmative action executive order, The federal government has set up a varied multitude of programming around diversity. There's diversity in education, which is why you have your minority serving institutions, your HBCUs, HSCUs, which are Hispanic colleges and Hispanic serving colleges and universities, tribal colleges, etc. You have your minority depository institutions for minority banks and credit unions. But in contracting, you have small disadvantaged businesses, which includes all of the diversity categories: African American, Hispanic American, Native Hawaiian American, Pacific Islander, Asian American, etc. Women-owned small business, federal contracting, veteran-owned small business contracting, 8A business contracting, SBA mentor protege programming, joint venture programming, and hub zone contracting. These are important because they set goals for contracting that, at least at the federal government level as of 2024, the minimum percentage that the federal government seeks to spend with these businesses and these classifications is 23% of all of its contracting dollars. And over the past 4 years, the federal government has spent roughly 1.2 trillion a year on contracts and buying goods and services. So 23% of that 1.2 trillion is going to businesses that fall in these categories. Now, why that's important is because that's a foundation that's tied into federal law that then gets applied at a state level. So the federal statutes, and I just want to give you this because it's important, there is so that you can, and somebody can type it into the chat, the Title 13 in the Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter 1, Small Business Administration, Part 124, 8A, Business Development, Small Disadvantaged Business Status, Subpart A, 8A, Business Development, eligibility to participate in 8A business programming. This is where they spell out, starting in Rule 124.105, what does it mean to be an unconditionally owned business by one or more disadvantaged groups. Well, actually, no, not that one. That's I'm sorry. 103 is where we start with. Who is socially disadvantaged? That is the foundation of what we're trying to accomplish in the cannabis industry. It starts with that. Who is socially disadvantaged? Now, we in the cannabis industry add additional components, but our foundation starts there. And so it's communities of color. It is also at a federal level, community in being able to qualify that you have a objective distinguishing feature that has contributed to social disadvantage, such as race, gender, disability, long-term residence in a environment isolated from mainstream American society, and that you have factors such as education, denial and equal access to institutions of higher education, exclusion from social and professional associations on the employment side, unequal treatment in hiring and promotions, and on the business history side, factors such as unequal access to credit and capital and the like. That all becomes the foundation that then can be applied and is built into state statutes. And I'm going to use Minnesota because, as an example, on behalf of M4MM, I'm part of the Global Equity Coalition, which is a group of other cannabis advocacy organizations that are working towards the goal of trying to get Minnesota's statutes and its implementation of its cannabis program on the adult use side correct. So in Minnesota, they have a number of statutes that I have advised and recommended to the group that we advocate for that are similar to the federal statutes I mentioned that Minnesota adopted tie bar into their statutory law. And it's basically, they have a section 1230.1600, eligibility for socially and economically disadvantaged area and veteran-owned small business programs. Then they have 103, social and economic disadvantage. And then they have section 104, which is ownership. And then they have section 105, which is operating control. Now, why those are important is because if you're going to structure a social equity program, if you're going to structure a supplier diversity program as a part of that, because not just for licensing, but also for supplier diversity, you want to tie bar in that the companies that qualify for supplier diversity meet criteria with regards to uncontested control of the business entity that is providing the goods and services. That's critical because that's how you protect from the predatory contracts, the sham relationships that exist. Now, why I use the sports analogy is these are the veterans. So this is and I'm a Michigander, so I'm going to use the Detroit Pistons I'm going to use the Red Wings as an example. Not the Detroit Pistons, because we all probably know more basketball than hockey. But when the Pistons started winning championships with Isaiah Thomas and others, we didn't draft the whole team. We brought in Bill Laimbeer as a veteran. We brought in Rick Mahorn as a veteran. We brought in James Edwards as a veteran free agent. We drafted John Sally, Dennis Rodman, Joe Dumars. We brought in Vinnie Johnson as a veteran. We brought in Adrian Dantley as a veteran. Then Mark Aguirre swapped out Adrian Dantley for Mark Aguirre. But it was that combination. So these statutes have been through the battle. People who are anti-diversity, anti-minority economic inclusion, anti-structured programs that get to economic remediation and restorative economic principles, these ones have been in the battle. They've been in the trenches. They have fought and have been tested and won in court. So they've been backed up by judicial precedent that says this is good. It's a house that can survive a hurricane, a tornado. The house I grew up in Detroit on Littlefield and Corner Curtis, that house was built in the 1920s by a family that was involved in bootlegging. So they built that house to be strong enough to survive bullets shooting into the house. So I want to say it was 1996, we had a tornado that actually struck Detroit. And when the tornado struck Detroit, the tornado hit in my neighborhood and it knocked down this huge ass tree that had to have weighed like 3-4 tons. That tree fell onto the house, but it didn't break through the house. It just basically laid on the house because the foundation was solid in that house until the house just said, yeah, I got this. Don't worry about it, people. This ain't going nowhere. I got you. I got you. Well, that's what these statutes are and why they're important. You want this woven in when you start talking to legislators with your coalitions. And now we're going to move to engaging with legislators because it's not reinventing the wheel. You know, we didn't have to reinvent a house on Littlefield and Curtis to be able to stand up against a tornado. The Pistons didn't have to reinvent a front court when you could go and buy, well, not buy, but you could get as free agents Rick Mahorn, James Edwards, and Bill Laimbeer to serve as your front court to win the championship. You want to tell them that in crafting the policies that they don't have to reinvent the wheel, they can leverage existing statutory policies that they use for supply diversity, that they use for providing services to families or other economically disadvantaged individuals in education. You can leverage those existing statutes, and write that into your law for both licensing and also for supplier diversity. And you can use that to then incorporate the same goals of supplier diversity, both at the state level, and then if you're in especially if you're in an uncapped, first come, first serve, local control market state like Michigan or Colorado, at the local level, they can reinforce that in their ordinances. So in states like that, or even some mixed model states like Illinois and Massachusetts, there's local government participation that can also structure and cover what you want to achieve with regards to building in supplier diversity programming. But going back to the state level first, you want them to write that into the statutes where they tie bar that law. Basically, they tie it around like a string to the cannabis law, regulatory law, and then the administrative rules that go along with with the statutory law, so that it's built in. Now, once it's built in, it makes implementation a lot easier. Now, as Dashita mentioned, implementation ain't easy because, as my grandma Foster and my grandma White, who didn't agree on much, sometimes they could disagree on if the sun was shining, but they did agree on this. Sometimes people just ain't gonna do right. So you gotta make them do right. Well, if you have the law tie barred in, the existing laws that I mentioned tie barred in to your laws, then you can make them do right, because you can cite, well, you're doing it in this area. You're doing it with your contracting. We need you to make sure it's done here because we want you to use this to report on outcomes. I'm gonna get back to outcomes in a minute, but I'm gonna go to Michigan for an example, because in Michigan, we have, and I wanna thank Simone as my tag team partner. We both were on the state's racial equity task force. And as a part of that, the committee she chaired developed the state of Michigan structure for what we call the Corporate All-Star Program. And that program is structured around supplier diversity and procurement, quality of employment and diversity hiring objectives, community partnership, and good neighbor program. And the majority of the licensees in the state of Michigan have adopted and opted into that particular program. So they have the ability to, and they demonstrate what they are doing with regards to with supplier diversity as a big part of it. They publish their plans, they get different levels of recognition, as well as it's a part of their renewal. That's another dynamic. You want to tie bar this stuff into your renewal and have it and advocate that it's tied in as a part of the renewal at the state level and local level, that they show and prove what they've done with regards to these particular programs. And one of the things that the state of Michigan has done is it's tie barred in the both state supply diversity requirements and state statute, but it's also tied in the Michigan Minority Supplier Diversity Council, which is a private sector for the private industry minority business certification entity. Then also Minority Cannabis Business Association, Michigan Hispanic Chamber, the National Business League, the Asian Pacific American Chamber. They don't have the Arab and Chaldean chambers, but hopefully that'll be something that'll be added in. But they also have Native American, the American Indian Business Alliance, veteran business organizations and associations, and women. And that has helped create a structure for supplier diversity that's codified in our cannabis laws, that are part of your renewal plans, that you have to show that you are actually meeting your objectives. Now, how do you tie bar that in at a local level? So in Michigan, and this gets back to, now let's go to community engagement, because you need the community. As business owners that may not be licensed, you're going to want community involvement and participation. So we at Banks and Company had a couple of, we helped support through either being hired by municipalities or working on behalf of clients that wanted to get into a community, helping over 30 municipalities craft their ordinances. And in an example of community mobilization in the city of Grand Rapids, we worked with the city commission, we worked with the law department, the planning and development department, the economic development department, the city manager, as well as community stakeholders, nonprofit groups, community organizations, business organizations, even faith-based groups, to first craft a program for licensing at the local level that was a economic development program for local ownership, quality of employment, and supplier diversity into the city statute. And that was a first in Michigan. We did that in September of 2018. That became a model for other communities that we didn't work with that started adopting it, but it also became a model for other community advocates as well as businesses to start pushing for, to say, okay, if Grand Rapids did it where they want a specific percentage of local ownership in the licensing structure, if they want quality of employment, hiring 15% minimum of the workers from the city, and spending 24% or more of your procurement with local business enterprises, well, that became a roadmap. So in the city of Muskegon Heights, who hired us, and then Grand Rapids expanded it when they added their adult use statute and went further. So they dug in even more into those areas, including a mentor protege program similar to the SBA federal program. In Muskegon Heights, we did the same thing. So the city hired us and we developed for them in their application program as they were adopting adult use to their medical. We rewrote their whole ordinance, and we included 30% of the company's goods and services to be bought with local Muskegon-based businesses or socially and economically disadvantaged businesses. Now in Michigan, we have this thing called the Civil Rights Amendment, which is BSly named because it bans affirmative action related programming. So we have to use code words such as economically disadvantaged, transitional worker, socially disadvantaged to work around being able to say and have specific race-based programming. But we did this and were able to get this language in. And in Grand Rapids, when we did it in September, when it was adopted in September of 2018 on the medical side, there were lawsuits against it. The lawsuits didn't get past the first level of the courts because it was written in a way that didn't violate the Dormant Commerce Clause or violate any other state statutes, but it was written in a way that gave a greater opportunity, but didn't foreclose opportunity for white majority-owned businesses to participate. Same thing in Muskegon Heights that we did. And what we did in writing this language was we also said that for those who were already medical licensees in the city, that when this took effect, they had a year before their renewal to adopt these policies, including the hiring, including good neighbor programs, and including supplier diversity. And that stood up to legal challenge. So community is critical because this was something that the citizens wanted to see, and the elected officials brought on a company like us, an minority-owned company, to help them put it into action. So I tie about all of this too, and I built this championship team. Now we got to actually go out and we got to message this. Now, we don't want to message this like the bad boys, because unfortunately the bad boys get ignored in the basketball conversation of greatest teams in the history of basketball, even though they did beat Jordan 3 out of 4 times. They beat Magic Johnson and the Lakers, and they beat the Boston Celtics, and they beat Dr. J and the 76ers. So quiet as kept, the Pistons are the greatest basketball team in the history of basketball, but that's a debate for another day. Messaging hurt the bad boys. Messaging is critical in making sure that this doesn't become, because there is a renewed, fervent anti-diversity movement that's in the MAGA universe. Now, Tashida's got more hope for talking to Republicans than I do. I'm tired of talking to the MAGA folks that have dominated their party because they're not willing to listen and see that diversity is good, that ensuring that we have restorative economic policies is good. So partly we got to vote them people out of office and put Democrats or real Republicans who actually do believe in diversity into office that will stop fighting against these programs. But we have to go out and make sure that we're structuring this and framing this in the lens of how this is creating not only improved economics for minority businesses that are in the supply chain, but also the taxes that they generate and pay, both business taxes, employee taxes, etc. The people that they hire, the partnerships and programs that they do in the community that have a greater good. That's direct economic activity. Then we've got indirect economic activity, which is if those minority suppliers are growing, what are they doing? They're buying more goods and services from other small businesses. And they're usually doing it locally. Because if you're a small minority owned business, or you're a minority owned business, that even if you're not small, because I worked for 2 Black owned companies that were corporate in structure and were large companies. Well, you are still buying goods and services typically from local vendors and from vendors that look like you. So that's indirect economic activity. And then there's induced economic activity that comes from the framework of those suppliers then buying and hiring people. So this is good for everybody. As Gordon Gekko, Michael Douglas, and Wall Street said, greed is good. Well, making money and increasing who can make money is good. It's good business. It's good for community. It's good for the country. And if you oppose that, then you oppose America. Then you oppose families, apple pie, Chevrolet, baseball, whatever framing you got to do. But it's all about making sure that this is a positive message around how what we're doing is improving economic outcomes and making sure that the state is applying, and this is something that separately on the policy side that we've been working on, is to get the states to start adopting the same sort of reporting on outcomes that they do in their other supplier diversity and minority-based or women-based or veteran-based programming to the cannabis industry, so you can see how much is actually being spent with MBEs or WBEs or VBEs. How many minority businesses have actually been licensed to be licensed owners and operators? How much are they actually generating in revenue? So what you can cap and see, well, what percentage is really taking place in terms of those licensees, and then what percentage of spending by all licensees is taking place with the minority, women, veteran, disabled, social equity, etc. minority, well, business entities that are in these classifications and qualifications. So it's all layered, but it takes time. No one gets it in one day. So the people that sit here, and it's frustrating, but I love passion. Sometimes passion without patience and understanding that persistence and resilience is a part of that is wasted. You're not going to get what you want in one election cycle, in one day, in one meeting, in one photo op. It's not going to happen. It takes time. It takes a whole hell of a lot of time. You'll get it if you're committed and if you're part of a plan and you have a plan, but it's going to take time. So you don't give up. Going back to my basketball analogy, after the Pistons put their team together, they didn't go out and think that after they won the first game of the season that we won the championship. No. They had 81 more games to play. And then they had to go to the playoffs and potentially play, because back then it was first round was best 3 out of 5. So if you play 5 and then 21, so you had to play 26 games potentially in the playoffs. So they knew that they had a maximum of 107 more games to play. Well, if you lose faith because after you won the first game, you didn't get the championship and you're not getting the MVP and all the accolades and the big parade, well, this ain't for you. You know, the last time we had it easy in life, and I always say there is no safe space, because the last safe space we had was the day before we were born, when we were still in our mom's stomach. Once we were born, we was out here in these streets, and it was a battle, and it's going to be a battle every day of our life. And that's just the way it is. You accept it, and you either fight through it to achieve outcomes, or you cry like a little baby and you need emotional support, news articles, and people constantly telling you how great you are to be able to get up out of bed and make it through the day. And that's a sly reference to somebody that's in New York courts right now that needs that emotional support, even though they're 78 years old. But lastly, celebrating success and learning from challenges. So Michigan, we've done some great work when it comes to supplier diversity in the cannabis industry, and also adding in joint venture partnership programming similar to the federal government's joint venture partnership programs, and also what you have in the corporate sector, private industry through the National Minority Supplier Diversity Council, and adding that in as an option for true minority majority joint venture operations to take place that aren't predatory, but that are similar to what you see in the automotive or healthcare industry. But that took time, and it still needs continuing refinement. Same thing with what we can do in other states. New York, Illinois, New Jersey have amazingly great statutory laws, The way that the laws were constructed in each one of those states to achieve real positive outcomes, both at the licensing as well as in the hiring, community investment, and supplier procurement, are really good. But it don't mean a damn thing if implementation is all effed up. It don't mean nothing. Hell, New York Mets just realized that last year. They went on a spending spree, got Max Scherzer, a former Tiger, and Justin Verlander, a former Tiger, and a lot of other high-priced players, a super team. And they ended up with a losing record last year and trading away most of those players before the end of the year. So just because you have great laws doesn't mean a damn thing if the implementation is poor. So that's once you get the law, that's your success, but then it's the implementation. And there's good implementation that's taking place, there's bad implementation, there's reformed implementation that started off bad and has gotten good, and then there is malcontent implementation, which started off good and then went bad. All that being said, it takes work, it takes time. So I'm gonna shut up because, as Roz said, I do talk. I got a lot to say.
It was great. It was
Could have
great.
went on longer.
Before we let you go though, Eric, I want to make sure, are there any questions right now for Eric? Anything what he talked about that you had that's fuzzy? And hopefully you got a general gist, especially with his sports analogy, of how critical the policy framework and regulatory is to help us achieve our goals. So any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Eric, man, I love your insight, man. You always drop so much information on us. But the question that I have is, how do we measure the actual impact of policy changes? And are there any type of metrics that we should be considering when we look at policy changes?
So that's a great point. And this is why, as a part of the Global Equity Coalition, I raised this for Minnesota. And I think this is what we need to do. This is the next frontier. So at a federal level, they have their 23% procurement goal that federal agencies all have to try to meet, and they report out on it. How many vendors were in the chain that applied for opportunity or applied for contracts? How many were awarded, and how much did we spend with them? Well, we've got to apply, and then in Minnesota, they've got the same thing in their small business procurement and their supplier diversity procurement programs. So they report on the number of businesses that are from economically disadvantaged communities. How many businesses year over year did we contract with, and how much did we spend with them? How many African American owned? How many Hispanic owned? How many Native American owned? Now, that is the same principle that needs to be applied to the commercial cannabis sector, both on licensing, hiring, and supplier procurement. Licensing, well, if we have 1,000 licensees in the state and 200 of those fit social equity, minority business, women-owned, DBE, VBE, how many are actually operational? Don't matter if they got a license. How many are actually operational? How much revenue did they generate? And then be able to track that year over year using the same principles that you use for supplier diversity, but for tracking that. If we have a market where $2 billion was spent on cannabis, well, in that $2 billion, if we have 200 minority, social equity, DBE, VBE women-owned businesses, if 100 of them are actually operational, and of those 100 that are operational, they only generated 100 million. Now we need to look at what do we do the next year to try to improve the number that are operating as well as the revenue that they generate. Then for the others that are outside, and this is where you get to the hiring and supply diversity, and this applies to the minority businesses, because just because you may be a minority licensee don't mean you don't need to be good at supply diversity and hiring minority employees. You need to do that too. So don't think you get a get out of jail free card. Well, how are we tracking and having the licensees as a part of their renewals going forward in states that are actually operational, that they show, well, we spent X amount of dollars in buying goods and services inside the supply chain, inside the license chain and outside the license chain. And this is how much we spent with minority owned, women owned, social equity licensees that were suppliers to us, and non-licensees. Because remember, if you're a minority owned cultivation business or you're a women-owned secure transport business, well, a corporate cultivation company is buying goods and services from you. A corporate retail company is buying goods and services from you. So it's not just the lawyers, the accountants, the lobbyists, the cleaning companies, the equipment companies, et cetera. It's also the other licensees inside of the industry. So having states put that into statutory law and administrative rules, leveraging existing statutory law and administrative rules that have those requirements already built in. Once again, we don't need to go get a center and a power forward from the draft if we can get Bill Laimbeer and Rick Mahorn to sign them in free agency or trade for them and have them come and kick ass for us. I'd rather get somebody that can just come in and help us win a championship now than getting somebody like a Chris Washburn and then ending up they out the league in 3 years. And it was like, damn, we wasted all that money and time and they ain't do nothing for us.
So I'm gonna stop you right there because I got to give everybody a break and get ready for the next session. But I would like to invite you, Eric, to stay on because our next session after this break is pathways to participation. Suppliers signed off. So these are actual suppliers who are currently supplying, who are going through the process, who are contract ready, to be able to talk about their experience and what they learned. And we're gonna keep it real. We're gonna keep it real. We're gonna be honest. We're gonna talk about minority certification, MBE, WBE certification. Is that important? Should it matter? And Eric, and maybe ask Eric a couple more questions regarding at the federal level, since we're starting to see some policy movement, how do we start to maybe get lawmakers at the federal level to integrate supplier diversity into legalization of reform? Is that possible or not? But hold that thought. Eric, can you stay on with us?
I can stay on for just that one more segment because I got to go get a haircut because my hair is rough and it's mad at me, and I'm mad at myself.
All right. Well, don't be mad at yourself. All right, so put that up on the screen, Jodeci, for the next session, pathways. All right, you guys got 15 minutes. We'll be back on at 12:50 sharp. Do not listen. I'm about to DJ it out for you. I got some tunes. Go get you some food, get you some snacks, go to the bathroom, whatever you do, but don't hang up. Stay right here, and we'll be back on at 12:50. Love y'all. Hey, Candace, come on in, girl. Anybody that come in, we on break for 15 minutes. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. All right. Let's see if I can get my music going.
Well, since you ride with your truly DJ, but we should go ahead and slide like.
Let's slide, y'all. Come on. Let's go.
Boys and girls, I am him. Yeah, you know, often imitated, but never duplicated. Always live, always different, always good. Somebody count it down right now. Go and get
Let's go.
What you tell the world?
It's the Florida DJ Bo Weezy in the house, y'all.
I like Hey, say, but it's been a while since you done it like this right here. Let's slide.
Let's slide. That's right, Sandra. We sliding, girl. We slide.
Just that feel good vibe, you feel me? Broadcasting live, coming at you all kind of ways, not now, but right now. We'll put the MP3s in the stack, and I promise to need a Bibles in the back. Let's go. Yeah, you can drop the top on this one here. You can blow the horn on this one here. One dread hands on the check in now, but right now it's a block party going on. What up?
I watch jumping wheels, they shining up.
Indigo waters, let's go.
Everybody dressed up looking good.
Jay Buddy, what you say?
Grab my shades so the sun don't blind me, no. It's another like summertime in the hood.
Feet, tell me what
have
the
block party. Let's have a barbecue. Grab your phone, everybody go call your crew. Let's have a block party. As long as the beat don't break and the wine keep popping, we're gonna keep rocking till the cops come knocking.
Auntie Friday, huh? There it is. There you go. Yeah, tell her what you know. Oh no. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get busy.
Cops harassing, trying to shut us down. Ain't nobody breaking rules now. We ain't trying to hurt nobody, officer. We ain't trying to act no fool. We so cool. We're just trying to move and have a block party. Get on up, ain't got nothing else to do. Let's have a barbecue. Let's have a block party. Summertime and the sun don't set the light. As long as the beat don't break and the wine keep popping, we gonna keep rocking till the cops come knocking.
Oh yeah, you officially weekend kicks off right here, right now. Boezy's live inside that mix, man. You know, bum bum bum. Sing my song.
Anything to prove to you, I came for you. Even if I had to get your foreign star. And if there's anything you need, girl, I'll be there for you. 'Cause to me, you are the flower of my heart. Girl, I love you for being you. And the special way you always touch my heart. Girl, I'll be there if ever you call. I'll be
you feel? I said. R.I.P. Skip a Chuck, huh? You know what it is. Tell her what it do. Let's go, show. Definitely got to tap into one, bob your head, not now, but right now. One. Give me 3 words.
I love you. You're the only one that's ever been this good to me. That is why I always want you in my life. And when I think about the things that you have done for me, it explains why you're the apple of my eye. Girl, I trust you in all you do. And I'm so thankful that you've opened up your heart. And I'll be there if ever you come. I'll be yours with your all and all. Roses are red.
One time for you, and you. Bo Easy's doing it live, not now, but right now. Slide. Just a touch with some feel-good vibes, alright? Tell them. Oh, them Green Ever Boys, huh? Hey, Melissa.
Make me shine just a little bit.
Hey, listen.
Just a little bit.
Guess what?
With just a touch of love. In my mind, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little.
All the way in North Carolina, huh? Do it like.
Keep me high, baby, just a little bit. Just a little bit. With just a touch of love. Can we spend some time? Spend some time. Just a touch, love, a
Somebody change Bo Easy 305, not now, but right now. Let me know who's got it locked and loaded.
Said a small boy once asked, when will I grow up? When will I see what grown-ups do see? If it's right to come of age, he would have to know the age to be recognized as one and not a mass. And Mama used to say, take your time, young man.
Take your time, man.
Used to say, don't you rush to get old.
Nashville Pharmacy, huh? TSU.
Take it in your stride.
Hey, Fish.
Mama used to say,
My Harry Medical, huh? Take your time.
as the years were rushing by, he would cut down on his age. He would tell his girl of how it used to be. How his mommy passed away, but these lines she would say, and at the time he couldn't understand. Mama used to say, take your time, young man. Mama used to say, don't you rush to get old. Mama used to say, take it in your stride. Mama used to say, live your life. I don't need no dreams when I'm by your side.
Yeah, you got to kick your leg out right now. Do it like Mike. All right, moonwalk.
Every moment takes me to paradise. Darling, let me hold you.
Let me hold you, babe.
I warm you in my arms and melt your fears away.
Tell her what you want to do, Mike.
Show you all the magic that a perfect love can make. I need you night and day, so give me mine, baby. And yeah, I give you all I
Mike, tell him again.
so give me mine, girl. And we can share this ecstasy as long as we believe in love.
John. Tell them how you feel.
Looking at the ladies, all of them fine.
Bo knows.
All of them so lovely, I can't make up my mind, but I'm looking at you from the corner of my eye. I can see you now, you're stepping so high and now. Walking down the street, watching ladies go by, watching you. One look down, I was
I just want to roller skate backwards right now. Let's go.
walking down the street, watching ladies go by, watching you.
Skate with it, vibe with it, go. Skate with it, vibe with it, jump. Notice on the check-in, huh? Branch down one.
There you go, swaying, blowing my mind. You've got everything moving in time. God gave her beauty, she carries it well. I'm staring at your heart, baby, hoping you can tell. Hoping you
What will Wanda say?
that I'm watching you love. Down the street.
When I get to Orlando and I see Ghost Rider, Ghost, what you say?
Can't get enough of your love, babe.
Oh man, when you step off in that Soul Cafe, huh?
Girl, I don't know why.
Wind down Wednesday.
Can't get enough of your love, babe.
Dark swag. Yeah, just a little bit of swag.
Some things I can't get used to, no matter how I try. It's like the more you give, the more I want.
Oh, what you know?
And baby, that's no lie. Oh no, babe. Tell me, what can I say? What am I gonna do? How should I feel with everything in you? What kind of love is this that you're giving me? Is it in your kiss or just because you're sweet? Girl, all I know is every time you're here, I feel a change, something moving. I scream your name.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tell them.
Darling,
I really will.
Can't get enough of your love, baby. Girl, I don't know why. I can't get enough of your love, baby. Oh no, baby.
Give me the stems, Ghost. Yeah. Give me the stems, Ghost. We're gonna take it to the weekend like
Good times. These are the good times.
Yeah. Give me the stems, Ghost.
Leave your cares behind. These are the good times.
That's all I want. I just want to get real stimmy on this one here.
Good times. Sexy ladies strutting their stuff so well.
Wait a minute.
Laid out in the latest styles, casting a spell.
Maybe roller skating in the 727.
To the beat, feel the body heat. Come on, go on and get down.
Oh. Maybe skating in the 727. I'm trying to figure something out. All right.
Roz, you can't have us jamming like that. Where's the barbecue?
That's Mr. Bo Weezy, Florida Home DJ. At the end of the day, I got another little set for you. I'm gonna play for you, man. He be on it, and so that's just how we do it in Florida, man. So hope everybody enjoyed that little break. I hope you got you some snacks, got you some food, whatever you need to do. It's only gonna get better. Let me tell you, it's only gonna get better, and we're gonna go into deeper. And we're going to be able to have you guys be able to talk to us more about where you are, what you're doing. With that being said, for those people that did not get a chance to introduce themselves as of yet, for the next couple of minutes, if you haven't introduced yourself, please tell us your name, where you're located, and what type of business you have. And you could come off mic. If you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself, your name, where you're located, and what kind of business you have. Anybody? Going once. Going twice.
My name, hang on a second.
All right. Come
Finally
on.
getting everything all hooked up.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, everybody. My name is Walter Terry. I'm in Seattle, Washington. I was born and raised here in Seattle, Washington. I work for a company called Panacea Cannabis as a marketing person, and we want to start a packaging company.
Nice.
To where we want to put on the back of our packaging a QR code that'll list all the Black-owned businesses in the area of the dispensaries. So I'm applying for a grant here in the state of Washington, and I'm just here to listen. And just one comment, I forget the speaker's name, but he brought up the name of James Edwards. James Edwards' mother and my mother were sorority sisters. His mother was my babysitter when I was a little infant. So the Edwards family is a very close friend of my family, and we grew up together. So he went to University of Washington. I went to University of Portland on a track scholarship. We were athletes growing up, and my other cousin was Clinton Richardson, who won the NBA championship with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Nice.
We all grew up in the same neighborhood, and at one time we were all really close. I mean, we're all old, but we were little kids. We hung out together. So
nice.
So, Mr. Foster, all your stories all resonate real strong with me.
Well, we thank you for letting us have Buddha to be a part of our team and be a part of our community for the time that he was a Piston, because he definitely helped. I'm still salty about that 83 championship that Philly won. So, you know, that's a little sore spot.
That was my cousin who was a starting point
I'm
guard.
also a Laker fan. So I'm still a little
we
salty
hate the
about
Lakers out here in Seattle. We hate the Lakers.
All right. So,
if James Worthy don't get hurt, y'all don't win that championship. I'm just saying.
So listen, we happy to have you, brother. I will tell you this, that the packaging industry is growing, and it is a lot of opportunity, and you can look at it one or two ways. If anybody want to go into packaging, right? Just packaging. I'm gonna turn you on to some game. You can start from scratch, or you could find one of the biggest distributors or packaging companies. You take them a proposal and you say, I want to create my own packaging company, and I will source. Basically, you just cut a deal. So you get paid, but you don't have to carry the inventory. You don't have to carry all the stuff. All you do is get the contracts, get the packaging, and you eat off of everything that you actually
I was meeting with packaging guys yesterday. We had a
Right.
big conference here in Seattle, the Cannabis Alliance, all day long. And I met with packaging guys, attorneys, and I have a guy, Dr. Paul Jackson. We just got off the phone. I think he was at this meeting. He's in Seattle too. Right. We are going to start that. We're going to get a grant. He just told me we're going to get a grant. And just what you said, we're going to pay the packaging people that are already talking. We have this brother out here who grows hemp, and he's going to turn it into corrugated board. And it, as you know, then it's biodegradable.
Right.
And so we got all brothers out here. We're all lining up together to start our businesses. And we just got back from conference telling the people of color need to organize, and
that's right. That's right.
Native Americans, Latinos, we all are getting together.
Well, this is why we got M4MM. So I encourage you to thank you for being on. I encourage you to have every single person in your ecosphere to be a member of M4MM and to join us as we figure this out together.
Is Mike
okay.
Is
all right, so I got to give you a pause because I got to go into the next step. But
let's go on. I know this could go on forever.
All right, I know it will. So listen, and we're gonna have at the end of the day, we're gonna be doing case studies. You're gonna be able to talk about your business, tell us what's going on, and then tell us what you need. Because I believe that today is about solutions. So we're gonna give you the policy. We didn't gave you that. King then gave you some jewels. We had Deshita on and telling you her perspective. Next, we have pathways to participation, supplier sound off. So we have 3 suppliers that are on with us today, members of M4MM, but they literally have been working and have contracts, have gained contracts, have lost contracts, have gained momentum, have seen momentum leave them in this space. And they're going to give you their perspective. And then after that, we have our next keynote, which is John Calloway, who is a near and dear friend of mine, and he is just someone that I love and trust that will be able to tell you exactly the lingo and how you need to position yourself when speaking to buyers inside these cannabis companies. So do not go anywhere. Invite your friends. It's going to be an impactful afternoon. And then after John, we actually have representatives from GTI, which is Green Thumbs Industry, a large MSO, as well as Ascend Wellness, their DEI people coming on board to tell you how can you carry favor, get attention from buyers with these big multi-state operators. All right. So without further ado, Eric Foster, I'm sorry. And then Eric Foster as well. So Eric Foster, can you introduce in 30 seconds your company, yourself, and your company and what your company does?
Oh, okay. So there's Banks and Company.
That's what I mean, Banks and Company, as a contractor, yes, as a supplier.
All right, Banks Company, we're a public affairs firm, African-American owned, and in the cannabis space, we provide governmental relations and policy management, as well as license consulting and general business operation and community outreach consulting services.
Awesome. Next, we have Nichelle Santos. Nichelle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nichelle Santos, founder and CEO of Canna Coverage Insurance. We provide just that, insurance services, risk management, and compliance services to increase the resilience and sustainability of the cannabis industry. We don't want one bad day to put you out of business, whether it's a claim or for companies to lose compliance, right? Once you obtain your license, the number one thing for you to do is maintain that license. Compliance is a part of risk management services, and that's what we bring to the table. Do you want me to just stop there, or?
Yes, stop there, because we're going to go into more. But yes, but that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. And then the last but not least, we have Lena. Lena, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Lena Trinidad, and I am the owner of Trini HC. We provide promotional products and branded merchandise marketing services to the cannabis industry specifically, although we also have MoxieNet and Worksite Swag that provides to the other any other promotional industry.
Awesome, awesome. So the focus of this is strategies for minority businesses to enter and thrive in the cannabis market. And all three of you you are either a part of a company, you own the company, but your foundation or part of your foundation or part of your business model is contracting with the cannabis industry. And if you don't mind, the first thing I would love for you to share with the team here is, how did you first get your first opportunity to do business with a cannabis company? And if you can give us a short little, tell us how did that come together in that process?
Well,
go ahead, Lena, you can go.
Okay, I was going to say, I'll go first real quick because my literal outcome comes from you, Roz, and M4MM Procure, and being a part of this organization. So I was able to contract and do some work with an MSO down in Florida, and we were able to bid that and supply them with some promotional products. And so, the process did come directly from this, being matchmaker. And I can't say it was all wonderful, but I also can say it was a great start and a good segment into understanding what's needed and how we can work in this space.
Absolutely, absolutely. What has this, Lena, from your perspective, what have been some of the, what's one of your biggest challenges when it comes time to trying to get eyeballs to your business, like cannabis companies eyeball into your business? What challenge has been presented, or the biggest one you think?
I mean, I think it's probably the same challenges that any cannabis, if you've got a cannabis name or a logo or any of that, you know, marketing is just hard in general at that point. And so getting to the people who make the decisions, although, you know, that's a general sales challenge, right? But in this industry, it's a lot harder to have your brand awareness and to be that out-facing brand and still kind of niche yourself into the cannabis space, because they want to know, have you done stuff for cannabis? And, you know, if you're just starting out and cannabis is so young in that marketing space, it's definitely hard to show past success or past work and kind of get in and find that right person to really talk to.
Awesome, awesome. Nichelle, same question. Like, what was your first? Tell us the story of your first entry point of being able to provide your service to a cannabis company. How did that get started, and what was the outcome of that?
Yeah, absolutely. First, clients have to know who you are. You have to build rapport, develop relationships. So we started out working at the trade shows, the cannabis trade shows. Our first one was, I believe it was NECANN, New Jersey, back in 2021. We hit the scene hard. We went to NECANN, we went to Black Cannabis Conference in New Orleans, MJ Biz, and we didn't look back. We just really took off like being shot out of a cannon. We tried to be everywhere, multiple states. Canna Coverage is licensed in about 25 states, so we're writing business coast to coast. So we did hit the ground running, working with smaller operations, your mom and pop cannabis, retail dispensaries, manufacturers, cultivators, and then we started to grow with our clients, as well as grow with the size of the organizations. So in addition, we can layer, right? We can get several hooks into our clients, not just through providing that insurance policy, but we don't want them to depend on their insurance policy. We educate our clients on becoming proactive in risk management. So how do we mitigate the risks that are inherent to the cannabis industry? What are the steps we need to take in implementing programs, training your employees, and then making sure everything is documented? So if you have an inspection or if there's an issue with compliance, you can prove to your state regulators that doing everything we can, but this incident still occurred. And you know, we're actively participating in our own corrective action to maintain compliance. So there's many ways that we stay engaged with our clients. We've also built through M4MM, right? Myself as the state co-director, along with Gaetano Lardiri, we created the New Jersey Cannabis Town Halls, bringing public administrators to our venues, to our community. So we meet public administrators, elected officials, we bring in the cannabis operators, we do expungement clinics, we put on cannabis career fairs. Our next New Jersey Cannabis Town Hall is June 22nd here in New Jersey. So,
Let me stop you there for a second. So I want you guys to hear the theme of what she's saying. She says, when she says we, yes, there's an opportunity to have M4MM partner and in her role as our co-state director, but she's saying her company, Canna Coverage, her company, she took the initiative to say, I can't do regular marketing like I normally would. So let me be a part of the ecosystem and be where the decision makers and the buyers are, so that my name becomes very current. It becomes, you've heard it over and over again. And you also get other people who talk about you. And I think it's a very, very smart approach as to what you've done. I remember when I saw Canna Coverage and remember meeting Nichelle and how she was at everything. And that means you got to get some money for that. We're going to talk about capacity building. We're going to talk about access to capital and things of that nature. But she was very intentional to say that this is my brand. This is what we do. And you're not going to forget me. You're going to know who I am, which I think is awesome.
Yeah. And let me just add, because we saw all the barriers to entry for the cannabis industry, we said, if we don't jump in and help, we won't have clients to represent. They won't need insurance, don't have a business. So M4MM became that platform for us to advocate for social justice, social equity, and then bring health equity. Now we're bringing medical cannabis as an employee benefit to employee health benefits, right? That's a way for us to increase patient access, affordability, and then scale that into your employee health benefits as the workforce is building across the country. So it's a way to help normalize cannabis, right? Because plant-based medicine belongs in healthcare. So look forward to the day when you have your insurance ID card and you have medical, who your medical carrier is, who your pharmacy benefit manager is, if it's CVS or Walgreens, and then having an ID for plant-based medicine, whether it's cannabis or psychedelics. The day is coming.
It's coming. It's coming. Eric Foster, same question. Contract, opportunity, providing a service, Banks and Company. Tell us, like, what did you do? How'd you do it? And what was the outcome?
All right. So thank you for that. And I also forgot to mention too, I'm the board chair for Candace Capital Holdings, Simone's company in the insurance and the business consulting space as well. But going back to Banks and Company, and actually this was before I came back to Banks and Company. This is my second go round with the firm. And it was in 2016, and one of our members of the team, Jonathan Barlow, who's been a leader in this particular space, brought a client to Lloyd who was a licensee in the city of Detroit who was dealing with zoning related issues. Now, this was before Michigan formalized a commercial licensing structure, because at that particular point in time, we had the 2008 MMA law, which allowed the caregiving and patient system, and some municipalities, well, a lot of municipalities used that to construct a local regulatory system. It was really kind of a wild, wild west. And so then so he brought that company because they were dealing with zoning issues in Detroit. And so Banks and Company worked with them, and then he started bringing other companies because they were dealing with zoning issues and needed to deal with the Board of Zoning Appeals. And governmental relations is one of the areas of expertise that we have separate from me. And so then when I came back in 2017, we were doing a Detroit ballot initiative to get Detroit to opt in, because once the state adopted the MMFLA, which was the state legislative statute for the regulation of the cannabis industry from a commercial side, then communities that had already had operating businesses from local ordinances had to opt in. Well, that was a ballot campaign because the city of Detroit, the city council wasn't moving. And so we did a ballot initiative and we were able to win that initiative. It was 62 to 38% to get Detroit to opt in, which kept open over 100 locally licensed cannabis businesses in the city, where if the city hadn't have opted in by December of 2017, then all of those businesses would have had to shut down. We had a unique structure in Michigan, what we call Rule 19. Because we had communities like Detroit, Lansing, Flint, Ann Arbor, and others that had their local systems, even though they technically weren't in compliance with the state law at the time, Rule 19 in the statute allowed them to opt in and have those businesses transition.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how we did. So when we talk even about legacy market dynamics, I think we were the only ones that had a structure where you actually allowed technically non-state sanctioned, but local sanctioned licensed cannabis businesses, and a significant number were minority. So we had a leg up on minority ownership because of that. And so most of our clients at the time were Arab and Chaldean companies. So that's another segment of the minority community. They don't get always classified as minority, but they are minorities.
They are. They are.
And that was a big customer segment and still has been, even over the years. Our customer segment has primarily been Arab and Chaldean, then white, then African American, then Hispanic.
Yeah. So let
in
me
terms
stop you right there. So I want to bring that full circle to everyone. So what Eric's company, he and his company, Banks and Company, they're based in Michigan, as you can tell, because he references Michigan quite frequently in his sports analogies, which is great, which is great. So, but he's based there, but a lot of times when we're looking at trying to service and provide a service, we're thinking of the entity that services the whole entire state or has multi different locations throughout the country. But what they were able to do was really go in real tight into the local businesses, cannabis businesses who needed his service. And so I really want to encourage us as business owners that sometimes we got to think outside of the big stuff that is just like that, the glaring big elephant in the room, and go to the small mouse that you may not do a ton of business with, but it creates an opportunity for you to build your business resume, right? So Eric's business resume probably consists of how many businesses, cannabis businesses? Like,
So
like
we've worked with over 170 over the year, and our service offerings, when I came back in 2017, we expanded. Now, here's a scale dynamic from a consulting side. You need to manage your scaling because by 2018 to 2019, we were doing real estate, we were doing not accounting, but fiscal analysis. We were doing legal because we had an in-house counsel that was doing legal services. We were really all over the map in terms of the different service outputs.
Yeah.
And we had some hiccups.
Yeah.
And that hurt us from a brand dynamic. But we were able to recover from those hiccups. We were able to address that. But then we scaled down and focused on those three core areas. What were we really good at in the commercial cannabis consulting space? And then that's what we've rolled on. And really, over the past 3 years, most of our work in the cannabis space has just been on governmental relations and policy management, both for M4MM, but for clients that needed local and state lobbying, as well as we are doing some work with Ascend right now. Actually, it's in the business consulting arena, but separate of that, it's been heavily in the policy management side.
Yeah.
Find your lane, because sometimes you can stretch too big. We had stretched too big. The money was rolling in. We had at that particular point, I think we had 25 different customers in 2018 to 2019, but we grew too big and we weren't disciplined enough to really know all of the areas with the full expertise that we needed.
Right.
So know your lane and stay in your lane. Simone always says, be your Michael Bivins in New Edition. Michael Bivins knows his lane.
He stay right there. He stay right in the pocket.
Right in the pocket. And you know what? She's right. She's so right.
Yeah.
Find your lane and stay
Shout
in.
out to Simone Kazon, if you listen. Shout out to you, sister, and Candace Capital, and all the work you've done, not only for yourself, but also for M4MM as an organization. That really, your point is really critical. It leads me to my next kind of question and want you to share with the group: capacity building. And I've seen that with you, Nichelle, in building your capacity, meaning the capacity to do more. How do you create these little Nichelles? Would love to hear from you, Nichelle, and then from you, Lena, of what was your strategy to build capacity, to take on more, or to be able to expand your breadth of what you can do, or how you're going to stay in front of those decision makers and buyers and people that might want to do business with you?
Yes, first we had to identify the need of insurance services in the marketplace, increase the brand identity, and then once that was accomplished, we said, okay, we cannot be in every state at the same time. So we had to create a hiring campaign, and we've been bringing on producers, legal consultants, financial consultants as well. We do have a FINRA certified financial consultant, because we saw the need for it and the barriers to entry with access to capital. So we've created that financial division in addition to providing insurance, right? Because one problem we did see is our people, Black and brown people, have historically been underinsured, right? We don't have adequate life insurance. So when it comes to funerals, we got to pass the plate. You see all these GoFundMe sites for helping people with final expenses and putting kids through college. This is an opportunity for us to obtain life insurance, but you can do it through your business, executive packages, key man insurance, succession planning. So what happens in the event of an unexpected event, whether it's a death or disability, one of your C-suite members, it's a loss to the organization. So have that succession planning in place, have that life insurance in place, so that when this event occurs, it's not a huge financial blow to the organization. You can continue with your business as usual. And then same on your personal side. So how do you protect your business, protect your livelihood? And that's what insurance is all about, putting that risk management in place every step of the way. And we've brought on producers and consultants to help companies identify these exposures, mitigate the risk, put risk management strategies in place, and back it up with insurance policies.
Awesome. Awesome. Lena, same question. How have you, being that you were in the promotion business outside of cannabis, then was brought into the industry, or you walked into the industry looking at those opportunities, and how do you build capacity for yourself, cannabis or not, in order to expand and to grow your business?
So definitely at this point, I've brought a team on. So it's not just me anymore. So I know, right? Yay, we have a team. So I brought on a team with a partner and an operations person who's doing a lot of the behind the scenes. AI, we're going to scale with AI as well, with the email chains and all of those pieces. So really just getting into technology a little more, because, you know, you can scale. I can only be so many places and I can only do so much, and scaling is the most important thing. So using technology, building a better team, and then collaborating. So yes. I'm currently, collaborating with V, the traveling cannabis writer, and Krista Jones from the Highly Connected app, M4MM I hope to do more with, but I've done some stuff. And then, really creating your own brand, right? Yeah. So a brand within a brand. So I've got the this beautiful, you can't see them, but this is our new print. It's like a rainbow marijuana flower print. And so we'll have it on slides, bucket hats, and things like that. So not only I'm just showing brands what I can do for them by doing it for myself as well. So I think, you build capacity by showing the capacity that you have. I've also gone into some partnership with a supplier and a warehouser. And so those next pieces, I'm going to be ready before it's time. So I don't have to get ready when it's time.
Yeah, that's such an interesting thing, because you can create a path of creating your own brand showing these different really lifestyle type of products, right? But then
Correct.
use it as an entry to do it for somebody else as well. Because if you can do it for yourself and you're not opposed to saying, okay, well, great, Ascend, you think these are cute, I can have a design and you can have these as swag giveaways, you know. So I think sometimes people, we don't understand like, you know, from building capacity, how to leverage it for new opportunities, correct?
Correct. So that's our next, like I said, at web stores, right? All the little brands who want their own merch out there. You
Yeah.
don't have, if you're a small business and you've got 5, 6 hats on right now, you can't add a merch store to your hat. It's a lot. And so that's where you would leverage somebody like, this is what I do. I set up your merch stores. I'm doing it for me. I can do it for you. Now you don't have to worry about it, but now you have brand presence that you may not have had, and now it's not on you. So,
oh Lord, look at
Yeah. And I
listen.
if I say that Lena has been integral for building our brand identity, swag with our Can of Coverage t-shirts. I'm wearing a man shirt right now, but she said, why don't you get a ladies t-shirt so it's not so frumpy looking like I look frumpy right now. But beautiful.
you never look frumpy, Nichelle. You can never look frumpy. Come on.
So building your team is critically important. Jeff Booker is on, where he's my co-founder, COO. I didn't mention him, but I know you were on earlier, Jeff. So shout out to the team. We also built an advisory board. So Gaetano Lardieri is not just my state co-director for M4MM. He's also on the advisory panel or advisory board. And then I'm on the advisory board for his organization. We work together with when we're building panels for different shows and really promote one another. So great team camaraderie. We uplift one another everywhere we go. So Lena's been a part of that. And there's just building relationships. M4MM is integral to who we are and the footprint we've created. So build relationships, leverage relationships, connect with public administrators who are those gatekeepers, those decision makers to your community, show up for council meetings, go to the state house, advocate. You know, you've got the squad here with M4MM to help you with policy and craft that for your specific state. So you have a village here because it takes a village to be really successful. Institutional racism existed before the cannabis industry, and unfortunately it will continue. So Eric Foster provided the legislative acrobatic language you have to create in policy. So you're in the right place at the right time, and it's really a historic moment in cannabis being exonerated, right? It's had a bad rap, but now we get to tell our story moving forward. You get to be who you want to be, the professional, the services you want to provide in this cannabis industry at this unique moment. So kill it, you guys.
Yeah. Last question as our suppliers sound off. These are real suppliers with real businesses, really contracting right now, really building capacity. Lena, we're going to have you do a merch store. I love that. Honey, I'm just about to do a flip because I'm just buying promotional items too. You know what? I can do this, but I can also set up your whole entire store for you. And you can tell me what you want me to do, just in time delivery. You want me to do fulfillment, however, like, it's incredible. So I want to encourage you folks to connect with her. I know I will. That's an extension. I want to leave this last question. I'll start with you, Eric. What's the power of partnership? Talk about the partnerships that you've either formed or partnerships that you've gained that have created opportunities for new business in the cannabis space.
So, and I also want to take, because I didn't get a moment to comment on the last question, so I'm going to take a point of personal privilege to add in on that last question.
Yes, please.
So scaling is critical because you need to understand and find what is your strength. Just because you get contract opportunities in a particular space does not mean that is the best space for you to be in. So you have to be willing to learn and find your space and willing to admit to mistakes, possible failure, and challenge. Now, to your last question, partnership comes in a number of different places. One of it has been working with M4MM, because working with M4MM has opened up doors for opportunities for us to be able to get to stakeholders in different segments, not just here in this particular space, but also in the political space. We started, and along with other stakeholders, super PAC. And our super PAC, the future today and tomorrow, is we've already endorsed different candidates that are running for Congress, Democrats, and one Republican in Virginia, but who is African American and supportive of cannabis, and along with other policy things that are important to us. But we, because of the relationship with M4MM, have been talking to True Leave to hopefully become their endorsed super PAC for the ability to push the ballot initiative in Florida, which would be huge as an African American created super PAC to be endorsed, to then be able to get on the ground and do that. Another thing we've done is, because we're members of the National Black Lobbying Association, and I know I'm not giving the full title correctly, one of the things that we've been doing is meeting with them to get them and the National Black State Legislators Caucus to work together to leverage their capacity as Black state legislators around the country to push for the white firms, be it corporate cannabis, corporate healthcare, automotive, etc., to bring on companies like Banks and Company and other African American owned lobbying firms to do work with the leverage of, we are, in some cases, depending on the state, Black legislators are the majority of the Democratic caucus and make up a significant portion of the overall legislative body. They have more import to be able to say, okay, if you want to come lobby us, GM or Ascend or Ascension Health or Blue Cross Blue Shield, you need to hire and have Black firms be a part of your lobbying team, because you all are spending billions on lobbying. And so that's another place of building a partnership with, through the trade association we're a part of as lobbyists, along with the Association for State Legislators. And we're also looking at doing the same thing with NABCO, which is the National Organization of Black County Officials, as well, because you need those sorts of partnerships. So you have to think beyond what's just within the industry. Other partnerships, being a part of other organizations that are specific to the work that you do. You know, I think Michelle can say this, and I know that Simone has this as well, being a part of insurance trade groups, financial service trade groups, and other trade groups that don't have a damn thing to do with cannabis.
Yeah.
Because that's the industry you're in. You're not just a cannabis company, but you're a business that's in these different industry sectors. You know, we're a lobbying firm. Well, that's one of our core areas. So it makes sense to be a part of lobbying trade associations. And then with Lena, I would say with her company, there's packaging trade associations and branding and marketing trade associations that I'm sure she's a part of. You need to be a part of as many clubs, as many cookouts as you can get invited to, where they really will, now don't try to do like Vivek Ramaswamy and go to the cookout where they tell you boy, you ain't welcome, but we'll let you serve us like Ann Coulter did to him last week. Go to the cookouts that want you to be there and that will respect you for being at the cookout.
And bring value, because our
Yes.
industry is something that
Don't bring plates and cups.
right.
Bring a dish.
And don't bring the watered down potato salad. Bring your grandma potato salad. And the potato salad is cannabis. And people, they don't know our industry, and everybody is interested. That's what we have as a differentiator. We know our industry. We know the ins and outs. We know where it's going from a retail. We've done the research. We're living it right now. So those outside partners who don't touch our industry, that could be a persuader to help you to grow capacity, grow expertise, or whatever. They are going to be excited that you're going to bring something to them that they don't know. So
don't make King T'Challa come back from the grave to get on you about bringing that woman's potato salad to the cookout. He recognized that ain't right.
No raisins. So listen, guys, we got about 2 or 3 minutes, and then we have our next speaker that's teed up, ready to go. And you guys got to hear from this gentleman, because he, when I introduce him, you'll see why. But you have to be prepared for this energy. But CJ had one last question for the panel.
Yes, so you guys all operate ancillary businesses, consulting services. And being that you do that, a lot of people, when you're in the actual supply chain, you're dealing with regulation and compliance. Just wanted to know, can you guys let the individuals on the call know what niche segments have you guys identified in the cannabis market that will allow somebody to develop a competitive advantage in the space in terms of an ancillary business? What have you guys seen in terms of your different businesses? What particular ancillary businesses actually stick out as having something special about them?
I would absolutely say it's the insurance industry that is one of the ancillary businesses that stands out, because everyone needs insurance. You need it in your personal life, you need it in your business life, and you certainly need it in this highly regulated, risky industry. And not just the plant touching folks, it's the consultants that need cannabis specific errors and omission, directors and officers insurance. It's the law firms, it's the accounting firms that all need insurance services. So folks didn't really understand insurance in the cannabis space. And because of the complexities of it being federally illegal, the major players are not in it, not yet, but they are coming, right? As we talk about rescheduling, it's coming. So back to what Eric was saying, mapping out your key stakeholders and understanding who you need to influence for you to move successfully in this industry. And we have Jeff Booker, who's also, not only is he a member of M4MM, not only is he the COO and founder of Canna Coverage, he's also running for city council in the town of Seabright. So we have to also become influential within this circle and provide support so we can move our agenda forward, support those Black elected officials who are running for office, who are advocating for us. So we'll get you information on how everyone can contribute to his campaign, because it's critically important. He was very much hurt by being in the cannabis industry, and it was used as a weapon against him in the last election. So how do we understand that, support, because it's not just him, it's happening across the country. They're always trying to look for ways to hurt our elected officials and candidates, Black candidates that are running for office.
Yeah.
So it takes it across the board.
It takes a village. That's it. So guys, I got to stop our supplier sound off right now, because I got to get our next speaker on, and I got to catch us up on some time. The key takeaways from this conversation is here's what we got to look at it, guys. Capacity. We got to look at capacity building, access to capital, workforce, partnership, advocacy, all these things are critical to being able to navigate and leverage not only your business and your expertise, leverage it for contracts, for opportunities, but the biggest thing is to find you a village, find your tribe and get in there, right? Ask to speak, write a blog, send it to, if you're part of M4MM, say, I got a blog, can I put it on your website? You got to put yourself out there, right? And people have to know what your business is and be succinct in knowing what your business is. And we're going to talk more about that towards the end of the afternoon. So thank you, Nichelle. Thank you so much, Lena. Thank you so much, Eric Foster. You can go to the barbershop now. You off duty. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Men, takeaway for men, don't be me. Don't let your hair get this wide.
Look
Thank you
good
so
for
much.
Mother's Day, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Happy Mother's Day to all the mommies out here.
Happy
Yes,
Mom's
yes, yes,
Day.
yes, yes.
Roz,
Yes.
you're a great leader, a great mother. Happy Mother's Day to you.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker that we have is someone that I met in the industry that we just connected initially and just hit it off to the point I'll be like, John, just come to my office. And then he comes to my office and he's here for like 3 hours. And we're talking about everything you can imagine. This young man, his background started right prior to his Walmart stint, but he has a background that's unbelievable. And I want him to share that with you because it's important for you to understand that he was able to leverage a background outside of cannabis to come into the cannabis industry, do things in the industry that wasn't even in his background, exceed in that and excel. And then he was instrumental in getting the support that we needed as an organization to actually pair buyers at TruLeave with business owners and suppliers that were a part of the M4MM family. And he directly facilitated the conversation with the buyers to get them to buy in on having a one-on-one business matchmaking session that gave our suppliers the chance to pitch their business. Here's why you should do business with me. I'm contract ready. My name is Roz McCarthy, and I have a packaging company, and here's what I can do for you. And if it were not for John Calloway, and I have to thank you publicly, John, for trusting me that, one, I could deliver something of excellence, and I think we did, but trusting and seeing the need and helping to facilitate it. So today, John is going to speak to you.
I'll call you back when I get out of here.
Hold on, Ivory. Hey, Ivory girl, I'm gonna put you on mute, honey. So I want to have John is going to speak from a place of authenticity because he's going to be talking about mastering the lingo, strategies to communicate effectively with cannabis buyers and secure profitable contracts. So without further ado, I give you John Calloway.
Thank you, Roz. Thank you. Thank you, M4MM. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak today. And Roz, you are absolutely one of my closest in the industry and outside of the industry in general. Roz is just a phenomenal resource, a support, a friend. Roz will stand behind you even when things get tough. And she's the person that I know that if I got a situation or something, I got an issue, I'm like, hey, Roz, what's your thoughts on this? And she'll always give me authentic responses. Roz does not hold back, and I appreciate that for sure. So again, my name is John Calloway. I've had the opportunity to be in the industry for about 3 years now. Prior to joining the cannabis industry, I was with Walmart for 13 years. I always joke because with Walmart, I had the opportunity to kind of jump around because I wanted to ensure that I was able to diversify my professional footprint. Walmart's one of those spaces where when Sam Walton established the organization, he wanted it to be a space where you don't have to leave if you want to, be able to experience different career areas. So you could do everything from even flying planes to being in security to being in stores. I had the great opportunity of being a store leader, being a store manager, as well as leading and talent development, leading regional areas as it related to operations, technology, HR, and e-commerce. So that was one of the sparks of my passion for wanting to have a business of my own, because essentially Walmart allowed us to create businesses within the organization. And I was able to create a over $200 million operation within Walmart, which in turn was able to help me to continue to promote through the organization. When I essentially had gotten to my last year at Walmart, I was like, you know what? I want to try something different because all I can ever talk about is just Walmart. And I know y'all probably know people who are annoying. They're so obsessed with their companies, and that's all they talk about at all times. That was me, unfortunately. So I said, you know, I got to try something new. And I found the cannabis industry. And what was funny was Trulieve actually had a position that was open for a director of cultivation. And I'm like, I can't grow plants, but I know operations. So essentially, I was able to get the interview with the organization, and I fell in love with the associates actually that I had went to meet. And then in turn, I had actually joined the organization as a director of cultivation. I stayed a director of cultivation for a very short time period, essentially to learn the role. And then they had learned that I had quite a bit of HR and people-based initiatives that could assist the organization organizationally wide versus me just being focused within Florida. So I was moved over to become a director of performance management, whereas I left from a Florida-based position to a national position within the organization, where I led corporate recruiting, the talent strategy for the organization, performance management. I kicked off the company's first employee resource group program organizationally wide. And then I worked on several initiatives for the board. And that's also where I got to meet Roz. And it was funny because the first time I go to the office, I'm very nervous because I've heard, you know, Roz is a big name within the industry, and you know, she's very critical to Trulieve. And I'm like, okay, this is somebody I need to make sure that I can have a successful meeting with. I don't want to set a bad impression or at all. But meeting Roz for the first time in person was like meeting a friend that I've known for a very long time. She made me very comfortable. She helped me. She actually educated me because I was still newer to the industry. And I felt so comfortable in the space. That's why from that point forward, anytime Roz says, hey, let's go over to the office, I'm there for 2, 3, 4 hours. I know Eric was making jokes about how long he can talk. I could talk for a very, very long time as well, but I try to read social cues from people's faces to see when I stop.
Hey, John, I like this when I do like this. I mean, wrap it up.
So, and then from there, I was then promoted to the executive director of DEI and social impact, where essentially I took over the DEI strategy for the organization, as well as the corporate social responsibility strategy and supplier diversity. So that's where I had the opportunity to be able to reestablish how the organization looked at supplier diversity. We had worked on bringing in a new team, and we had rebranded the space. And I also wanted to make sure that we weren't just checking a box. You will find that sometimes, you know, some organizations have requirements that they've submitted through applications to meet certain diverse supplier guidelines. However, sometimes you have to peel back the layers to make sure that the organization is going after new suppliers and introducing themselves to new opportunities versus just using the same suppliers that they've used forever. And in many instances, these organizations may have been, you know, being realistic, may have been $100 million organization when they first started working with the first suppliers. Now they're $1 billion company. You have much more opportunity to be able to support other businesses. And I wanted to make sure that that was articulated across the entire organization, which did require intense retraining of our purchasing leaders to ensure that by state, based off of one of the things that I like to lean into often as an operator is either I'm going to talk to you about how much money I can save you, or I'll talk to you about compliance, because no one wants lawsuits or no one wants to lose money from fines. And then people always want to make more money or profit or be able to retain more of their revenue. So I would lean into those key pieces of re-educating the organization as it related to requirements by state with our supplier diversity team, as well as working through to identify suppliers that could offer better rates to the purchasing manager versus the rates that they may have been paying previously to an organization that essentially may not be able to supply what they need. So was able to really start to build up the diverse supplier pipeline that way. And again, Roz was highly beneficial to that portion because she also was able to bring in contract ready suppliers to the organization that we were able to put directly in front of those purchasing managers. And as I go through my PowerPoint, you'll kind of see why time is extremely critical.
Great. Do you need us to, you want to share your screen?
Yes, I'll go ahead and share screen.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
And if you could do me about 15, 20 minutes, maybe?
Yep.
That'd be great. That'd help me catch up on some of my time.
Let me actually set a little timer real quick for 19 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Oh, it says that someone else is sharing right now.
That's probably me. Okay. There you go.
Perfect. All right. So again, I represent Callaway Venture and Associates. It's a consulting organization. We consult on business, HR, and diversity. So one of the critical points that I wanted to make sure I brought up, many of you, I'm pretty sure this is not a surprise to most of you, but the cannabis market is essentially growing at a rapid rate. And when I did some research through Grandview Research back in 2023, they expected that it's going to grow to 90 billion by 2026. Which means that there's going to be many more opportunities for suppliers because people are going to essentially need additional products or they'll need additional services. You'll have a lot of businesses that are going to be ramping up. Some of you may offer consulting services. So you may have businesses that are small that are going to start to ramp up as well. Or you may have businesses that are larger that may need consultants to take over specific portions of consulting for their organizations. So this is a critical time for us, especially as we approach this continuous ramp up, to make sure that you are contract ready and you're prepared, because it's moving fast. And I don't know about any of you, but from working in an MSO, I will tell you that to me, being in cannabis, 1 year is essentially the equivalent of being in a traditional CPG company, possibly for about 3 to 4 years, unless you're working on very innovative projects at the time. But if you're just maintaining and just running, then it's definitely going to probably be to equate to about 3 years or so. From what I've felt specifically coming into one of the most fast-paced organizations within the U.S. Essentially, I know that this goes a long way. Most people know that successful selling is basically understanding who your customer is. And then one quick point that I want to make sure is made very important. You have to, and I heard someone made mention of this earlier, which made me actually extremely excited, because you had already kind of prompted this next piece. You have to make sure that you are an organization that is seen to be trustworthy. No organization, no cannabis company, no large, especially MSOs or even smaller organizations, are going to essentially want to speak to you if you are someone that is seen as untrustworthy within the industry. And essentially, when you're looking at that trust, it's, are you focusing on quality and ensuring that you have compliance standards for your business? Do you have transparency where the organization can understand how you conduct your practices? Are you upfront with your intentions with the organizations? Being able to showcase where your expertise is, essentially, you know, if you are a business consultant, can you articulate what makes you the best business consultant? And then ensuring that no matter what, as you're approaching these organizations, that you can be able to articulate even how you've taken care of other customers. Again, time is going to be extremely limited. And like I said, if a company, if we've already established that being someone within a large MSO working there for a year feels like 3 years, then you know that it's an extremely fast-paced business. They don't have a lot of time for you to give very long explanations of anything. And I will tell you that I have to hold myself accountable with this because, again, like I said, I like to talk. I like to engage in conversation. I like to go back and forth with people. But if I'm pitching or if I'm actually waiting for people to pitch, I want them to just be direct, be clear with their intentions, and understand that the time is very limited. So you may see me at a trade event and I may be walking, and you may only have 10 minutes to really show me, you know, or pitch to me and say what makes your potential product stand out amongst your the other competitors. You also have to understand who are your potential competitive partners. Like, who is your competition? And then, does this company already have suppliers that offer what you offer? What makes you better than those other suppliers? And we'll talk about value proposition and in just a moment, but just what makes you stand apart from the competitors? Because again, you all think about it. If you have kids or if you have any type of family members or even friends, some of you may be extremely busy. You think about it. You got about 20 minutes or an hour in between the time of you going to a lunch or something for work. You don't have a lot of time. I know we've all been there where it's like, I only have this set amount of time, and someone calls you and they're like, hey, I got to talk to you about this. This is extremely important. You're like, okay, you need to hit whatever you need to talk about within the next 5 minutes, because anything beyond this 5 minutes, I'm no longer listening. That's going to essentially be the same thing when you're trying to approach these buyers. You have to understand, again, how are you competitive with your pricing? If the buyers are used to, and that's why I said doing some market research, is say you're selling a product and your competitors are selling the product at, I don't know, $50 a pound, and you come along and you start to want to sell this product at $80 a pound, it's very unlikely that they're going to switch to you, knowing that you are considerably higher in cost and you may be offering the same product in general. And then, you know, again, understanding the needs. And one of the things that I suggest for people often, go attend the investors meetings or look at where some of these companies' expansions are going. You can kind of get ahead of a company. And I have to give Roz props because she actually, during one of our pitch competitions, she did this research and presented us with contract ready suppliers that were ready to help us in a new state that we were going to be going into. Roz had did this work already on her own and didn't even, honestly, she didn't even tell me like, hey, this I'm all Roz said is, hey, I got you. And just know that I'm strategic with my actions. And I didn't even realize she had already done research, planned out, and was able to present us with people. And some of the folks that had came in, some of the purchasing managers like, whoa, like I didn't even know that this was available. And they wanted to immediately have further discussions. So do not skip out on doing your research, because you can't put together a conversation or a pitch without understanding the needs, the true needs, and the future goals of an organization. I won't read through all of these, but just know that I wanted to be able to put together just like a quick snapshot of the different areas of decision makers that you may find within a cannabis organization. You know, you may hit within that purchasing team. You may be able to interact with them, the business development teams, the construction. Some of you may be offering IT products. You know, maybe you're getting in touch with the IT manager, so on and so forth. But these different leaders within these different spaces, oftentimes you're able to find them sometimes even at industry events, or but oftentimes it's more specific of like, where would this person be going if an event matches kind of the background of said leader. So, you know, a cultivation manager may be at a trade show, or a production manager may be at a trade show. These are the spaces that you can go to try to get some face time with some of these organizations. And then you know, I just wanted to share some products. I like the fact that Eric had made mention that earlier, that oftentimes people think it's just one line, you know, I'm just going to sell just this product in the dispensary. But no, there's so many services that, or products that you can provide to a cannabis organization. It's just really understanding what they need, and then which level of leader or which department matches your department. And sometimes just use a traditional view. If it's something about training, for instance, most of us have if we worked in a company that's over 10 people, you know that generally training and things like that fall under HR. So it's going to be the HR team that you're going to try to get in touch with. If you're selling a recruitment or a training product, you really wouldn't be pitching that to your you know, to a cultivation team. You're going to most likely try to pitch it to an HR leader or a manager of a facility, so on and so forth. So just wanted to kind of bring some visibility to this, and just let you know that there's so many areas that you could pitch a cannabis organization on and be able to find success. It's just all about timing. One of the critical things that I like to often just share with others is, you know, become a certified diverse supplier. Do know that just because you may run a small business, or you may be a minority owner, or you may be, you know, your company may be over 50% woman owned, does not make you certified. You still want to go through the process and steps of becoming certified, because in some instances, as I was saying in the beginning, some cannabis companies want to meet certain metrics when it comes to renewals and it comes to applications, and they want to meet certain diversity metrics. Oftentimes, they're going to be looking for certified businesses. So for instance, when we were conducting business in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania had required that the organization be a certified diverse supplier within that space. They weren't allowing self-certification. So getting certified as a business shows that organization that you have gone through the process, and they know that there's a level of trust that they can have with you, because you're not getting certified without submitting official documents, which I'll talk about in just a moment as well. So there is many benefits to becoming a diverse supplier. You know, you can expand on your market reach. Eric brought it up earlier. You can start looking outside of just cannabis. So if you're a diverse supplier, you can now go into supplier pipelines. You know, if you go to the National Minority Supplier Diversity Council, they allow for you to be a part of their pipeline. Now other organizations outside of cannabis spaces can also be able to work with your business, which is going to increase your revenue streams. And then just again, it's giving you that competitive edge, because you have that trust that companies that are not certified cannot offer, you know, because you went through the process, and this company knows that they can believe in whatever you are pitching, because essentially you have done the work to becoming a diverse supplier. So please do not skip out on this, because it can be a highly beneficial addition to your business. Going through this, I won't read through this again because time is limited, but you can look at your state-specific guidelines when it comes to their supplier diversity program, as well as, like I had mentioned, you can go to the National Minority Supplier Diversity Council. There's different councils that you can go to. One of the things I tell people, just save yourself time, just go on Google and just type in whatever you know yourself, you know, whatever you can stand behind. So like, for instance, myself, I can go in and say, you know, minority supplier diversity certification, Florida, and then national minority supplier diversity checklist. And then I can go through and start to look at how I can become certified in Florida, or as well as any type of national certifications. These organizations are large. Like I said, they're fast paced. Sometimes you have to be strategic on how you're going to get in front of them. Sending them emails sometimes does not always work. In some instances, some people may look at your emails. In some instances, they may not. I will tell you that I used to get in about 200 or 300 emails a week because I was posting on LinkedIn all the time. So people knew it was easy to just type in john.calloway@trueleaf.com. So I really wasn't particularly looking at the emails, but when I went out to industry events, or I attended meetings like this, or I would go to, you know, Chamber of Commerce meetings, that's how I was able to really identify the suppliers and where people were able to get more time with me. So just know that you may need to be strategic. I know that finances could potentially be constrained. So just try to find the innovative ways. Again, like I said, the chambers is a great way of getting your business in front of other companies. And a lot of the cannabis organizations, from what I had seen, do belong to a lot of the chambers. Also look at cannabis specific support organizations as well. And then, you know, of course, speaking with, you know, with Raj joining the Procure, these are spaces where you can get placed in front of these organizations, or at least you can get the direction as to how you can get that face time with them. Value proposition is extremely important. You have to make sure when you are going to pitch your business, before you go to talk to anybody, understand what makes you stand apart. Understand what makes you unique. It's extremely imperative to make sure, and I cannot reiterate this enough, what makes you unique and stand apart. If you are extremely long-winded and it takes you 35 minutes to talk about what makes you unique, then you have probably lost your buyer. You have to know this. You have to have this down. Write it down if you need to. These are the few points that make my business stand out, because when you get that elevator, sometimes you get an elevator pitch, you know, time where you might be riding in an elevator with somebody and say, hey, what do you do? And you say, I am X, Y, and Z. You have to be able to say that I offer this service, this service, this service, or what makes you stand apart. Understand that, study it, because you never know when those opportunities are going to come up, or when you strategically plan out those opportunities. Ensure that, again, you have some data behind what you are talking about and conducting that market research if you're particularly going to be going after a specific target market. Another big thing is I often suggest for organizations to have a pitch deck. Have something available. Now, again, I know that a lot of us are thinking about pitch decks just for investors, but you also want to have a pitch deck for for the company that you're going after. You know, it was very interesting because even Roz, when I was talking about launching my business, this was one of the first things that Roz even reminded me about. Is like, hey, John, make sure that you have your pitch together. And she kept stressing that point because it's extremely important. And when I thought back to businesses that I took seriously, when we were talking about, you know, are you contract ready? They had pitch decks. They had something together that they could show to say, this is what my business offers. This is what I have been able to do from a performance standpoint. This is what my customers feel about my product. Because then you're able to, because again, if you're a newer player or you're a company that this company has not worked with in the past, they have to be able to know that they can trust your product and be able to trust that you have had success. Because I need to know that if you are going to come in and do some large subcontracting for a construction project, I want to know what you've been able to do prior to now, so that you don't come in and try to, you know, construct a building for this organization and essentially it's not sound, or you're not following compliance guidelines, or you build the building backwards, things like that. So you got to make sure that they can know what you are offering up front. one of the other things that I have working with a lot of marketing folks is in some instances, as I was trying to pitch even like marketing groups and teams, I found that some of them were looking at what is the social media exposure for this product that we're bringing in, and will it bring us more exposure as an organization, especially if you're pitching for instance, a cannabis product. They want to know, what is your market penetration? Do people know who you are? Do you have a presence? And if you don't have a presence, start to work on building up that presence so that when you pitch these companies as part of your pitch deck, you can also say, this is what I bring. This is the visibility that I'll bring to your organization. This is how many people I know that I can most likely get to come over to want to be customers with you if you're selling a product through them, especially, like I said, maybe a cannabis line or product. So just keep that in mind, as well as services, because again, if they can see that on your social media that people are talking about how great you are, it kind of helps people to sometimes feel more comfortable to go with your organization. And then just as the last point, again, I just wanted to reiterate, you can sometimes catch these organizations at the conferences, sometimes setting up procurement meetings. Look at the organization to see if they have a supplier. So when you go onto a lot of the MSO's websites, you can be able to see if they have a supplier diversity program, or you can see if they just have a supplier program in general. Go in and sign up, so like before I had left, before I had departed from TrueLeaf, they had a system that you could actually sign up through just as a supplier, and it would actually alert the procurement team that you were signing up for this service, and they would reach out to talk about your products. And sometimes that would actually help to get your products, because they would say, okay, we actually got a message that we had a need for this specific product, and they would automatically move those groups in front of the purchasing managers. So just make sure that as much as possible that you are attending virtual events, attending events like this, like I had said, or even signing up. But just, you cannot expect that these contracts will just fall into your lap. And I cannot stress enough, do your research. Do not approach the companies without conducting thorough research. And please ensure that you have your pitch together. Go ready. Because if you go to an organization and you are not ready to pitch them, or you do not, and you get FaceTime, say you work with Roz and she helps you to be able to get FaceTime, and you're not ready, or you're all over the place, or it doesn't seem like you have your business, like you understand where your business is going, you most likely may not get another opportunity to pitch in front of that leader, because they're probably going to remember. And I'm sorry to say that, but unfortunately, sometimes you only get one time to shine. And if you miss that time, you unfortunately may lose that contract opportunity. So I cannot stress enough to prepare, research, and ensure that you are ready. So Roz, thank you for the time. I wanted to make sure that I cut now, because I wanted to give you back those minutes.
No. And you're fine, because before you cut out, we got a few more minutes. And I want to, if anybody has a question, this is your time to talk to John, asking about, what do buyers look for? What do they ask for? What's their attitude? What's their background? Like, what's important to them? One thing that I got, that my takeaway was, and this was mentioned by, I think, Lena, or maybe it was by Eric Foster. What are the 3 core areas that you're good at, right? And then how can you, I look at it as, how do you save them either time, money, or become a resource, or help them to make money? And I think, John, your thoughts in regards to, we have a question from Dr. Newton, but your thoughts in regards to that, like in regards to being very laser focused as to what your service is, correct?
Yes, no, absolutely. You have to be able to, that's why I say you really want to do that preparation of your value proposition. So some people will conduct a business canvas, which is a suggestion. So if you go on Google, just type in business canvas template, and in that business canvas, it's actually going to prompt you to create and understand what your value prop is, as well as what your target market is. And and then what revenue streams, and it really directs your mind so that it actually helps you to be able to articulate when you have those conversations to make sure it's a very direct and impactful conversation.
You said Business Canvas on Google?
Business Canvas, yes.
Okay, and then is there any resources on how to create a pitch deck? What are there any key parts of the pitch deck that you think are important?
Yeah, so just going back to, sorry, so it's just going to be essentially, what's the market opportunity, your competitive landscape, your financial projections, especially, and then making sure that that value prop is absolutely added to that pitch. Those are going to be some of your most critical, because when you're thinking about, say you offer, you have a large pitch deck, people are going to really just want to see what products are you offering, what makes you better than the competition.
Yeah.
And then what can they expect from financial gain if you're selling a product, or what kind of a profit can they expect from if you're coming into, say you're doing a continuous improvement project within the organization, what kind of expenses or waste can be mitigated with the processes that you're going to be running. So just make sure that you're just very clear with those key pieces. What are the wins for the organization?
And as well as references and then certifications. If you're a MeeBee certified, state certified, that stuff matters because some companies are reporting that out as well. And so, if you guys as Black and brown business owners, women business owners, if you're not certified, your business is not certified, I encourage you, cannabis or not, get certified. Because sometimes it'll open up a door when you least expect it. And I have an example of a young lady that we were able to facilitate a opportunity outside of Florida. And the reason why she was so attractive to the MSO is because she was minority certified in her state. She was woman-owned certified. She's a veteran, so she was veteran-owned certified. She had all these certifications and background, and they were like, yeah, we need this. Because if a lot of times when they're expanding to new markets, and there is a social equity requirement or minority participation requirement, you being a partner with them, leverage that. Be like, listen, I can help you win a contract. I can help you win a license. You need to do business with me, right? And that's where you have these conversations and you have to do your research, especially if you're in states where there's not an adult use program or not a medical program. Man, there are MSOs who are trying to get in there. If you live in that state, Virginia, Georgia, Mississippi is only medical. If you're in one of these states, West Virginia, leverage. Hey, I'm a business owner. I'm certified here in the state. I can be a supporter and a partner for you if you're looking to come into my state, right? All right, Dr. Newton, your hand's up.
Yes, I just want to say what an honor, John. I really appreciate the presentation. I have to tell you, if I was starting a business now, this is one of the person that's going to be in my long-term strategic plan. Important to dispensaries, definitely compliance, like a couple of the previous speakers mentioned as well. But having someone like John in your corner, the experience, he's worked with large companies like Walmart, with Trulieve, so multiple billion-dollar companies. So tremendous asset. And I think another thing that to have a great consultant like him on your team long term, he understands consumer trust, how you can differentiate different markets, operating and efficiency, getting those connections for long-term business partnerships. I think he and Roz are very unique in all the people I've met in the industry in understanding those 5 aspects. And I'm not saying that they'll do it for you directly, but making those connections and being an accountability partner for your business. But these, I would say, are the top 2 organizations that I would make sure, the top 2 individuals I'll make sure I'm connected with in terms of my long-term business strategy and having them as consultants and seeking their advice. And one thing I really love that John mentioned is that being prepared and practicing. when you come across someone at these different events, there's some great events even coming up on M4MM's schedule that I'll be attending as well as medical director for Florida, but I also support other states. And, I would love to meet some of the business owners here and the entrepreneurs here in person at some of these events. But understanding compliance, consumer trust, differentiating yourself in the marketplace, operational efficiency, and business partnerships, those are real keys to echo what John said. And I'm just thoroughly appreciative of your presence and the presentation. And this is a lot of value. This is the type of value people pay $100,000 for, to be honest with you. Being at the top, as far as medical director of this organization where we have 135 locations here in Florida, over 200 or around 200 nationwide. I can tell you that the value that y'all are getting now, companies pay a lot more than what you are paying now. So definitely take advantage and form a long-term relationship.
Dr. Newton, this is free, so you can't get
I'm just speaking as having literally witnessed and seen people write checks and seen banks transfer the money. These are your two main allies, Minorities for Medical Marijuana and Roz and John Calloway. If I was starting, I can't tell anyone what to do as a physician. I don't give business advice. But if I was starting right now today, my own company, those would be the top two consultants I would hire. And I would have a relationship long-term with in terms of growing my company as we want to start to see some new opportunities, the rescheduling, not just in individual states, but nationwide. We're going to see new opportunities, and potentially that's going to even extend to global opportunities. So, to be closely connected with individuals that they have experience. Imagine John and Roz 10 years ago, how amazing it would have been to connect with them and have that. But now look, they have, 10 years in the industry approximately. And to connect with them now and everything that they've learned, and now they're going to take that into your business, and you're going to be a partner with them. I would say hands down. And I don't like to say things are a no-brainer. Again, I'm not giving advice, business advice, but having more recently studied corporate finance, being involved in the medical industry for a number of years, for decades, I would say definitely, go ahead and make a long-term connection right here. This will definitely change the course of your business. You want to grow with the industry. It's going to continue to grow, especially after these new laws come into place and everything's set up. So again, thank you, John. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newton, for those comments. I want to just remind everyone that there is not an industry in our lifetime that you will be able to enter into at the infancy stage that we are in right now with cannabis. Period. The end. It is the opportunity of a lifetime, and you just have to stay the course, stay focused, and navigate through it. No matter if you're a brand or if you're a service provider, whatever it is, one day you're going to hear about Canna Coverage, Canna's Capital. You're going to hear all these different companies. And if you guys play it right now, they're going to be multi-million-dollar companies that have been able to really tap in. Making money and generational wealth is all about timing. And the timing is so important. And don't think when people go, oh, well, we got a long ways to go. No, the window is closing, and you don't want it to close shut and then we be out there picking and talking about, we should overcome, and why you didn't give me an opportunity. We have to see. I'm serious. Like, you have to figure out and seize the day now, right? And sometimes you will do stuff that you're not getting paid for, but there's a value in you doing work or making connections now in order to help leverage it as you want to grow your business. So, John Calloway, I appreciate you so much. CJ, you had
to kind of camel back off of that, we know that the end of prohibition is only going to happen once, and we know how alcohol prohibition turned out. Those who had the first mover advantage with alcohol, the same is playing out here in cannabis. But my question, John, is we know innovation closely follows diversity. So can you speak on how suppliers, how do we stay agile when it comes to the shifting market trends in cannabis, being that it's in its infancy? How do we ensure that we stay close to buyer preferences as the industry starts to mature?
So that's a really good, really good question. I actually just did something on that kind of in support of diversity as it related to generative AI and some of its learning capabilities and the way it sometimes mimics biases of the of the actual hiring managers. So technology is absolutely it's fast paced, it's moving. One of the things that I usually suggest for folks to do is if you don't have the financial capability to be able to invest in the technology specifically yourself, that would cause you to stand apart. Start looking for organizations that you can partner with that may be going and essentially moving at a fast pace that may offer a specific type of tech that you can utilize for your business. So, for instance, like when I was focused heavily on conducting diversity audits, so on and so forth, I was actually pitched by an organization that instead of me doing them manually, I could show how professional my organization was by actually doing them digitally, and they were going to offer me a I don't want to talk say specifics to the product because I know they're still working on it, but still pushing it out. But essentially, it would have been an automated way of conducting the processes that I was going to conduct, and would allow me to actually reach a larger footprint of groups much faster. It would actually been more cost effective for my organization in the long run, as well as it would have really made me stand apart as a DEI leader that's more innovative with their approach. Also, it showed stronger KPIs and results as well than just me computing them personally. So just partnering with those different organizations, I feel is going to really help you unless you have the financial backing to be able to do it yourself. But we have more than enough. I mean, I even see someone on the call right now, a tech leader, Martez Knox, someone who's doing great things with technology. I don't want to speak specifics because I don't know how much has been released, but Martez has
And
something
listen, we already figured out Martez is the truth, man. We figured that out early this morning.
he is. He's coming up with technology that I think is going to shake the industry as a whole. But partnering with people like that, get with them in the beginning and we both grow together.
Well, listen, that goes back to the whole partnership thing, right? We just talked about that, finding partners, and it doesn't have to be organizations. It could be individuals. That's why you guys are on here. Everybody that's on here this afternoon, find you a partner. Find someone that you want to get to know them a little bit better, know more about what they do, how that can connect with them and connect with see if there is some synergy. But absolutely. Let me one last question, and then is Gia on? We want to see her face, and Gia is up next. But we got my brother,
Yes, I'm here.
My love, my birthday, Sag, his birthday and my birthday on the same day. My good brother out in Colorado, Mr. Michael Diaz, you got a question, brother? Come on in.
Hey, y'all, good to be in here. Hey, John, my question is not necessarily for the cannabis buyer, but more so the dispensary decision maker. So I've got a cannabis delivery service, and I'm trying to just get contracts with dispensaries, and I'm always thinking of cost of acquisition and how to secure contracts with these dispensaries decision makers. In terms of mastering the lingo, or even just like economy of language, what are the things that I should be talking to about with the decision makers that are going to make them more likely to sign the contract? If that makes sense.
And then and before you answer that, John, let me just put this into play. And Michael, I'm so happy to see you on, brother. I love you so much. You guys, if it's not close the contract, there's something. I was trained by the largest Fortune 100 company, the biggest pharmaceutical company, Bristol Myers Squibb. I spent 10 years working for them. And my training, and one of the biggest things I remember and I learned that has left me an imprint is that when you're closing, always think about the close, and there's a big C and there's little C's. Your little C's are sometimes just an agreement to see you again. an agreement to have a conversation. So when you're talking about how do you close a contract, also think about the process to get to closing the contract, and don't faint if you don't close it on the first deal. If someone gives you an opportunity to come back and talk more, or to give them a proposal or what have you, you closed them. It's just a little seed. And you want to take your little C's and build to the big C, which is contract in hand, business going. Now we're making money. So, John, I just want to make that point. Yes, John.
No, you listen, Roz, I love that you put that in there, because I had that as a part of the PowerPoint, but I was like, I don't know if I'm going to go specifically into that, because we might run out of time. But Roz is 100% spot on, and it actually follows up with the next point I'm gonna make. And Michael, thank you for that. You know, for me, even, and I can talk about even when I was trying to, you know, as an internal trying to push the contract ready suppliers in front of the companies, in front of the company, I had to do pitching with them just to get them to be able to actually attend the meeting to listen to the folks. And one of the things that that Roz had prepared with a lot of the organizations ahead of them coming was, you know, understanding their value prop. You know, what makes you stand apart from the competition, and what do you stand for as an organization? What is your competitive advantage? So like, how are you more likely to be better beneficial to the organization than them going with with a competitor? What cost savings can you offer me by going through you as a delivery service versus me doing a delivery service myself, or going with, you know, again, a competitor? And then, you know, I always suggest leave some sort of a pitch information. Now, it's a dispensary. I was a store manager. If you came to me as a store manager, I was running over $125 million store. I did not have time. If you left me something that was 30 pages, I'm just going to throw it in the trash and smile at you and walk away. But if you leave them something that's small, bite-sizable, that really covers like a quick pitch. Oh, I like that. Lena just showed hers. Quick pitch information, quick pitch document is perfect. And then what you do is you circle back. You have to circle back with them, and don't wait. You know, yeah, don't wait forever. Some people will wait several months and be like, I spoke to you 4 months ago, you know, can we connect again? And I'm like, I don't even remember who you are. So make sure that you follow up, but read the person. So if they're extremely busy, maybe give them a week or so, or a week or two to come back and say, you know, have you had time to review my proposal and X, Y, and Z? And I like where Roz made the mention. Just because someone doesn't close with you during that first meeting does not mean that you don't have the opportunity to close with them in the future. You just have to make sure that that meeting was impactful. You left them some information so they remember who you are, and then you follow up with them, and then you're more likely to actually close with them, because there's so many people that are pitching these organizations. They don't want to they don't want to accept the proposal from the wrong organization that's going to cause them to go backwards versus the organization that's going to propel them with the mobility they need for them to move forward.
Building relationships is key. There is no way I could have been successful in my career in corporate or even now without having great relationships. When you are in front of people, even if they don't buy from me now, I believe it's a no wait, ready to be a yes, right? But they're not going to forget Roz McCarthy. They're not going to forget my passion, my energy. They're not going to forget my brilliance. I know my company. I'm able to present well. And when you do that, you're going to win some and you're going to lose some. But if you're tight and succinct in how you deliver, they're not going to forget you. They're going to be like, man, that Lena, whoo, she's a powerhouse. I can't buy from her right now, but she wants to stay on their mind, stay there, right? And don't be afraid to like take cues from corporate. Be like, hey, are you like, take them out, you know, be like, hey, are you available after, what time you get off from work? Here's a place right here. Want to grab a cup of coffee in the morning or what have you. I had one of the CEOs of one of the cannabis companies who used to grab coffee with me at Starbucks for 30 minutes once a quarter, just to catch up, right? But she saw value in that. It took it out, you know, so just know that building relationships is key. So John Calloway, thank you. I love you, brother. I'm so proud of you.
I don't want him to hang up.
Yeah, don't go anywhere because G is on next, and she's gonna do a. Let me tell you something. When I call people, and I have people in my circle that I call on because they inspire me to be great, and both of you inspire me. And then when I have a sister like Gia, who I'm like, I need you, and she is like, no matter what's going on in life, it's like I'm there, and she's gonna be able to take what we've been talking about and give you specific case studies and and really some points for you to marinate on that will mirror what John said and what Eric has said and what Lena has said and Michelle has said. So, I mean, this is awesome. And so if we have Gia, I don't see your face.
I'm here.
Okay, all right. Very
Can you
good.
hear me?
Yes, I can. I see you. Hey, girl. You look so beautiful. John Calloway, don't go anywhere. Hang out with us. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Gia, I'm going to turn it over to you, sister. You got the floor. I don't know if, do you need the screen sharing or anything like that?
I probably do, but just let me, I guess, give me the access, and then I'm happy to pull it up. And what's funny is I actually want to wait. Where is it? Hi, everyone.
Gia.
Hi. Oh, here, screen share. Duh. Okay, let me see. And I'm pulling this up because one, I can't believe that I'm following John. Okay, so let me just say that. I cannot believe I'm following John. Can you guys see my screen? Do you see my full screen, or do you see my emails?
We see your screen. We just need you to make it into a presentation so we can just see the.
Okay.
At the top, go up one, up, go all the way up to the orange, up, orange. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, there. Good. And I get to see you guys.
Gia, you have about 25 minutes. Is that good?
Yeah. That's good. Just give me the time check, because I made a lot of slides, but wait, by the way, I just need to play this. I just wanted y'all to hear.
We didn't hear it.
They not like us. They not like us.
They not like us.
They not like us.
If we got to put a poll, Joe, to see if everybody that's on here, if you know what we're gonna ask, Kendrick or Drake, and I'm Kendrick.
Look, it wasn't even about that. I'm listening to all the information shared, and I'm like, you know what? They're not like us. Hello? They're not like us. I just needed to have that little intro in, and listening to John Calloway. Oh my goodness. You are my boo, my heart. And to my sister Roz.
Yeah.
You know what? You ask and you just tell me where, and I'm there. So it's an honor to be here, and I really appreciate you. But the reason why I wanted John to stay on is, one, I mean, my title only explains how our relationship developed, and it was really through this industry. And it was through my previous role at Women Grow. And I couldn't think of a better business model and a partnership than the time that I spent with John in developing, while he was at True Leave, we developed the Supply Diversity Boot Camp. And what was beautiful about that partnership was John and I had been talking about it separately through Women Grow. I had already hosted other supply diversity boot camps, and I'd already done some other initiatives. But what was unique about this partnership is that Women Grow at the time was able to, through John and his thought leadership, said, yeah, let's do something together. And I said, I have an idea. Let's do this boot camp. You like, great. Came up with the syllabus for a 4-week, I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks. And what we did in addition to that, I said, John, I have this other relationship, this partnership with Benzinga. And so why don't we create this reward that at the end of this boot camp, all of the participants in this boot camp will be going to Benzinga for multiple reasons, not just to attend, but to meet people, right? To discuss their businesses, to sit through the sessions. We had an amazing breakfast with John and his team there so they could meet them. And just kudos to John and his team at True Leave for being a phenomenal partner.
And so that's why I wanted you to stay on, John, because you know, you and I, we talked about that syllabus, and then you turned it over to Janine, who was phenomenal, and all the other women that we worked with there. And just so you guys understood that, you know, Roz has been doing the supply diversity program for a while, and we've been talking about this early on in our relationship in the industry, because we came from corporate, and just like John, and we all saw these programs in place, but we didn't see it here in the industry. And of course, zeroing down on supply diversity and its importance to the industry. And so, John, I just wanted to thank you, because I was listening to you. I'm like, he done took my presentation, all the things I was going to say. But at the same time, I believe that repetition is key. And I think it's important that, you know, companies, I would say individuals like John, at companies like a True Leave. I had Khadijah Treble at Curaleaf, and other partners at other big C companies, who are in position to create these partnerships with organizations like Women Grow, like M4MM, like MCBA, and all the others that are working with us to help these smaller operators who are sitting on the sidelines who want to get in. So, brother, thank you for being like the example. And I'll talk a little bit more about it,
Thank
but I
you,
just
Gigi.
wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, you have all the love from me. You are absolutely, you know, you and Roz. So, you know.
We love you, John. We love you. And that is to my next point. I don't know how to make this thing work. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Am I going next? There we go. Partnership models. And as I said earlier, what's interesting is that Roz and I have been talking about this for some time and have had the experience. And so it is true. Many large and mid-sized companies have supply diversity programs for their goods and services. And I can't, you know, again, I feel like we were all looking at each other's test paper, because what I was going to say, you know, Roz said building those relationships, which is my third point here. I have found in my experience is that when I provide a great service, and the businesses that I mentor, when they provide great services, referrals will come through, right? It's not just the business itself that you're securing that contract with, but that was one of the conversations I had with John. And I said, listen, you've got this procurement program, but hey, you may have some other relationships that might need this service. This is not about that competition piece. This is about putting out good product, good services in the industry and building stronger relationships. And so I cannot remember her name on your former team, John, the woman with the blonde hair, but she was awesome, because she was like, you're absolute. Yes, 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 yes. She was awesome in referring a few of the participants in the supply diversity boot camp to some of their other partnering companies. So again, it's about referrals and building those strong relationships. It helps, of course, a small business scale, right? Because that's what you're looking to do. No one wants to remain small. You want to get your products and services out there to a broader reach. And then the other piece about this, and which I love about the supply diversity program, is not only are you providing a service to that business, but they're also learning from you, right? Because it takes two to be to create best business practices. And if it's a company that perhaps is working with a veteran-owned business or a woman-owned or minority-owned business, there are things that they can learn from that service provider. So please know that it is a two-way learning street. The other piece here, and I'm sure everyone went through this already, but just in case, because I didn't know who benefits from these programs, all of these entities here benefit from, you know, those programs. And that will lead to me talking about the certifications, right? Because those are also key as well. I'll go on. Are there challenges? Heck yes, absolutely. You heard Ross say it. Sometimes it's a no, but it doesn't mean that it's a no forever. It could be a no right now. There's a lot of paperwork that is involved. The process can take time, and I'm talking about when you have been accepted, right, as a supplier diverse business. So each company has their own process on how to onboard these new businesses. And then sometimes you can be in the middle of the process, but the company is going through its own thing and your paperwork may stop dead center, right? And so you also are working with another business's timeline. But going back to Roz's point earlier, just as I was joining, sometimes you are declined. But what I will say, what I learned from that boot camp that John and I did together was that sometimes those businesses will come back and tell you what was missing. They like you, they like your service, but there are some things that you need to work on. And what I can say is there was a participant in that boot camp that had already been in the True Leave program, but she still needed to get some additional paperwork together. And they didn't give up on her. They continued to work with her until she got her final certifications and all the other paperwork that she needed. And it actually took me calling her to say, what's the holdup? What are you not doing? What haven't you done? And she said, look, I'm running my business, but getting these certifications is like having another full-time job. And I said, I know. I mean, I haven't done it myself, but you're inspiring me to do this, but help me to understand what's the process. Do you need to tap someone in to help you complete this? Is this something you need to do? And believe it or not, once we talk through that, and this is a woman, I'm happy to say her name, Nancy, and she owns a packaging company, and she's actually a mature woman. So she was the oldest in the program. And a lot of times people think once they reach the age of 50 or going towards 60 that they're going to tap out. And I'm like, no, you actually come with like decades of experience. They want you, they want your service. They just need you to complete your paperwork. Once you complete your paperwork, you're free to go. And believe it or not, she called me about a month later and said, I can't even believe I sat on this for over a year. It took me less than 3 months to get it done. So the paperwork is oftentimes the turnoff to businesses in order to become certified, right? Because you already have enough on your plate and you think, I don't have any other time in my day to finish this, but it is worth it. And then again, I use some of the examples of businesses. Nancy's a packaging company, a woman-owned business. And again, I use this case study, and I could have done a better case study, but let me just talk this through to you all. So there was a law firm that I worked with that joined another boot camp or joined this boot camp as well. And the services that she provided, this company's law team actually wasn't as proficient as what this law firm provided. And they wanted to work with her. And so they actually signed her on to help them with their expungement clinics and some of the things that they were doing, as well as some of the diverse businesses they were working with. And they said, you know what? You have the insight that we don't have. And it goes back to businesses can learn from each other. And so you all, in addition to the service you provide, your expertise will help a lot of these other businesses that you're looking to apply for their programs. A CBD company actually got expanded into, I don't know how many stores she's in now, a device company, which actually just got bought out, and she started a new company. I'm so proud of her. A security company that happened to be veteran owned, also had been secured for a contract. So again, this happens. Now, Roz, you've heard me say this before. The ancillary businesses in our industry are the unsung heroes. I believe it through and through and through. I am an ancillary business. Yes, I still believe I'm an unsung hero. And I say that to say because our the services that we provide do not have the same challenges that some of these plant touching businesses endure. And so we're able to, what I see is help them operate better, more seamlessly, and with less challenges. And as Roz said earlier, you know, when these companies actually hear that these ancillary services are certified, oh, they want to jump on board with you, right? Not only because they want you on board because it makes them look good, but it also helps them to get their work and their process done better. What did I say? So I think everybody knows what an ancillary business is, but just in case, I'm just putting this up here, just in case you didn't know, but I believe that you do. But they are professional services like accountants, designers, lawyers, marketers, so on and so forth. And, you know, and as I said earlier, packaging company, like anything that's working alongside with our industry. So again, the service that you provide is essential to the growth and the operations and the compliance of a business. And so earlier when I mentioned the True Leave Benzinga partnership coming together to support the Supplier Diversity Bootcamp, one of the other things that I learned in working with some of these big cannabis companies were they wanted to understand what some of these diverse small operations or businesses, what niche can they fill? What can they help them with in certain areas? It may not be a national contract, right? But it could be a regional one. And I heard Roz mention something about Florida and helping someone in the state of Florida. And that's very true because when I think about some of these MSOs, when they go into some of these territories, they need that local talent. They need that local service as they are segueing into a new territory. It's essential for them because it's not just the business. You want to know the community. If that service is there, they know the community, they know the people, they know what they provide, and it actually gives you, you know, like many levels of a plus up in working with them. Again, it's about helping them to grow and operate more seamlessly in a new market. I'm just going to throw this up here because I don't know all the people who are on here, but these are the types of businesses that you can actually apply through some of these supply diversity programs. So this is page 1. I think I have a second page. No, I do not. But I do want to tell you, be excellent. Don't come half-ass. Be excellent in the service that you provide. And I mean that. The reason why I'm saying that is maintaining a good reputation is key. Keeping a great track record. And I'll use another example here because again, I didn't want to make out my, in truth, I didn't have enough time to do the full model of the case study. So I'm going to talk you through some of this. And Roz, you know why. But again, going back to how some of these partnerships that I have been able to successfully do in this industry is one, I have built a strong reputation because I don't just talk the talk, my words actually follow with action. And so I'm able to then provide them with examples of success programs. I'm able to not only adhere to the best practices of the industry, but I'm also able to identify to a company and question them. Hey, I see you're doing something in one particular way. Why are you doing it that way? Perhaps what I offer can either make it easier, make it better, or perhaps even, you know, take you in a new direction. And then I think the other piece that I want to be clear about is be clear in defining your services with these partnerships. If you don't do something, be clear and say so. And I'll go back to John because I'm just looking at his face. And I remember that someone had filled out an application for their procurement program, but they exaggerated a bit. And what you don't want to do is exaggerate on something that you don't do proficiently, you don't do well, or you don't do at all, because it will come out and it could impact your relationship. It could impact your services. They're looking for you to do something. Someone says, yes, I can do it. And never did it a day in their life. And then you're asked to do it. And the worst thing you can do is show up poorly. And so that goes back to, you know, be the excellent service provider. Again, going back to the certifications, one of the things I wanted to note here It's called, and I'm going to put it in the chat. I don't know if I can do two things at once, but let me see if I can do this. It is called We Bank. Did anyone mention that earlier? I don't know if they did or not, but We Bank is for women. It's a certification for women overall. I'd say that the program that I did with John and his team, a number of the women applied. In addition to that, I want to add another, where the heck did it go? I want to add another recommendation, and that is to the National Minority Supplier, I think it's Diversity Council. Diversity Council. Now, what they do is they hold an annual conference that I'm told that all of the biggest that you can think of, companies in multiple industries go to the national supply. So it's called NMSDC. All of them go to this conference. You don't have to be in the cannabis industry, but from what I'm told, people in the cannabis industry are now attending these conferences for supply diversity. And what I'm told is that you can actually find a number of relationships and opportunities at these conferences. And so the woman that shared this with us, I'd like to go this October because I've never been, but I'm told it is one of the largest supply diversity conferences to attend. You'll see men, women, everyone there. But I am told that cannabis related businesses have left that conference with business in tow. So I'm sharing that with you in case you're unfamiliar with it. I hope that it showed up in the chat there, but that's something to consider when going for these certifications. But in addition to going after these contracts, it's always important to step outside of the industry and take a look at these conferences that are happening outside of your industry, because you'll probably pick up something from there and you're able to add value and bring it back to your potential clients and partnerships. I've already gone through in terms of having your paperwork in place, your contracts in place, train your team, make sure they are streamlined and they are on it. The other thing I have learned over time, especially through these partnership models, is that they love to hear what past or current clients have to say about you. Why? Because they're going to do their background check in addition to what you have provided. So being able to provide testimonials or any kind of background. And, I can't reiterate it enough. Be strong in your knowledge base. Stay on top of things. Know your stuff. Did I do it? Here we go. Let's see. There we go. Again, I heard the brother talk about wanting to get his product into a dispensary. And so I want to circle back to that because I did find his question interesting. And again, I'm not sure all of what you all do who are attending, but again, your service can not only expand in the industry, but think about outside of the industry, who you could work with. Why? Because while you're providing a great service to the cannabis industry, hemp industry, when they ask you, who else do you work with? What if you're able to say, oh, I have a contract with Walmart. Oh, I have a contract with another business outside of the industry. It makes you more enticing. You basically are standing out compared to the other businesses that are looking to get their attention. So I found that through other partnership models, they do examine what some of the companies that they look to work with, who else are they working with, not only in the industry, but outside of the industry. So consider translating or expanding your skills to other industries as well. I do believe that it will be helpful. Yes, be the source, be the resource for the industry because you are the unsung hero. I think this was towards the end. Yep, that's me. I just wanted to go through this quickly and then take questions. but also just, again, speak quickly about some of the other experiences that I believe some of you all can have. Someone said ancillary. I just wanted to make sure that I saw what's going. Okay, great. So, again, I want to circle back in terms of partnership models. When you think about, as John mentioned earlier and Roz said, you're one of thousands of companies that are applying, and not being consistent and following up is more of a detriment to you, because these other companies will always have someone else pitching their business. And so not being afraid to follow up with a phone call and an email. And quite honestly, I find few people make phone calls today. And I feel like that's a lost, that's actually a lost skill. I think that following up and building that phone relationship versus just the email and the text. Also, just checking in, because I think we as businesses in any industry are always trying to get the other to hear us, hear us, hear us. But why don't you find out beyond what your service is, what else are they looking for? Because on top of these businesses referring you to some of their peers, they could actually say to you, well, right now I don't need your services, but we are looking for a contractor for security. And you say, oh, I know a business. I actually know someone doing something really well in this space. Let me refer them to you. I also believe that that helps to stand out a bit, because I know that I get tired of people only asking me, wanting to take from my cup, but I'm not filling it back. And so if I'm able to say, hey, I don't have, I'm clearly not the security company, but I do know another security company that's phenomenal. Or I do know a phenomenal accounting firm that may be able to help you in this specific region. I think that that helps in terms of adding to a business partnership relationship. Before I go on, does anyone have any questions? Because I do have like another, I try to make it quick because I knew that there are a lot of speakers today. But if you have any questions, now is the time to ask. Otherwise, I'll just wrap up with a couple more things and then be done. And if not, that's okay too.
I certainly have a question, Gia. We always struggle with when is the right time to hire a public relations firm such as yours? Because we get really busy, and there's different aspects of communication, whether it's social media, making sure you're properly posting. But with all of the regulatory changes in the cannabis space, having your message be on point, different projects you're working on that need to be highlighted with what we're doing in bringing medical cannabis to healthcare through employee benefits, right? So how do you know when it's time to bring on a PR consulting firm?
Sure, it's a great question. And that's also something I would add just in this overall presentation. So I would also say that getting PR for your business is actually a good thing, of course, not just on the media aspect, but also when you're applying for some of these opportunities, because being able to highlight, hey, we've been featured in Forbes, we've been written up in MJ Biz, it also shows them that you're out there in the market and you aren't just, you don't just have the testimonials from your clients and from your local support, but now you're getting media recognition. It does add value. And I would say, when is the right time? So I think many times companies come to my company and say, hey, we're just starting out the gate and we want to announce that, we've launched. Okay, what else would be my question? You've launched, you have your services, but is there more to your story? I do believe that you need it in the beginning to actually say you're starting, but I would also encourage companies to get some miles under them, right? To be able to talk about the things that you're doing, not the things that you will be doing, but the things that you've done and you've done successfully, or now that you've completed, let's say your insurance company, right? So I'm going to use your insurance company as an example. And in the state of New Jersey, you now have this many companies that have signed up with you. And you now have a new partnership with, you know, I'll just use one of the big C companies, right? You're working with one of the big C companies that have retained your business, Canna Coverage, in terms of either referring you to some of their supply diverse businesses that need insurance, or maybe their facility might need insurance. So these are stories that can be shared in the media that would be of interest, because what makes Canna Coverage special? What makes you stand out? So that's why I say giving you, suggesting a few miles. So you've been in business how long now, Nichelle? Quite some time.
For 4 years now.
4 years.
Yes.
So you're at a great time to really talk about it. There's a difference between year 1 of Canna Coverage and year 4 of Canna Coverage. You can actually talk about where you started and what you've built up to and where you're going, because now you have a history. Again, I love when companies come to us, we're just starting out, but I always think that starting out is good, but then give it a break, build up some business so you have more to talk about in terms of media. And Roz, if you ever want me to come back and talk about PR, I can certainly do that for everyone so they can understand that.
Yeah,
Because it's more intricate than that.
We'll have to do a whole segment on public relations. What does that mean? PR, press releases, being able to get paid. Sometimes you have to pay for media coverage, but earn media coverage, right? And what does that mean? So thank you, Gia, for just joining us, giving us those case studies, especially when we talk about the young lady who was had more experience. And it's a lot of folks that's in that over 50 club. I'm one. That our experience tends to, it doesn't frighten, it actually gives people more confidence that we come from a corporate background and that they can do business with us and we can perform and deliver. So thank you so much for just your insight, the case studies, everything you've done.
It's a 60 over club. Anything over 50, you're in that club.
Yeah, that's me. Listen, I'll hit double nickel in December. So yes,
double nickel. So
double
for sure.
Double nickel.
Really,
exactly.
really quick, Roz, what I do want to say to anyone that's here is that when I mentioned going to conferences outside of the industry, make sure you take your stuff with you when you go, like any kind of materials, as Roz said, anything that they can remember you by, because there are opportunities pretty much anywhere you go. And then for the industry conferences, I think I wanted to go back to that brother who mentioned he wanted to get his products in the dispensaries. I would treat it the same way, not just your product itself, but also ask, do you have a supply diverse program? What kind of procurement program you have in place? Because initially everyone's always looking just to get their product in front of everyone. But I think it's important to also ask them about what else they're looking for. And I've seen you do that successfully with Black Buddha.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Listen, guys, I'm telling you, when you get a Gia Marone on screen and she's dropping gems left and right, please absorb it. Please, it ain't a joke, and she's not playing around. Hey, stay ready so you ain't got to get ready. I'll leave it like that.
Not like us.
Yes. Exactly. So before we like our last panel that we have for this afternoon, and I know we're in the home stretch, don't go anywhere because you gotta listen. This brother right here and this sister, these were actually individuals that are working inside of the cannabis corporations right now that are going to give you insight, encouragement, resources, some knowledge. And we need to hear from them. But before we do, and I just need a little brief opening right here. There's too many brands that are here today that they're not ancillary, but you have either an idea for a brand or you are a brand looking to get on shelf. And this brother right here, I met a couple of years ago, and he has taken this industry by storm. He's taken his own personal experience and being incarcerated for the plant, and his partners working together to create a brand that is all about It's authentic, it's real, it's about the social injustices. He puts the work in and also has created products now that can correlate to the brand and to his mission. And without further ado, next, 10, 15 minutes, I got Mr. Anthony with 40 Tons, co-founder of 40 Tons, the fabulous cannabis brand, social justice activist, advocacy expert, who's just going to share a little bit about what you need to do to position yourself as a potential brand in this industry. Like, we want to be on the shelves of Rise Dispensary and of Ascend Wellness, and he's doing it right now. And I just want you guys to hear a little snippet about what that means and how we got there. So Anthony, welcome. How are you, brother?
Oh, Roz, thank you so much. Much love, much respect.
Much love.
Before I get started, I just want to let everybody on this call know, if it wasn't for Roz gave us our first $1,000 in the very beginning of when we didn't have nothing. This is a charity giving a for-profit money. It's usually the other way around. It's a for-profit giving a charity some money. And we never forgot that. And we honor you and we thank you, Roz, because you believed in us when we were nothing. And I always want to make sure that people know that. And I appreciate you.
No, it's just because of your intentionality of addressing issues that we're trying to address as well. And then we got to support one another. So
Yes.
Anthony, if you can give them a brief, just, in 2 to 5 minutes of 40 Tons. What does that mean? Your background and how that has evolved into not only a branded product in dispensaries, but it's a movement. It's an intentional advocacy arm of your business that has really created this opportunity for you.
Yes. Well, first off, the newspaper article read California man sentenced to life in prison for 40 tons of weed. That was my partner and friend of 29 years, Corban Cooper. And so, we took a negative and turned it into a positive, right? And after I got on my feet, L'Oreal, which is my wife, who's our fearless CEO, she came to Corban and I and, said, let's do something about this and, let's figure out what we can do. And so we built this brand before we even got a product. It was while Corban was still in jail. We didn't know if, he was going to get out, right? Like, when you have a life sentence without parole, the only person that can let you out of jail is the president of the United States. And we all know that that's a very, very, very needle in a haystack doing type of thing, right? And so we did it. And Clubhouse at the time was really big. Everybody was in. And so we were all going on stages and talking and doing these kinds of things like we're doing now, but over Clubhouse. And instead of pitching the business, I'm pitching, hey, do you guys believe no one should be in prison for cannabis? Here's a story about this guy. Please sign the change.org petition. And so we built that, and we got known in the industry for, advocating on behalf of this plant and really educating everybody. Like, there's people still locked up over this thing and they have life sentences, and people, didn't know this, right? Like, people knew you went to jail for cannabis, but nobody knew that people were getting 50, 60, 100 years for this plant, nonviolent. And so we built this brand. And when we hit the winning lottery ticket on the last president's last day of office and got him out, it just kind of thrusted us, right? And so we've been boots on the ground working, trying to figure out what our little niche is. Being a social equity brand, we fit every component of social equity, right? In terms of, nationality, demographic, being in prison, women owned, the whole 9 yards. And we all know, being on this summit, how difficult it is being a social equity brand in the business period, right? And so we needed to figure out a way that we could be different. And so, we created a bunch of different infrastructure with, helping with careers and expungements, but then also part of the culture and doing really cool things. And so we've kind of fallen forward, or as we like to say, fail forward, and dealt with the wrong supply chains and working with different folks until now we finally got, at least in our California side, our whole supply chain is now social equity, right? From our cultivation to our manufacturing to our distribution and whatnot. And so we've just, learned, and I consider myself a bridge, you know what I mean? I'm a bridge between the community, between culture and corporate. You know, I serve time myself, but it's nothing compared to what Corvain did and what other people have done. And so I want to use my influence, my privilege, my whatever you want to call it, to help bridge two gaps so that you know, we can all eat. Because at the end of the day, the people that serve time for this plant, the people that gave their lives for this plant, are the ones that should have a seat at the table. And so I'll put some information in the chat of where you could learn more about what we do in detail, but hopefully that was a decent explanation.
No, it was awesome. It was awesome. And I want to celebrate you, Anthony, in front of everyone, because this brother thinks outside the box. And if you've never been to MJ Biz or some of these other conferences, he takes the literal sense of people being incarcerated and he brings it to stage and is able to create this bigger than life symbolic structure that allows you to just imagine being incarcerated for a plant that everybody is now freely being able to commerce and make money off of. Can you, Anthony, talk about what inspired you to take something and make it so literal and put it in the face of and no disrespect to anybody, but privileged white guys and white women to say, you think it's a game? This is really, if you give them a little snippet about what you did and how that helps to tell the story about now your branded products that are in these dispensaries.
Absolutely. So what Ms. Roz is talking about is we created a life-size prison cell inside of these conferences, you know, a 20-foot by 20-foot full-on prison experience with a real prison toilet, which I got on eBay. It's a real prison toilet. I got the bunk and all of that. And so, you know, I come from an entertainment background. What is going to make you different? Right? We can set up the 6-foot table with the retractable banner and make a couple of cool little things, but what are we going to do that's going to go,